Test, test.
Okay, I got signal.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
Yeah, I got you.
Attention on the venue, attention on the venue. Please rise if you are able, face the finished tower for a presentation of our national anthem. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nathan Benderson Park. We are here live at the American Youth Cup Series 1 2025. I'm your commentator, Christian Yu. I'll be here all weekend giving you live commentary from the venue. We have a live stream up and running on YouTube um, that will be running all weekend as well. Um, we are very grateful to have a live stream running for this year's edition of the event, and we're glad you're here joining us today. Racing will be commencing in 10 minutes, roughly, about 8 o'clock with the first heat of the men's Youth 8. So we'll be joining you then. In the meantime, enjoy, settle in, and get ready for a great weekend of racing. And with that, we are officially 5 minutes till the start of this year's event. It's a pretty pretty average looking day today. Not beautiful, but a little bit gray, a little bit windy, but nothing will stop us from getting this racing done. About it's currently about 70 degrees at the moment. We're going to be reaching a high of 86, so similar weather to what you may find in June. So we'll see how well some of our out-of-state teams are prepared for that. Wind conditions today looks like it's going to be a tailwind all day, as you can probably see from the water moving already. Tailwinds reaching up to 10 to 11 miles an hour. So we'll see some pretty fast times, I think, especially in these first few events, the big boats, the eights. So um, get ready to see some fast times, especially for this early in the season. Uh, we will be starting off with the men's Youth 8 first heat of the top programs in the country. We have a variety of teams in attendance today, many from in state here in Florida, and we have a few teams visiting from out of state as well. So, welcome all here at Nathan Benderson Park, getting ready for another beautiful weekend of racing. And it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and it's going to be competitive, that's for sure. First race of the season for many of these teams coming here today, especially for the out of state ones. They'll be A lot of them will be just getting off the ergs and getting onto the water for the first time in this new year. So I'm sure they'll be excited. I'm sure their families will be excited to see them back on the water and showing how well their winter training has gone so far. In this first heat here, we'll have Plant High, Cape Coral, Team Tampa, Canisius High, St. Peter's Prep, Vero Beach Rowing, Atlanta Juniors, Miami Rowing Club, and North Palm Beach. Your lanes for you today, if you're sitting here on the Benderson Island on the beach, your lanes are going to be ascending from farthest away from your vantage point. So lane 0 is going to be all the way on the opposite side of the shore from the island and ascending all the way to lane 9, which will be the closest lane to you. And that's also where our cameras are going to be stationed at. So if you're watching from online, you're going to be facing the same way. Lane 0 all the way on the opposite side, and lane 9 closest to you. So if you're looking for a certain team, looking for a certain relative, certain friends, then you'll be able to find that on Crew Timer, which brings me to Crew Timer. The results for entries and results can be found on crewtimer.com. American Youth Cup Series 1 should be one of the current races being run today. Should be pretty easy to find. Live times, live results will be popping in as we progress on with today's event. They should be popping in pretty quickly on the regular, so those times will update regularly as we move on throughout the day, and we'll also be able to show those times on screen on the live stream as well. So any results for people you're looking out for will be found on those results. And with that, we are underway here with our first event at the American Youth Cup. It's the first heat of the men's youth eight. Let me run through the boats for you at this initial race. It's going to be Plant High in lane 0. That's farthest from the shore, farthest from the island. Cape Coral in lane 1. Team Tampa lane 2. Canisius lane 3. St. Peter's Prep lane 4. Vero Beach lane 5. Atlanta Juniors lane 6. Miami Rowing Club lane 7, and North Palm Beach lane 8. So unfortunately, we don't have a camera angle at the start or anywhere in the first 1,000 meters due to damage from the hurricane. So We unfortunately can't provide you angles from the start or from the first half of the race, but we'll be able to try and zoom in for the last half and get as much detail as we can from there. So it looks like they're coming into the first minute and a half of this race. A lot of interesting teams here, especially the out-of-state ones, Canisius and St. Peter's Prep in lanes 3 and 4. Those are two Scholastic teams that are from way up north, Canisius out of Buffalo and St. Peter's Prep out of New Jersey. So it's going to be interesting to see how they mix in with these Florida and Southeast teams. Atlanta Juniors also from Georgia. So it's going to be interesting to see how these traditionally Scholastic teams, they race over 1,500 meters normally. This race is 2,000 meters, which is the normal youth rowing distance. So it's going to be interesting to see how they mix in with the rest of these clubs, as we should be into the second 500 of this race. There are the times running for you. Again, you can find these results on crewtimer.com. They will be the clock that you're seeing right now will be running live as well on that results page. So feel free to join there if you're looking for results. Yeah, as we get to see these boats coming down the course, if you're on the beach right now, you should be able to see them. They're looking to be approaching about halfway at this point. From my angle, it looks like lanes 6, 5, and 4 look to be the boats in the lead from my angle. Obviously, I have a pretty compromised angle from my point of view. I'm sitting at the tower here, but it looks like 6, 5, and 4. That's Atlanta Juniors, Vero Beach, and St. Peter's Prep look to be the early leaders in the first half. Atlanta Juniors, I think, is the most significantly sticking out to me right now. They're stroking pretty high, and yeah, that boat seems to be the one in the lead at the moment. So we'll see as this race develops closer to our vantage point here, as the crowds are starting to develop form early this morning. It's 8:03, and we'll be continuing to provide live coverage all weekend right here on. You can find the link on YouTube for the live stream. We're working to send that out to as many people as we can at the moment. And yeah, as they come into this last 500, it is Atlanta Juniors taking the lead right now. Again, top 5 of these boats are going to be moving to the A final. So top 5 will get the chance to earn medals in this event in the top men's youth 8 tomorrow on Sunday. And it looks like Atlanta Juniors is going to be in pole position for that. It looks like they have an open water lead at the moment as they're about to hit the island here. Atlanta Juniors followed by Vero Beach, sorry. Vero Beach, St. Peter's Prep, and Canisius look to be in a very, very tight race for second, third, and fourth. Looks like Vero Beach has the advantage at the moment, but one thing that is clear is that Atlanta Juniors is up ahead, in control of this race as they take it into the last 500 meters of this race. And again, this is just the heat. Top 5 will be racing again in the A final for medals tomorrow. The remaining will be in the B final, racing for placement as we enter the last 250, and it is indeed Atlanta Juniors with the heavy open water lead. That is quite the lead they developed there. They'll be sprinting this one out to see it through. Looks like Vero Beach and St. Peter's Prep very close to each other. We'll see who is going to try and edge out for that second place. Canisius very closely behind St. Peter's Prep for 4th place. And it looks like a very close battle also for 5th between Miami Rowing Club and Team Tampa. So as we come down to the last 250, Atlanta Juniors firmly in control here, coming all the way down to the end of the course with about a length and a half open water lead over, that's the Vero Beach boat. A very promising performance from this crew. They have a lot of young guys, especially out of the freshman 8 from last year, a lot of the junior 8s from last year. So that's a very promising performance from Vero Beach coming into second at this heat, but it's Atlanta Juniors with the massive open water lead. They're going to be stoked with that, and they're across the line here in approximately 6 minutes, 8 seconds. Vero Beach coming in 3 seats ahead of St. Peter's Prep, followed close by a length by Canisius. across the line there. Half a length open water back to, looks like, Plant High School. That's a good result from them. A length ahead of Team Tampa, followed by a length of open water by Miami Rowing Club, and finishing it off with Cape Coral. And that was a solid performance. I could tell immediately from, even with only 750 halfway through the race, that Atlanta Juniors was solidly in front. They're going to be stoked with that result and ready to take that result to tomorrow as well. So we'll see the next heat as well coming in, about to begin as North Palm Beach crosses the line out here in lane 9. And that concludes the first heat of the men's Youth 8 here at American Youth Cup. So the results will be updating live as we move forward. And now I'm getting some official times here. Atlanta Juniors 6:06. That's a stonking fast time here for February. So they'll be pleased with that. 10 seconds over Vero Beach, 2 seconds over St. Peter's Prep, 3 seconds over Canisius, 6 seconds over Plant High, 4 seconds over Team Tampa, then Miami Beach, or Miami Rowing Club, sorry, Cape Coral, then North Palm Beach. So your top 5 here, Plant High, Canisius, St. Peter's Prep, Vero Beach, and Atlanta Juniors will be advancing to the A final. And the remaining teams, Team Tampa, Miami Rowing Club, Cape Coral, and North Palm Beach, will be heading to the B final to compete for placement. And again, we'll be having some 10-boat A finals in a lot of these events tomorrow. So there's only about 9 boats in this heat, but 10 boats tomorrow is going to be very, very exciting to watch. Yeah, that Atlanta Juniors boat, they're going to be looking at this result from this weekend to kind of see where they stack up against a lot of these Southeast teams. Atlanta Juniors, obviously, out of Atlanta, Georgia, very, very firmly in that Southeast region. So they'll be looking to, at this performance and others, such as the Lake Lanier sprints as well, they'll be looking at results like that to kind of stack up against their Southeast opponents. I'm sure they'll be gunning for a Nationals qualifying spot out of the Southeast. So they'll be looking at this result against Vero Beach and others, and as well as tomorrow with Sarasota Crew, Belen, and other of the major Florida teams. And we are underway again now with the second heat of the men's Youth 8. So another 5 boats here will be competing against the Atlanta Junior, Vero Beach, St. Peter's Prep, Canisius, and Plant. 5 boats out of this heat will be competing for a medal as well. We got a pretty, and I've just received word that the link for the live stream has been posted on Regatta Central, so you can access that directly from regattacentral.com or the American Youth Cup page. So that's going to be available to all to send out. And we're 1 minute into this second heat of the men's Youth 8. I'll set the field for you. Lane 0. It's another 9-boat heat here. Lane 0, Aquinas Rowing. Lane 1, the Bowl School. Lane 2, Oars. Lane 3, Space Coast. Lane 4, University School. Lane 5, Belen Jesuit. Lane 6, Winter Park. Lane 7, Miami Beach. And Lane 8, Sarasota Crew. So the hosts of this event, Sarasota Crew, going to be in the closest lane to the island. And at the moment, it looks like they just crossed the 500-meter mark. As we see the results from the previous heat on screen. Yeah, so this is going to be quite the barn burner, I think. Belen Jesuit and Sarasota Crew, obviously two very, very fierce rivals out of the Florida State region. They'll be seeing each other plenty this year, as they always do, as is Winter Park and Oars as well. Oars actually coming into this with a bit of confidence here. They just beat Sarasota Crew here about a month ago at the Matt Abel Speed Fiesta. So they'll be looking to transfer that success over to this event. The Matt Abel Speed Fiesta was competed over 1,500 meters. So we'll see if they have the fitness to kind of translate that over 2,000 meters. It's two very different animals, the 1,500 versus 2,000. If you haven't heard, the Olympics in 2028 in LA will actually be contested over 1,500 meters versus the usual 2,000. So these 1,500-meter races, you never know what kind of national teams we'll be looking at to see what kind of strategy works out and what works in what favor. So, but here, 2,000 meters, youth nationals distance, Olympic standard distance, we'll be seeing a lot of that for the next few years as per normal. So looks like they're about to cross the 1,000 meter mark. To my eye here, looks like the four lanes closest to shore are the ones battling it out for the lead. I think Belen Jesuit out of lane 5 is the boat that sticks out to me most, followed closely by looks like Miami Beach and Sarasota Crew. In the next tier of boats, it looks to be Winter Park and Oars, the two Orlando-based teams. So, yep, I can clearly see Belen's distinct yellow blades out in front. Just maybe by about a length. So, still a lot of time for any other boats to overcome that deficit. But Belen obviously known for their very signature sprint. So, we'll see if they have to break that out today for the heat. Obviously, they got a tailwind helping them out, making it a little bit lighter on the body, so they'll be picking up speed very, very soon as they enter the last 500. Yep, it's Belen Jesuit in control of this second heat, followed closely by Sarasota Crew, then Miami Beach in third. That's going to be a good result for them. They're not usually typically involved in the eights, normally devoted to smaller sculling boats, but with this result, it's going to be very, very confident building for that Miami Beach program. And it actually looks pretty even to me between Belen and Sarasota Crew. We'll see who's going to take the bragging rights in the heat. Maybe one program is saving something for the final. Who knows? But right now, what I'm seeing, it looks like Belen maybe with a slight lead over Sarasota Crew, who looks to have about a half-length lead over Miami Beach. As we come into the last 250, I can hear the crowd going. There's a lot of people standing on the shore now, so make some noise as these teams go into their final sprints here. It's Belen in control ahead of Sarasota Crew. Miami Beach is actually taking a big move. That's a really strong move, trying to challenge Sarasota Crew for that second place position. Belen looks like they've opened it up. Their sprint has worked effectively. They've taken open water on Sarasota Crew. Miami Beach is coming for them, though. Miami Beach looks to be the fastest boat on the course, actually. Looks like they're going to overtake Sarasota by the line. It's dead even right now for that second place position. And Oars as well on the far side of the course. They've creeped up into the medal position as well. Belen is going to take another open water heat. Another open water victory in the heat as they are across the line. And Oars has come all the way back from being down off the start. They've taken second by open water. Miami Beach closes the deficit and overtakes Sarasota by just a pip. Space Coast takes 5th place. Winter Park 6th. Bull 7th. And NSU is going to be in 8th. So what a sprint by both Miami Beach and Oars. Oars looked to be pretty far down in the first half of this race, but they clawed that back all the way into overtaking, almost getting open water on both Miami Beach and Sarasota. That's going to be a great result for them. Belen, obviously, the favorites out of that heat, and they did not disappoint, that's for sure. So as we start to see the times rolling in, it looks like Aquinas is also going to come across the line as well, trailing from the pack. But I did notice in that sprint, the Miami Beach boat was swerving quite a bit. So they managed to overcome that and still pass Sarasota Crew, though, which is pretty incredible. Steering, believe it or not, has quite a quite a big effect on the speed of the boats. Just touching the rudder just a touch will shave off half a split, full split off speed. So the fact that Miami Beach was still able to overcome a little bit of dodgy steering to pass that Sarasota crew boat is quite remarkable. That shows that they also have a big sprint in the books, as there's Aquinas across the line here. So Belen Jesuit, here comes the times, 6 flat. 6 flat .176. They have a little bit of a tailwind, obviously, here helping them out, but to be anywhere close to that 6-minute mark at this stage of the year is absolutely remarkable. So it's very, very, that's a great accomplishment for them. And again, Belen just beat Atlanta Juniors, the winners of the other heat, by 6 seconds. So they'll be looking at that result as well going into the finals tomorrow. So Belen 6 flat or 6:05, and then Miami Beach 6:08. So they won 0.3 seconds over Sarasota Crew for that podium spot in the heat. And we are underway for the first heat of the women's youth 8 now. About 4 minutes into this one already. They started as the last boats of the men's race were finishing. 4 minutes in, let me set the field. It's lane 2, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 3, Miami Beach. Lane 4, Marion Mercy out of Philadelphia. Lane 5, Treasure Coast. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew. Lane 7, Plant High. And Lane 8, Team Tampa. So Marion Mercy, another out-of-state team that's come down to Sarasota. I'd have to assume they row on the Schuylkill along with a lot of other Philly-based crews. Another Scholastic team as well, trying their luck at the 2,000-meter distance, as we picked them up right as they cross into the last 500. It looks pretty even, actually, between, looks like Atlanta Juniors, Marion Mercy, and Sarasota Crew for that top spot. Another top 5 to the A final progression. So 5 of these boats will be moving on to the A final tomorrow. Coming into the last 500, it's pretty tight between those 3 boats, Atlanta Juniors, Marion Mercy, and Sarasota Crew. These boats have raced indirectly before at Charles, Marion Mercy and Sarasota Crew at least. I believe Sarasota Crew took the bragging rights there, but it looks to be pretty close going into the last 400 meters, going into the sprints. We saw some very, very impressive sprints in the most recent race, so we'll see if any of these girls have the power to overcome their early deficits here. So as we come into the last 250, looks to be Sarasota Crew and Atlanta Juniors slightly ahead of Marion Mercy at the moment, followed by Plant and Treasure Coast. So as we come into the last 250, still pretty even. I can't tell who's up between the 3 leaders at the moment. They're going to come into your view. People on the beach can probably have a better idea of who's in front than I do. It looks to me like Atlanta Juniors has poked ahead by about half a length over the 2 Sarasota Crew and Marion Mercy boats. So Atlanta Juniors, really, really strong effort here. Max Castle's girls are going to be ecstatic with this one if they can hold on all the way through the line into the last 200 meters. And yep, it looks like Atlanta Juniors is about a length ahead of Marion Mercy, who's about 3/4 of a length up on Sarasota Crew. Miami Beach Treasure Coast, sorry, is closing in on that third place spot, and it's going to be a battle between the final qualification spot between Miami Beach and Plant, as Atlanta Juniors, just like their men, open water lead on the field as they come across the line. It's going to be Atlanta Juniors by just a bit of open water over Marion Mercy. Few seats open water over Sarasota Crew as they cross the line here. And bow to stern to Treasure Coast. And it's going to be a sprint to the line for the last qualification spot. Plant by a seat right now, and it's going to be Plant. Plant High takes the last qualification spot to the A final over Miami Beach. And it's going to be Team Tampa bringing up the rear. So a very strong performance. These Atlanta Junior boats, watch out for them over the weekend. They're taking heats. They're 2 for 2 on the heats now. So watch out for them as the weekend progresses. So great race there. We saw some sprints. The gap looked like it opened up from my angle from a lot of these boats. So high fives from the Atlanta Juniors boat. They're going to be proud with that one. As the next race is already underway. It's the second heat of the Women's Youth 8. North Palm Beach in lane 2. Bronfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 3. Winter Park lane 4. Oars lane 5. Space Coast lane 6. And in my opinion, the heavy favorites for the weekend in a lot of their events, it's Newport Aquatic out of California in lane 7. So as we display the results, those are entries. Yep. Atlanta Juniors 6:56, sub 7 for a women's 8. Again, very, very impressive times here. Even with the tail end, I really wasn't expecting any times to be close to the 7-minute mark or 6-minute mark for men, but we've been getting that this year. So very strong performances. These girls have had a very productive winter camp, clearly, as sub 7 in February bodes well for them going into the championship season. Marion Mercy, Scholastic team, 7 flat. That's going to be a very good result for them. Normally a 1,500-meter team. We'll see if they have aspirations to qualify for Youth Nats out of I believe it's the Mid-Atlantic region. But that's a very strong performance from them as well. So we are in progress here for the second heat. About 4 minutes gone now. And, yep, you can very clearly see it looks like Newport and Winter Park are the 2 boats poking ahead of the rest of the pack. And this is going to be a really, really fun battle to see. Winter Park, one of the most dominant Scholastic Crew programs that we've seen ever. They're 3-time national championships in the Scholastic distance, 1,500 meters. And they're going to be going for 4 in a row under Coach Mike Vertullo. Multiple state championships as well. You may have seen their coverage going overseas to Henley Royal Regatta as well. But this is a team that doesn't traditionally race 2,000-meter races. I believe American Youth Cup is their only 2,000-meter race of the season, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be the one chance where Newport, one of the top teams in the country, they finished second in the women's 1V at Youth Nationals last year. So they're going to be gunning for a national championship this year. Winter Park is going to be gunning for a Scholastic national championship. So 2 heavy, heavy favorites in the whole country are going up against each other in this heat. It still looks pretty even. So still looks pretty even to my eye between Newport and Winter Park. We'll see if any of these crews will go for the sprint, try and get the bragging rights out of the heats, and then save something for the final tomorrow, trying to flip a result. But as we enter the final sprints here, Newport and Winter Park firmly in control ahead of the rest of the field. That's Oars and Space Coast, it looks like, to be 3rd and 4th. And in the final qualification spot at the moment, it's Bronfield, Acton, Boxborough out of Massachusetts. So it looks to my eye, maybe Winter Park coming into the last few strokes, last 200 meters now. They're up in the rate. They have a huge sprint coming in now. Let's see if Newport has the strength to respond. Newport looks really long and controlled right now, so maybe they're not opening it up as much, letting Winter Park burn their matches today and saving something for tomorrow. But Newport looks really, really strong. But Winter Park is going to take this by a length, it looks like. Winter Park sprinting very, very quickly, trying to carve out a lead and get a win here today. As Winter Park just ekes out a little bit of open water here across the line over Newport, but Newport is very, very controlled. That's some beautiful rowing out of lane 7. National championship caliber, maybe. We'll see. As they are well ahead of the pack here. Orr's coming in 3rd, just ahead of Space Coast, ahead of Braunfield Acton Boxborough, who's going to take that final spot. And North Palm Beach is going to come in 6th, just out of the qualification spots here. But interesting strategies playing out there between Winter Park and Newport. Newport deciding, you know what, we're just going to wait till tomorrow to show our true speed. So there's definitely a lot more to give. Look, they're heading in now already. So they're just here, putting down a time, going in, packing up, and then coming back tomorrow to see what they can do. So very, very interesting strategies playing out. As we got the times here, and us and Winter Park, 6:31 is the final time. Winter Park, my goodness, beating, honestly, a lot of the men's 8s, I believe. That's yeah. They could have qualified, I think, out of the first heat in the men's 8s for Winter Park. So that's a very, very strong performance from them. Newport 6:35 with more speed to give as well. Very, very impressive. This is a much faster heat than the first heat. Orr is coming in at 6:51, and Space Coast coming at 6:56. Space Coast 4th place here could have won the first heat. So some interesting speed differences there. Maybe the wind's picking up. Maybe just the draws are a little bit uneven out of this heat. But 6:31, man, that is a fast time for sure. As we're underway with the next event, first heat of the men's youth second 8. So these are the next top boats from these men's programs. We have Space Coast in lane 2, Belen Jesuit in lane 3, Orr's in lane 4, Miami Rowing Club in lane 5, Miami Beach lane 6, and Sarasota Crew in lane 7. So, and all Florida heat for this one. 3 Miami teams, Belen, Miami, and Miami Beach, competing it out. So there's going to be some rivalries there for sure, as well as Sarasota Crew and Orr's obviously in the mix, and Space Coast as well. So it looks like the early leader, lane 7 out of Sarasota Crew, historically incredible depth, very, very big program, obviously, with 80-something entries here today. So a lot of bodies available to be called up and perform. So in this second 8, the depth is going to start to be tested here for a lot of these programs. Sarasota Crew looks to be the leader out of those, followed closely by Belen Jesuit. Looks to be in a clear second place at the moment, and Orr's looks to be in clear 3rd. So we'll see again if Belen Jesuit can sprint their way to a heat win. Orr's also had a very strong sprint as well. Sarasota Crew, in their 1V event at least, a little bit underwhelming in the sprint. They got lost about 3 or 4 positions in their sprint. So let's see if they can hold them off in this second 8. As they come into the last 500, it is Sarasota Crew with a pretty significant margin, actually. So looks like they'll be safe there, barring any mishaps. Belen Jesuit about a length up on Orr's. That's going to be a strong battle. And the 2 Miami club teams, MRC and Miami Beach, duking it out for 4th and 5th. Again here, a top 5 to the A final. That will be the progression for tomorrow. As they come onto the island shore now, Sarasota Crew in firm control here. They can coast to the line. As Belen Jesuit and Orr's looks to be moving up on Belen Jesuit as well. Strong sprints from these oars boats. Belen historically with a strong sprint. Let's see if they can hold them off here. I'd honestly be pretty surprised if they don't, as they're known for a massive surge, as we saw in the earlier events as well. But yep, Sarasota crew firmly in control, as you can see now clearly in this picture. As we approach the finish line, Sarasota crew with an open water lead over battling Belen and Oars. Belen looks to be holding on to a half-length lead. Oars is moving, but I just don't think they might run out of room here. They are still moving, though, into the last 100 meters. Sarasota crew in control. Looks like some big guys in the middle of that boat, so they'll be powering on with the length here. Belen Jesuit, there's the sprint they just kicked up. Started walking away on Oars, so Belen Jesuit, enough of a sprint there to secure second place, but it's Sarasota crew with the win in the first heat. Belen Jesuit takes second, a length over Oars. A strong effort from that Belen crew to hold off that surging Oars boat. And a close battle here between Miami Beach and MRC and Space Coast. Let's see who crosses the line first. It's going to be Miami Beach by a deck over MRC. Space Coast a half a length behind MRC. So a very strong battle between those two. So Space Coast is unfortunately going to be left out of the A final there, but a strong battle between those last two Miami boats. We'll see who's going to take the win tomorrow between that battle. But Sarasota crew, a very strong performance finishing up that race. Belen, again, an impressive surge. It looked like they were about to be overtaken by Oars, but they kicked it into high gear. They had something a little bit left in the tank for the last 100 meters, and they just surged all the way back through that Oars boat, winning by almost open water. So that's the strength of the Belen sprint there, and we'll be seeing that, I assume, all weekend long. So for crews preparing, just because you have that lead, it's not safe at all, as we've seen in these first few races. As we're underway with the second heat of the men's second eight. In lane 3, it's St. Peter's Prep. Lane 4, Winter Park. Lane 5, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 6, the Bowl School. And lane 7, Vero Beach. So another two out-of-state teams bringing in their second 8 programs here. That's St. Peter's Prep out of New Jersey and Atlanta Juniors out of Georgia. As we're about 3 minutes in, moving towards halfway. Sarasota crew, by the way, 6:09 in that heat. So that was only a second behind their 1V. So they're going to be proud of that effort. A lot of those guys will be gunning for those spots in the top 8. So only one second off today. They're going to be pretty happy with that. As the next heat is coming just past halfway. 7:50 to go, actually. And it looks to me that Atlanta Juniors is, again, the boat that's taking control now. And yes, it's that Atlanta Juniors boat with somehow even a larger lead than what Sarasota crew just had in their heat. That's a very, very dominant. Again, you saw that dominance again from that the first 8 out of Atlanta Juniors in their heat. Something similar happening in their second 8 as well, reflective of that program, what they've been able to do so far this winter. So as we come into the last 500 meters, it is that Atlanta Juniors boat firmly in control. Open water by a large margin, it looks like, over second place St. Peter's Prep. And a battle for the remaining 3 places between Winter Park, Bowls, Vero Beach, and Plant High was unfortunately a scratch for this event. As we come into the last 250 meters, it's Atlanta Juniors firmly in control, looking very sharp, looking quite long as well. Pretty impressive length for a second eight. Again, these second eights and third eights that we'll be following really test the depth of a program. A 1V can be fast, but a program isn't defined solely by their 1V. A program is defined by their lower boats as well. And Atlanta Juniors showing that they also have a deep program with a dominant victory coming into the last 150 meters. It looks like about 2, maybe more lengths of clear water over the rest of the field, so they will be pretty pleased with that, as it doesn't even look like they're going for a major sprint at all. Looks like they're keeping it pretty long. Very good timing, actually. Even with the fatigue kicking in, and I just hear the AJRA chants coming from the crowd, and that's kicked that boat into even more of a swing. As they come across the line now, it is well clear a victory for Atlanta Juniors in this heat. Followed by, looks like, St. Peter's Prep, the team visiting from New Jersey, with an open water lead over the remaining 3 boats. This is a pretty tight race coming in for third. It looks like half a length at the moment to the Bull School, and they're going to be pumping out a half-length victory over close between Vero Beach and Winter Park. Vero Beach just gets it at the line, and Winter Park comes behind in 5th. So all 5 of those crews will be seeing each other again in the A final, thanks to that plant scratch. But a very dominating performance by Atlanta Juniors, and even St. Peter's Prep as well, staying clear of the remaining Florida teams. A few announcements to the venue here. If you are parked in the drop-off loop without a handicap placard, you must move your car immediately so that we can park handicap vehicles in those spaces. Again, if you are parked in the drop-off loop without a handicap card, you must move your car immediately so that we can park handicap vehicles in those spaces. Also, if you are parked in the grass field in front of the circus tent, you must move your car immediately out of that grass lot or it will be towed. Again, if you're parked in the grass field in front of the circus, you must move your car immediately or it will be towed. And Atlanta Juniors with times coming in now, 6:19, 10 seconds off Sarasota Cruz. So even with that dominant victory in the heat, there was still about a length and a half's worth of time off of Sarasota Cruz. So that's going to be an interesting battle to see tomorrow. But still a very dominant victory, getting the job done today for Atlanta Juniors. And we're waiting on the start for the second 8, actually running pretty ahead of schedule. 8:39 a.m. The next race is scheduled for 8:42, so we have a little bit of break in between the racing now. This next event, it's the women's 2V, their second 8. Just one heat for this one. It's just going to be a race for lanes. The order of finish is going to be the priority of lanes for tomorrow's race. So the winner will be getting the most protected water, which may come in handy, honestly. Tomorrow's winds are going to be pretty blustery, although it's a pretty straight tailwind. For the most part, there might be some variance in the direction horizontally across the course. So a win in this race for lanes will guarantee flat water, protected water. At least a few lanes will be protected from the crosswind that may exist. Obviously, that challenge of more wind and rougher waters will increase exponentially as you move away from the shore. So that's what's at stake here for this race for lanes. So all of these boats will be qualifying for finals. All of these boats will be competing for a medal tomorrow. Depends on what they want out of this race for lanes. Maybe execute their race plan, execute getting a fast lane for tomorrow, or they'll just take it easy, row down the course, nothing special, come back tomorrow, and then show up for the medals. So as we get underway here for the second 8, times are in progress now. So we have a start. So even with the 7-minute center, still running quite ahead of schedule, which is going to be nice going into the lunch break. As you can see, very, very dimly, some blades moving across the water, across the 9 lanes of this event. Again, the higher numbered lanes are closer to the island, closer to the cameras, and the lower numbered lanes are farther away from the island and the cameras. So I can see some folks posted up watching with their tents on the far shore. So if you're watching live on the live stream there, lane 0 is going to be the lane closest to you. So this second 8, lane 0, Miami Beach, lane 1, Winter Park, lane 2, Treasure Coast, lane 3, Space Coast, lane 4, Sarasota Crew, lane 5, Plant High, lane 6, Oars, lane 7, Newport, and lane 8, Atlanta Juniors. So the favorite here, Newport, they finished 3rd at Youth Nationals. They were actually the second highest team to finish, because Row America Rye last year had 2 of their 2V and their 3V finish 1-2, and quite an impressive finish at the Youth Nationals last year. So Newport finished 3rd on the podium. They'll be looking to try and take down that Row America Rye squad. One of the most dominant performances I've seen out of any program in any event. Row America Rye swept a lot of the 8 entries last year at Youth Nationals. Newport's 1V as well finished 2nd to that same Row America Rye program. So they'll be looking to defend their podium position and also try and overtake that dominant Rye program. And it's really fun to see them taking their first steps here at the American Youth Cup. They did race a few weeks ago at a local race in California, but I believe this is going to be their first 2,000-meter race of the season. And it looks like it is that crew from Newport out in lane 7 that has the early lead as they pass through halfway. Newport is the boat that sticks out to me. Again, if you saw their 1V earlier, it was very, very controlled, very, very long, and very together. Some of the cleanest rowing I've seen all year, and especially for an out-of-state program, unfamiliar waters, possibly some jet lag involved, and to be able to keep that quality controlled across 2,000 meters is very, very impressive. Even though Winter Park eventually got them in the sprint, Newport didn't really seem to care, honestly. They just took it in nice and easy, let them have that victory, and are waiting for tomorrow. So let's see if Newport's second 8 will kind of reflect that attitude, as it looks like they're out in front over Atlanta Juniors, Oars, and Winter Park as well on the far side. So these second 8s, they're the next tier of athletes under the first 8. Maybe some younger faces and getting some more higher tier experience. Some senior athletes looking to make the step up into the top 8. But again, this event recently introduced to the Youth Nationals program, so a lot more programs have been taking this event more seriously, as opposed to other years where they will maybe stack some smaller boats out of their next tier guys. But now, with the addition of the second 8 event at Youth Nationals, a lot more competition, a lot more focus on the big boats, and a lot more fast times and exciting racing to see. So as we enter the last 500 meters, it is that boat from Newport clearly out in front. It's going to be another dominant victory, it looks like, in this heat, this race for lanes from Newport. So barring anything surprising, we're going to see that Newport boat in the best lane for tomorrow. But across the board, pretty close for that second place spot between Oars, Atlanta Juniors, and Winter Park on the far side. Those are the boats that seem to be in contention for this race for lanes. And we'll see if this result reflects tomorrow. But at the moment, as they enter the island, it is Newport with a commanding victory, commanding lead over the rest of the field. It's going to be well open water, a length, maybe two, maybe more. So domination, to say the least, by this Newport crew. And again, as they come into focus here, long, together, relaxed, very reminiscent of that 1v8. So this is an 8 that has just as much quality as that first 8. So Newport, their depth showing out. Very, very strong program that you'll be seeing this year. And it is Newport even taking it down some beats as they approach the line. Winter Park on the far side sprinting, trying to catch Oars. So Oars trying to upset Winter Park here out of that Orlando area. Atlanta Juniors looks to be solidly in fourth with Plant High in fifth, but it is Newport with their controlled style. Very long, very controlled, very relaxed as they cross the line with some spectacular rowing. Well open water over Oars, who managed to get the sprint out of Winter Park, flipping the script from their 1v race. Winter Park coming in third. Atlanta Juniors trying to hold off a charge from Plant, and they will do so as they cross the line in fourth. Plant High half a length down in fifth. Space Coast half a length down in sixth. Looks like Sarasota Crew coming in seventh. Treasure Coast and Miami Beach finishing, rounding out the race for lanes in eighth and ninth. And you notice I didn't call Sarasota Crew that much. Normally very, very strong in the eights. You could see that they were reflecting on the men's side, a strong victory in the heats for the men, but the women's second 8 finishing behind Space Coast and Plant. So Plant, same district as Florida in the Florida State region, so they'll be stoked with that. Normally Sarasota Crew, very, very dominant in the West District, but Plant flipping the script today, so they'll be very confident going into tomorrow and the rest of the season if that result continues to hold up. A solid result from Plant. And again, same announcements as before on the venue. Attention on the venue. If you are parked in the drop-off loop without a handicap card, you must move your car immediately, or else that car will be towed. Again, if you are parked in either the drop-off loop or the grass field in front of the circus tent, please move your vehicle, or else it will be towed. So you can see the results on screen if you're watching by the Jumbotron, if you're watching online. Newport taking the win by 10 seconds with a time of 6:49. And that time would have won the first heat of the women's 1v. So again, Newport showing their quality overall as a program. As we get underway with the next race, it's the men's third 8. First heat, we got 2 heats of this one. And the first event with multiple boats from single programs. So Sarasota Crew with 4 boats in this one. Oars with 3. So their 3Vs, 4Vs, 5Vs, 6Vs, etc. will be also could be competing against the third eights from other programs. So in this first heat, we have Sarasota Crew D in lane 1, Oars C in lane 2, Sarasota Crew A lane 3, Winter Park lane 4, Bowles lane 5, St. Peter's Prep lane 6, Belen Jesuit lane 7, and Oars B in lane 8. So Sarasota Crew's 6th varsity, and Oars is 4th and 5th varsity in this heat. So it'll be pretty impressive if any of those lower eights can beat some of these third eights from other programs. That's going to be the test here today for those boats. For the A entries, it's going to be, again, top 5 to the A final, remaining to the B final. And as they come into picture here, last 500, it looks to be the middle boat of Sarasota Crew A. That's their 3V competing against Belen Jesuit. So Sarasota and Belen again coming into picture, battling it out for the lead. So just behind them, it looks to be Oars, and then the rest of the field falling behind them. So top 5 again are moving on to the A final to compete for medals. And that Oars B entry out of lane 8, again, that's a 4th varsity 8. That's not their top 8 in this event. And it looks to me that they're in very, very close contention with that Belen third 8 out of the outside lane, or striking a really high rate, actually, coming into the last 500. Belen looking a little bit scrappy. I can see a lot of water splashing around, typical of the next tier quality of the third 8. But as they come into the final 250 meters, it looks to be those 3 boats out in front, Sarasota Crew A, Belen A, and Oars B, looking to take the top spots here in this first heat. And Oars, to me, it looks like they have overtaken Belen already. A very strong sprint, an early sprint, but nonetheless effective at the moment here, overtaking Belen. Let's see if Belen can respond with their signature strong sprint. See if Oars maybe left it out too early, as it looks to me as Sarasota Crew's A entry really strong. Again, seeing that length out of these top programs coming into play. They look really long, really understroking the field at the moment. Its length is a very, very good symbol of efficiency, power to rate efficiency. So if you see a boat looking pretty calm like this Sarasota Crew's third 8 coming across the line now, they look really calm, really focused, and very together. So very high quality rowing out of this third 8 from Sarasota, as they're going to take the win in this heat. Belen moving back on Oars here as they come down to the line. It's going to be a photo finish here. To my eye, on the surge, it was Oars B. Oars out of lane 8, just taking it over Belen's 3V. So that's a strong result for that Oars B entry. Again, not their top entry in this event. Oars C comes across the line in 4th, followed by Winter Park, Sarasota D, and St. Peter's Prep. As the final boat, Bowles, quite a bit behind the rest of the field, but an impressive effort for Oars to, first of all, overcome their deficit at the beginning, and then hold off another charge from Belen as they just take it at the line. As we see this Bowles crew coming across the line in their final few strokes, they'll be heading to the B final. And they are across the line there. So with a time of 6:24, Sarasota Crew takes the win in the first heat of the men's third 8. Oars B, there's confirmation there, with a .3 second victory over Belen. So if that's what Oars B can do, let's see in this next heat what Oars A can do. I'm going to have to assume that they're faster given that they are the next boat up. So we'll see if they'll be able to take the win here in the next heat. So heat 2 of the men's third eight, it's Sarasota Crew C in lane 2, Bowls B, lane 3, Oars A in lane 4, Miami Beach in 5, Miami Rowing Club in 6, Space Coast in 7, and Sarasota B in 8. As that race is underway now, approaching 1 minute in. As we see some pictures from around the venue, a lot of athletes running around, getting warmed up, getting ready for their races to come, and a lot of activity in the boatyard. Great to see here in February, early February, this Valentine's Day, President's Day weekend. So a lot more exciting races to come. We're just getting started here with the big boats as we're going to move soon into the smaller events by size. And again, just repeating those announcements before on the venue. If you are parked in the drop-off loop without a handicap card, or if you're parked in the grass field in front of the circus tent, you must move your car immediately or else it will be towed. And as we're well underway now with this second heat, 3 minutes into this race, so over halfway, it's looking like the closest lane to shore, that is Sarasota Crew B, looks to be well in front in the lead. So somewhat of a surprising turn of events there. Oars B challenging Sarasota Crew's 3V, Sarasota Crew's A entry in the previous heat. And now kind of flipping that back now in this heat. Sarasota Crew B leading out Oars A, as Oars A looks to be in a fight with 3 other boats. Looks like Miami Beach and Bowls B. Nope, Sarasota Crew C. So another performance of depth here being shown by Sarasota Crew, as their B and C entries in contention for the win here. That's their 4th and 5th eights in contention for the win here in the third 8 category. A bit surprising to see that Oars A boat behind, given that their B boat almost took the win in the previous heat. But it looks like Sarasota B with a dominant lead coming into the last 500 meters. And it's very, very tight between the next 3 boats, between Sarasota C, Oars A, and Miami Beach. So again, Miami Beach not traditionally in the big boats. They have a very, very strong sculling program. Their doubles and quads throughout the years have been very strong on the national scale. So it's really great to see their depth showing up in the eights as they look to make this step up into the big boats. Yep, it looks like Miami Beach is ahead of that Oars A boat at the moment, sitting in that second place position. It looks like Miami Beach. But oars, again, these few of these oars boats have pulled out some pretty impressive sprints, so we'll see if this third eight is able to do that now. And Miami Beach looking very efficient with their blade work. You can see they're not throwing a lot of water around. Their blades are getting in pretty early at the catch compared to that oars boat. It looks like they're squaring up pretty late, maybe missing a little bit of water off the front end. So we'll see if that is the difference as they come into the last few strokes. Sarasota B in that yellow M-Pocker closest to shore, stroking very nicely. And in that battle for second, still very, very tight. I can't call. Maybe Oars has started to stick out a little bit over that Miami Beach boat. Oars certainly with a higher stroke rate at the moment as Sarasota Crew coming across the line now. Sarasota Crew B, again, not their top entry in this event, but they're going to take the win nonetheless here. A length of open water over Oars and Miami Beach. A very tight finish coming in here. And Oars looked like to make up the gap, and they're going to win by an inch. An inch for Oars over that Miami Beach crew. And the coxswain excited, the rowers excited for that. That's a very tight finish there. Sarasota Crew C coming in next and fourth. Miami Rowing Club in fifth. Space Coast and Bowls coming in now as well. So a very impressive comeback there for that second-placed Oars boat. They're going to be looking to improve compared to their B entry come tomorrow. So we'll see. That's going to be an interesting battle between two boats from the same program as Space Coast takes a length out of Bowls B. So I'm going to be looking at that for tomorrow. Oars A versus Oars B. Also Sarasota Crew A versus Sarasota Crew B. Both of Sarasota Crew boats taking dominant victories in their respective heats. So that's going to be another interesting battle to follow for tomorrow out of these third eights. So Sarasota Crew B, a time of 6 minutes, 30 seconds. 6 seconds behind their A entry. Both boats look very long and controlled, so maybe with more to give, but efficient and controlled nonetheless. So it's going to be an interesting battle between those two boats out of those two programs. Oars B, 6:33, just comparing the times here. So yeah, Oars B, 6:33 in the first heat, getting the bragging rights over Oars A, 6:38. So that's going to be an interesting discussion back in the boathouse for Oars. 5 seconds the difference between their A and B entries. So maybe we'll see an upset tomorrow. Oars B possibly upsetting the A entry and shuffling those lineups in the coming months. As the next race just received notification is underway. That is the Women's Youth Third Eight. So this is, again, another race for lanes. All of these boats will be advancing to the A final tomorrow and will be in contention for medals. Again, the finishing order will determine their priority for who gets the best lane. Most protected from the win is obviously the most ideal. And with these third eights, the drop in quality, perhaps drop in experience, compared to the higher tier boats, could provide the difference between winning and losing based on the water. So with the amount of experience that these rowers have in these lower boats, it could prove to be the difference if they have rough water versus smooth water. So we'll see how important the lanes are to these third eights, as it's another 9-boat race. Lane 0, Sarasota Crew C. So that's their 5th eight. That's their fifth eight. Oars B in lane 1. Space Coast A, lane 2. Oars A, lane 3. Plant High, lane 4. Sarasota Crew A, lane 5. Winter Park, lane 6. Sarasota Crew B in lane 7. And Oars C in lane 8. So the draw today here, you can see all the A crews are centered in the middle of the course, with the B and C entries from Sarasota Crew and Oars flanking the outside. As the only thing I can say for sure at the moment, as expected with their respective letters, looks like the B and C entries have fallen off the pace compared to the A entries. The only thing I can tell for sure is that there's 3 boats in the middle competing for the top spots as they enter the second half of this one. Looks like lane 5, Sarasota Crew A, lane 6, Winter Park A, and lane 3, Oars A, are the 3 crews that look to be sticking out from the rest of the pack. And again, these 3 programs, very large in terms of the amount of athletes and consequently a lot more depth of quality in their lower boats. So these 3 programs sticking out as they start to come into focus. Not quite yet on the stream. We'll looking at the results from the third 8 at the moment right now. Again, Oars A finishing some time behind Sarasota Crew B. And as this race starts to develop here, coming closer to the line, it looks to be Winter Park and Sarasota Crew starting to distance themselves from Oars as we come into the last 750 of this one. And we apologize. The camera. Oh, there we go. The camera is getting the pictures from there now. As it looks like Sarasota Crew, a few seats up on that Winter Park third 8, followed closely by Oars. So Winter Park and Oars, the 2 Orlando-based programs, along with Sarasota Crew, sticking themselves out from the rest of the field. As it looks to be Sarasota Crew by maybe a length, 3/4 of a length, ahead of the field at the moment. Oars, we've seen some pretty fantastic sprints out of that program in these few races. So we'll see if they have anything in response to overcome Winter Park and Sarasota. As the angle starts to widen out, it actually looks a lot more close than I initially thought. Winter Park might be ahead. Yep, it looks to be that Winter Park has taken the lead over Sarasota Crew and Oars. Again, this Winter Park program, their top 8 looking for 4 national championships in the row at the 1,500-meter distance. And they'll be looking to continue that stretch for many years to come as these lower boats also show their quality. And it looks like Oars has also overtaken Sarasota Crew for that second place spot. Still very tight between those two, though, with water running out in the last 250 meters. Here we go. 3 boats in contention for the win here. It's Winter Park in control at the moment. Oars challenging now. Sarasota Crew starting to drop off just a little bit off the pace, but we'll see if they have anything left to mount a charge back. As there's that sprint again from Oars. They're taking it up really, really strongly. Ratio pretty decent, especially for a third 8. As, yep, it looks like that Orr's boat may have just stuck out with that sprint. Sarasota Crew starting to charge back to Winter Park now. As, yep, Orr's has definitely taken out a lead now, looking to secure their priority lane for the race tomorrow. As Orr's approaching the line now, a length ahead of Winter Park, who is just a few seats ahead of Sarasota Crew. Let's see if they can hold their composure as Sarasota Crew tries to charge back, but Winter Park, it looks like they're going to hold on by just a few seats. Orr's takes a length lead of open water victory, and they are ecstatic about that. Stroke Seed and Coxon celebrating. Winter Park half length ahead of Sarasota Crew. They were able to sprint their way back in front to have a significant lead there. Followed by Orr's B. Well behind the 3 leaders, but still in 4th place nevertheless. Sarasota Crew B coming in next. So that's going to be a battle to watch there between Orr's B and Sarasota B, the 2 4th varsity 8s in the event together here. So if you're aware, there is a 4th varsity event at the state championships, Florida State Championships. So these 2 boats will be seeing each other in their own event, I'm sure sometime in April. So that's going to be a confidence boosting result for that Orr's B crew. Sarasota Crew B and Space Coast A cross the line. Plant High finishing it out, and it looks like we have a boat stopped on the course as well. That's Orr's C, unfortunately. Maybe. I don't see an oar stuck in the water. And they've just picked it up going again. So, yeah, it looks like there's some equipment issues going on with that Orr's C. It looks like Balfour is not rowing, unfortunately. They're trying to get it back together. This has allowed, is that Sarasota Crew C on the far side to claw their way back and get the second to last spot there. So Orr's B just picking it up now. Let's see if they can recover. A little bit of a battle here. Yep, that 4-seat, unfortunately, in that Orr's boat must have an equipment malfunction. Yep, her oar seems to be out of the oar lock. And as a tight finish, actually. Wow, I couldn't call that from my eye. A seven woman boat there between Orr's and a Sarasota Crew C, so I couldn't call that finish from my eye. Closest finish of the day. The last 2 boats of the third 8. And yep, Sarasota there. That equipment malfunction just cost Orr's that 8th place spot as Sarasota Crew takes the battle of the C entries. And again, Orr's A taking that win. 7:11 is that time. 7:18 for Winter Park, followed by Sarasota Crew A. So that's going to be the battle for the lead coming into tomorrow. Again, all of these boats will be racing each other again in the exact same race for the third 8. As we get into the next event, it's the men's youth straight 4 is the first heat. So not 8s. So the 8s will be done for the time being. I believe the freshman 8s are the next big boat that'll be coming down the course, but for now it's going to be the straight 4. So sweep entry, so 1 oar per person, but no coxswain is the kicker here. No coxswain steering, so the steering is up to the rowers. Motivation is up to the rowers, so no coxswain on board. Straight 4, one of my favorite events, even though I am a coxswain by heart, but straight 4, it's a super fun event, but also very difficult as well to master. The U.S. trials have actually started to implement straight 4 trials instead of having them go through a selection camp, just because that level of competition is so high throughout the world. Very, very close, so every little nuance can be the difference between winning and losing in this event. And as we come into the final 250, we picked up this race pretty late here. It's going to be, looks like Orr's out of lane 6, leading out the field. Followed closely by Belen Jesuit And looks like Miami Rowing Club. Yep, that's Miami Rowing Club. Uh, Contesting Belen for that second place position, but Orr's firmly in the lead at the moment out of lane 7. Miami Rowing Club has opened up a lead against Belen for that second place spot, challenging Orr's, but it looks pretty controlled for that Orr's 8 from that Orr's 4 as they come across the line here now. It's going to be Orr's ahead of Miami Rowing Club, ahead of Belen Jesuit, and it looks like Bowles versus Miami Beach coming in for that 4th place spot. Miami Beach taking half a length out of Bowles. St. Peter's and Canisius, 2 out-of-state programs battling it out. And St. Peter's is going to take it today. Canisius coming in 6th, and a very close finish there between Team Tampa and Orr's B for the remaining position. So a relatively close spread there between all 9 of those boats. That was a race for lanes, by the way, so all of those boats will be competing again. So very close margins relative to the other events that we've seen today. So we'll see if any of those results will be flipped tomorrow. Strong performance by Orr's, Miami Rowing Club, and Belen Jesuit not too far behind. Rather surprising result there for Canisius. They finished 3rd at Youth Nationals in this very event. Obviously, they haven't been on the water, being out of Buffalo. Everything's frozen up there right now, so they'll be trying to tinker with their technique, getting used to on the water rowing again, but I'd expect that straight forward to be competitive later in the year once they get some water time. Again, that Canisius boat finished 3rd at Youth Nationals in this straight 4 event, with a few of their rowers actually double racing at Youth Nats. So even with that going against them, still medaling, they'll definitely be gunning for a top result again this year in the straight 4. As we got the next event, the women's straight 4 now. This is a 2 heats coming your way. Top 5 to the A final again. So we got Sarasota Crew B out of lane 2, Sarasota Scullers out of lane 3, Newport lane 4, Atlanta Juniors lane 5, Orr's lane 6, and Cape Coral lane 7. So we'll see if Newport can reflect their dominance in the 8s in the smaller boats. Not a very large cohort that they brought over from California, so I'm going to assume that a lot of these girls, if not all 4 of these girls, have already raced in one of the 8s that were previously held. And it looks like that Newport 4, again, with another dominant lead coming into the last 500, and it looks like a very, very large lead, especially by the straight 4 standards. Atlanta Juniors looks to be the next boat challenging, but pretty well off the lead. So Atlanta Juniors will be looking to consolidate that second place. And a battle for 3rd between, looks like, Orr's and Sarasota Crew B. And Newport now coming into the picture. Very clearly you can see they've lengthed it out. They're rowing at a remarkably low rate. Most likely conserving energy from their previous race and for the races coming up later. They have a few entries in the pair and a few, obviously, their 8s tomorrow as well. So A lot of meters being rode for those girls, but quality meters nonetheless, as their quality definitely has shown in the few races that they've been a part of. As they come into the last 250 here, Newport with a commanding lead, but lengthened out quite significantly here. Stroking at a 30.28. So remarkably low for a race setting. Normally you would see these crews up at 34 or higher, but Newport is stroking at under a 30 strokes a minute, which is quite impressive to see that they have the room and the space to be able to lengthen out like that. Conserve a lot of energy for later races to come and for tomorrow as well, the all important finals. As again, the quality is shown out of this Californian club, looking to repeat their dominance out of the Southwest region and hopefully take the national championships in their top events. As Newport crossed the line, well ahead of Atlanta Juniors coming in. Looks like they're executing a sprint there, rowing pretty short, significantly higher rate than Newport. And across the line they go. Almost an equidistant gap to the next place boat, Oars, sporting a little bucket in the middle of that boat. As there goes Oars across the line, followed by Sarasota Crew B. Then Cape Coral and Sarasota Scullers rounding out that heat. So, contrary to the men's straight four right before, very spread out. Pretty huge gaps, honestly, between each and every boat. So we'll see how these fours mix in with the other fours from the next heat, as that race is also already underway. The second heat of the women's straight four. Top 5 again will be moving on to the final. There are 5 boats in this final, or in this heat, so all 5 of these boats will be advancing to the final to race the top 5 out of this heat. Top 5 from heat 1 are lane 4 Newport with a dominant win, followed by Atlanta Juniors, then Oars, Sarasota Crew B, and Cape Coral will be your 5 racing in the A final. And yeah, if you're looking at the times here, 10 to 15 seconds between each and every boat in the first heat. So very spread out evenly. And we'll see how they mix in with the second heat boats that will all be advancing to the A final. We got North Palm Beach in lane 2, Space Coast lane 3, Team Tampa lane 4, Miami Rowing Club in lane 5, and Sarasota Crew A in lane 6. As they come into the last 500, it looks like the 2 boats in front, closer gaps this time around, between Sarasota Crew and North Palm Beach, I believe. Again, these straight fours have no coxswains, so oftentimes you're going to see some pretty dodgy steering out of these crews if they are relatively inexperienced with the foot steering. These rowers, since they don't have hands available, they actually steer with their toes, with their feet pointed in a angle at whichever angle they want to turn at. So, looks like Sarasota Crew out in front ahead of North Palm Beach. They have a very good line. Looks like, I believe my sister is actually in bow seat of this 8 steering this one. So, I guess the coxswain genes have kind of carried over there. She's steering pretty well as we come into the last 250. Very close gap between them and North Palm Beach on the far side. As third place, solidly, it looks to be Miami Rowing Club. As we come into the finish here, it's very close actually between this North Palm Beach crew and Sarasota crew. Sarasota crew, very aggressive back end swings here versus North Palm Beach. They kind of load up the front end. So two different styles of rowing that we're seeing here. North Palm Beach looks to be significantly larger, so a lot more power available to them, as it looks like that's going to be the difference here today. North Palm Beach stretched out a full-length lead over Sarasota crew. As they come across the line here, it's North Palm Beach with an open water lead through the sprint. Sarasota crew coming in second. Miami Rowing Club following behind. So a good race between Sarasota crew and North Palm Beach. Let's see if they can overturn that result tomorrow. As Miami Rowing Club across the line now. And it's going to be interesting to see how Newport and the other contenders from the previous heat will mix into this heat. You can maybe tell from the times. North Palm Beach 10 seconds slower than the winning Newport boat from last heat. And that Newport, as I said before, understroking by quite a bit, low stroke rates. So they definitely have more speed in the tank. As here comes Space Coast coming across the line fourth, followed by Team Tampa across the line here. So again, all five of those boats will be progressing to the A final tomorrow. Mixing in with the 5 boats from the first heat. And yeah, based on these times, it looks like, even though the first heat was pretty spread out, it looks like they're going to mix in quite close with the boats from the second heat. So expect to see some exciting racing tomorrow, maybe some results flipped in this Women's Youth Straight 4. The next event, Men's Youth Coxed 4. So without a coxswain, we're transitioning straight into the 4s with a coxswain. I did say how much I like the straight 4. It's light, it's aggressive, and it's a smaller boat, so you can really, really pick up speed in the straight 4. Coxed 4, not so much. Again, with the addition of the coxswain there, boat's obviously going to be quite a bit heavier. I definitely prefer the straight 4 over the cox 4 as a rower and as a coxswain. Not a big fan of laying down in the cox 4. Very susceptible to water. The headrests there aren't very comfortable. Yeah, I'd rather not in the cox 4, but one of the biggest entry lists here at this edition of the American Youth Cup, which brings me to the fact that this is, I can confirm, the largest entry list here at the American Youth Cup in race history. 570 entries here today. That's almost 100 more entries than the next largest edition of this race. So we welcome everybody here racing and supporting to the venue here at Nathan Benderson Park. We hope you're enjoying the Florida weather. A little windy today, but the sun has come out to join us, contrary to earlier this morning. So it looks to be sunny, a little bit windy day, but what's a good race without some breeze, right? Got to make things a little interesting somehow. So the Cox 4 coming in a minute, so that's a 9:31 start time. And I'm going to take this time again for those on the venue to please, again, make sure that your vehicles are moved from the drop-off loop handicap spots and from the circus tent. Again, these vehicles will be towed in due course if not moved. So I believe the circus lot is the main issue at the moment. So please continue to move your vehicles out of the circus lot. That is the field, and that is the grassy field that is on the island. So please continue to move your vehicles out of that area. Also, the people may have received a coupon for a free T-shirt. And if you did receive that coupon, that needs to be redeemed at the Fine Designs vendor tent. So Fine Designs vendor tent um, on the island. That is where you will be redeeming your free T-shirt if you have received a coupon. So again, please continue to move your vehicles out of the circus grassy parking lot, and free T-shirts. So that's pretty cool. And we're still waiting on the start for the next heat at the moment. A lane change for you, contrary to what's listed on Crew Timer, right before we get this race underway. St. Peter's Prep, out of listed as lane 1, will be coming down in lane 9, which is closer to the shore. So they'll be completely switching sides in this edition. So the field for you, it'll be 8 boats in this heat. This is a pretty large field, 24 entries for this one. So there'll be 3 heats. This is the first 3 heat event. Top 3 will move to the A final. The next 3 to the B final. And we won't be having C finals here this weekend. So unfortunately, any boats left out will be excluded from tomorrow's racing, unfortunately. So top 6 to race at all tomorrow, and top 3 in your heat to be racing for medals. So in this first heat, still waiting on it to come to go underway, we have Atlanta Juniors in lane 2, Miami Rowing Club lane 3, Miami Beach lane 4, Bowls lane 5, Sarasota Crew A lane 6, North Palm Beach 7, Treasure Coast 8, and St. Peter's Prep C in 9. So this is the Cox 4 again. Coxswains in the mix now. They'll be handling the steering and the calls. Rowers will just be focused on pulling as hard as they can across the line, as we have word that the race is underway. First heat of the men's Youth 4. 3 heats coming your way in this event. Top 3 to the A final. Places 4 through 6 in the B. And anyone else? Unfortunately, their weekend will be done in this event. So again, we apologize for not being able to show you pictures from the start or from the first half of the course. As you may know, this area was hit pretty hard by Hurricanes Milton and Helene. If you look out towards the wave attenuator, that's normally what would be the solid path that goes all the way down to the start line. You can see there's a lot of disconnected areas from what would normally be a structure there, providing equipment and transportation up and down the course. So unfortunately, the electronics were taken out as well from the hurricane. If you've seen any pictures, this island was actually completely flooded from, I believe it was Milton, which was the worst one in this area. And yeah, unfortunately, that still has not been repaired. That's why we don't have any pictures from the start. So bear with us as we continue to provide coverage of the second halves of these races. Hopefully that the venue will be able to repair this equipment in time for the state championships coming up in April, as well as the youth national championships, which I believe are scheduled to be held here in June. And it looks like we may have scratched the start for the first heat. Meant you for the times disappeared there. Again, we don't have pictures down there, so I don't know exactly what's going on there, but saw some times going, and then they stopped. So maybe a scratch start, maybe a equipment failure, false start, some sort of issue happening at the start line, which will be delaying uh, at least the first heat. We'll get word from once we know. So again, I'll continue to announce the parking issue from the circus lot. If your car is still parked in the grassy area of the circus lot, have fun finding that car when it gets towed. That'll be a fun side quest for those involved. One that I would not recommend. So if you want to avoid that fate, please move your vehicle from the grassy parking lot by the circus. And if you received coupons for a free T-shirt, that will be redeemable at the Fine Designs vendor tent. So a lot of vendors here closer towards the grandstands, closer towards the finish line. One of those vendors is the Fine Designs vendor tent. That's where you'll be picking up a free T-shirt if you have a coupon. Still waiting on the start for the men's youth 4. Maybe they'll loading up the second heats. And as I say that, the first heat times are going. So again, the field here for the first heat. Lane 2, Atlanta Junior. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4, Miami Beach. Lane 5, Bowls. Lane 6, Sarasota. Lane 7, North Palm Beach. Lane 8, Treasure Coast. And Lane 9 will be St. Peter's Prep. They are currently listed as Lane 1 on Crew Timer, but there was a lane change there. So St. Peter's Prep will be coming down Lane 9. And I can see in the distance that there are boats on the course, so it looks like that race is now underway officially, without any issues, hopefully. As they start to make their way down the course. Again, the Coxed 4, different from the boats you just saw. They have a coxswain, so an extra person in that boat, making the calls and doing the steering, but consequently making the boat just a little heavier for the 4 rowers involved. Personally, not a fan of the Coxed 4, but a lot of entries nonetheless. Yeah, the Cox 4, it's an interesting one. Not an event at any major international stage besides the junior world stage. I believe there's also a Cox 4 at the U23 level too, but at the senior level, nope. No Cox 4 for that level. They only have straight 4s. If you remember, the U.S. men's Olympic straight 4 was the one that won gold for the first time in something like 64 years at Paris. Actually trained right here in Nathan Benderson Park for quite a time, that straight 4. Iman Glavin took a very, very good video of one of their practices you can find on YouTube. That is here. They were training here for quite a while under Coach Casey Galvinick, who's also the head coach of Sarasota Crew. So if you want to see what Benderson looks like normally on a practice day, then you can see that video. The water is great. The afternoon is very calm looking. Nothing out of the ordinary. Today, unfortunately, some blustery conditions, but it's a tailwind, so faster conditions. So as we pass the first 3 minutes of this race, just past halfway for all crews involved. So it looks like we did indeed have a clean start on that front. So it's 9:31 at the or 9:41, sorry, at the moment. Lunch break will be approximately 11:19, I believe, is the last race that goes before the lunch break. Um, a little information about me. I am a former coxswain for Sarasota Crew. I coxed for them for 7 years as a men's coxswain. I am now at the University of Florida, so any Gators out there, go Gators. I am a second-year coxswain for that program as well. If you are a high school rower interested in maybe rowing at the University of Florida, I'll be hanging out around the tower around the lunch break. I am wearing a very obnoxiously blue and orange shirt, so it won't be too hard to find me. Again, if you're interested in learning more about rowing at the University of Florida, rowing at the collegiate level, learning more about anything on that front, feel free to come up, chat with me by the tower during the lunch break. As we come into the last 500 of the first heat of the men's Cox 4, a little bit of a delay earlier, but now we're well underway here. It looks like lane 8, I think that is, Treasure Coast, looks to be in the mix for the lead, as well as lane 6, I believe that is. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew. And it looks like a reddish shell out on the far side of the course. That must be Atlanta Juniors. So those three boats here, Sarasota Crew right next to them, the Bowl School, and Atlanta Juniors looks to be the top three. Atlanta Juniors trying to hold off a charge from Treasure Coast. They're in lane 8. So if you're on that far dock there, on the awards dock that sticks out onto the shore, you're going to get a very, very close look at Treasure Coast in lane 8, but also St. Peter's coming down in lane 9. St. Peter's actually doesn't have a buoy line on their starboard side, so they're going to be coming real close to that dock there. So if you're a St. Peter's supporter, that's going to be a great spot to catch your boat coming down the course. Again, that's St. Peter's C. So that's their C entry coming down the course now. But as we come into the last few strokes here for the leaders, it's Sarasota Crew out ahead in the last 150 meters, ahead of Atlanta Juniors. They're charging as well. In the middle, that's Bulls solidly in third. That's going to be your top three advancing to the A final. Again, top three boats advancing to the A final. Next three going to the B. So it's going to be somewhat of a tight finish here. It looks like half a length, maybe less than that, for Sarasota Crew. They're going to come across the line in first. Yep, half a length. And across the line they go, victorious in the first heat of the men's 4, Coxed 4, followed by Atlanta Juniors. Then it's Bulls in third, rounding out the A finalists out of Heat 1. Miami Beach coming down in lane 4. They're going to be the top boat heading to the B final out of Heat 1. Treasure Coast followed a length behind in lane 8. And the last boat, Miami Rowing Club. They're going to be qualifying for the B final as well. And across the line they go. So that leaves North Palm Beach. North Palm Beach and St. Peter's C, unfortunately, out for the weekend. And across the line goes North Palm Beach there. And St. Peter's C, the first boat to test out lane 9. Unfortunately, that result did not carry them through to progress to the day 2. So they're across the line there, very close to shore. But Nathan Benderson has allows us to utilize 10 lanes of space, which provides for some very, very exciting racing. So we'll see lane 9 in use a lot tomorrow for sure, as we've got plenty of 10 boat A finals coming your way in day 2. Well, that does it for the first heat of the men's Youth 4. Sarasota Crew taking the victory. Atlanta Juniors and Bowl School, all A entries, qualifying for the A final. Miami Beach, Treasure Coast, Miami Rowing Club, qualifying for the B final. Treasure Coast, by the way, interesting. That's a B entry that finished 5th. That will be going to the B final. So we've yet to see their A entry. But moving on now to the second heat of the men's youth Coxed 4. Lane 1, Miami Rowing Club B. Lane 2, St. Peter's B. Lane 3, Canisius. Lane 4, Team Tampa. Lane 5, Wayland Weston. Lane 6, University School. Lane 7, Oars. And Lane 8, Sarasota B. So a new team unlocked here for this second heat of the men's Youth 4. That's Wayland Weston in the middle of the course. Another team out of Massachusetts. I think we saw Bromfield also out of Massachusetts earlier in one of the women's 8s. Another Massachusetts team here testing out the warm Florida waters in Wayland Weston. So that's another program that likely has been confined to the ergs for the majority of the past few months, and coming down here, getting some water time, getting some valuable race experience. A lot of these teams, I think Wayland Weston actually and Bromfield Acton Boxborough, will be staying another week to race at the Sarasota Invite race next week. I believe that's a 1,500 race, 1,500 meter race. So 2 races in the span of a week for those 2 programs. Making the most out of their time here in sunny Sarasota, Florida. As we come down here into the last quarter of this one, it looks to be the close 3 boats here that are in control. That's University School in lane 6, Oars A, lane 7, Sarasota Crew B in lane 8. Again, top 3 boats are going to progress to the A finals here. And it looks that those 3 boats are solidly set here. The positions maybe not so much here, so we'll see if there any last-minute sprints can change the order of this one. But it looks like the University School out of Davie, Florida, in lane 6 looks to be in control of this one, ahead of Oars A and Sarasota B in that order. University School looks like they have an open water lead on the field. Very promising program. Again, another program that's normally involved in the small boats. They've had some pretty fast singles and doubles in the past, and they'll be looking to carry this 4. If this result stands tomorrow as well, they'll definitely be looking to convert this into a state championship win later in the year. So it looks like they have a very strong 4 coming into 2025. So be on the lookout for them as the year progresses. But it's going to be the University School taking the win in Heat 2, lane 6, taking it by open water over Oars. Oars A sprinting to hold off Sarasota Crew B. And a pretty close finish. Miami Rowing Club, I think, has clawed back. Maybe they have enough to take Sarasota Crew spot. That's an A final spot at stake right there. So NSU takes the win. Or second, and Miami Rowing Club just left out of the A final here. They'll be the top boat in the B final. Sarasota Crew rounding out the A final spots. Canisius in lane 3, headed to the B final as well. And then a large gap back to the last B final crew. That looks to be Team Tampa. So Team Tampa will be rounding out the B finalists from Heat 2. Unfortunately, looks like St. Peter's Prep B and Wayland Weston will not be joining them in racing tomorrow. But again, a strong performance from that University School crew. Smaller program compared to a lot of these large Florida teams. So they'll be definitely stoked with that one and looking to convert that into a medal for tomorrow. Sarasota Crew B and Oars will be joining them in the A final as St. Peter's crossed the line a few lengths ahead of Wayland Weston, which will round out the second heat of the men's Youth 4. One more heat to go, Heat 3. We have in Lane 2, University School B, Lane 3, St. Peter's Prep A, Treasure Coast A in Lane 4, Belen Jesuit Lane 5, Aquinas Lane 6, Cape Coral Lane 7, Atlanta Juniors Lane 8, that's their B entry, and Winter Park in 9. So another Lane 9 crew coming your way for those standing on the dock. As they are 2.5 minutes underway, as we see on the screen there. So we'll see if some of these A entries can stick their noses into the A final here. St. Peter's Prep yet to qualify a crew even for the B final. So their A entry will be looking to keep them in contention in the Cox 4 for tomorrow. At least have a presence in the field for tomorrow. Some other teams here of note, University School. This is their B entry racing now. You just saw their A entry take a pretty dominant victory. In the second heat. So we'll see what their B entry has in store for us. Another A entry of note, Belen Jesuit. Their 8 took a pretty impressive victory in their 8, and I can see Costello, who was a part of that 8, is now in the 4. So a pretty high quality 4 you would have to expect from Belen Jesuit. And as I say that, it looks like that's the crew that's out in front coming into the second half of this race. Next to them, Treasure Coast A. Looks to be in second place, also challenging is Winter Park A. So the Winter Park men, somewhat quiet earlier in these early events. So they'll be looking to make some noise here in the smaller boats and possibly the younger age boats as well. As the angle starts to come into play, it looks like Winter Park and Treasure Coast are battling it out for that second place spot. Again, top 3 will be moving on to the A final, contending for medals. So it looks like, again, here, we've been seeing a similar spread, a similar pattern in the previous 2 heats. 3 boats confidently out in front, followed by the next 3 that will qualify for the B final. But yep, it looks like as they come closer to my point of view, Belen Jesuit out in front, in control, similar to what their 8 did earlier, their 1v8 did earlier to this morning. And it's still, maybe it looks like Winter Park is ahead of Treasure Coast at the moment. And yep, as they enter the island area, it is Belen Jesuit out in front in control, followed closely by Winter Park and Treasure Coast. Atlanta Juniors B trying to stick their nose in for a qualifying spot. We'll see if they can challenge. It looks like Treasure Coast in 3rd right now. So Atlanta Juniors slowly creeping up on Treasure Coast, it looks like, in the sprint. We'll see if they have anything left in the tank to try and nip a qualification spot into the A final away from Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast's B entry also to the A final, so we'll see if Treasure Coast A is able to hold on for that final qualification spot. Looks very close to me right now. I can't definitively tell yet, but What I can tell you is that Belen Jesuit's going to take the win in the third heat of the men's youth Cox 4. Going to be a medal contender for sure going into tomorrow. No need to sprint this time for Belen. They look very confident in their strokes, very sharp at the catch, even after 2,000 meters of racing. So quality rowing from this 4 as they are across the line now. Large margin here. And Treasure Coast and Winter Park. Treasure Coast has actually come back against Winter Park. Winter Park in this close lane, lane 9, trying to hold on to that second place position. It's going to be down to the line, and Winter Park has taken it by deck. Winter Park has taken it by deck. Yep, splashing the water from the bow seat there. They're happy to hold on to that second place position. Treasure Coast, a valiant effort to try and make up ground on that Winter Park boat. They may have been kicked into gear by this Atlanta Juniors boat crossing the line now. They looked pretty close between Treasure Coast and Atlanta Junior, but not enough to overcome that second place Winter Park crew. St. Peter's Prep A, unfortunately, not qualifying for the A final, but there will be at least one St. Peter's boat competing tomorrow in this event in the Cox 4. They'll be in the B final for that St. Peter's A entry. 3 more boats still on the course now. It's between Aquinas, University B, and Cape Coral. So Aquinas, a relatively new team. They became a scholastic program previously known as Hollywood Youth Club, Youth Rowing Club. But they transitioned into a scholastic program, St. Thomas Aquinas High School, I believe out of Fort Lauderdale. So they'll be coming in. Is that the last spot for the B final? Yep, St. Thomas Aquinas looks like they have taken the last spot out of the Heat 3 in the B finals. NSU, University School B, and Cape Coral rounding out the field there. And that's the Cox 4 for the men concluded. 9 boats A final, 9 boats B final, and I believe 2 boats in each heat, unfortunately, done racing for this weekend. Looking at the times here, very, very close between all 3 heat winners. Sarasota Crew A in Heat 1, University School A in Heat 2, both with a time of 6:52. A tenth of a second, less than a tenth of a second, separates their times. So very close finishes will be in store for tomorrow. Belen Jesuit's going to take the overall time at 6:50, so 2 seconds ahead of the other 2 heat winners. So the top 3 heat winners going to be your medal contenders for tomorrow, unless another crew who qualified for the A final can pull out an upset and steal one of those medal positions. And same amount of entries for the women's Cox 4 now coming down the course now. So another 3 heats, same deal, top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B. So lane 1, we have Bromfield Acton Boxborough out of Massachusetts. This is their B crew in lane 1. Lane 2, Aquinas. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew A. Lane 4, Cape Coral. Lane 5, Newport. Lane 6, Bowles. Lane 7, University School A. And Lane 8, Atlanta Juniors B. So we saw the dominance that Newport put up in the straight 4 earlier today, and all of their 8s have put up dominating performances as well. Cox 4, a bit of a different beast. Again, rowers that can be effective in the 8 in the bigger boats sometimes can be exposed with the tough conditions that the Cox 4 can present. Less people to maybe hide behind if your rowing is not up to par compared to the rest of your teammates. So it will be interesting to see how the Cox 4 plays out. Newport had no trouble in the straight 4, and it looks to me that that is again going to be the case in the Cox 4. So it looks like it's going to be Newport out of lane 5 in control, but Not too dominant of a lead this time. It looks like Aquinas is challenging, at least somewhat in the realm of Newport for this race. But again, Newport just flexing at this point. Low stroke rate from this crew. Again, as we've seen with the other 8s in the heats and that same straight 4. Let's see what the stroke rating is here. Again, a 30. So around a 30 stroke rate for this Newport crew. Again, typically you'll see racing crews up at a 34 or higher, but still very controlled, not taking any chances, not wasting any energy, closing out the win in the first heat of the Women's Youth 4 as they come down the course. It looks like to be a 3-way battle between the second place spots. Again, top 3 qualifying for the A final. So there's 3 boats competing for 2 spots in the A final. It's going to come down to the wire here between Aquinas. Looks like, is that a, yep, that's a Sarasota crew. No, that's Bowles. Between Bowles and Atlanta Junior B. Aquinas, Bowles, and Atlanta Junior B competing for 2 spots in the A final. Newport obviously has 1, but it's going to come down to the line for the last 2. Which 2 crews will be heading to the A final and which crew will be left out? It looks like Aquinas is going to take that second spot, so it's down between Bowles and Atlanta B as Newport crosses the line with another dominant win. Here comes Aquinas coming in for second. This third spot, it looks like Bowles is just starting to stretch out in the sprint. Atlanta Junior B trying to fight, but it looks like Bowles is going to take a length in the last few strokes here and take the last qualifying spot for that A final. Bowles comes across the line in third. They're into the A final. Atlanta Juniors B, unfortunately left out. They're going to be down to the B final. Joining them in the B final is Bromfield. Yep, that's Bromfield Acton Boxborough, Massachusetts team. And that's going to be Sarasota Crew A coming in 6th. So that leaves Lane 7, University School, and Cape Coral, who is well behind the field, the rest of the pack. So University School and Cape Coral done for the weekend in this event. But another dominant showing by Newport. They're already paddling in. That seems to be the trend out of those crews. A light morning paddle. And that's also going to be a confidence-boosting result for that Bowles crew managing to out-sprint that Atlanta Juniors crew. That Atlanta Juniors crew looks spent coming into the last few strokes. And Bowles has something left in the tank to really up the stroke rate, up the energy, taking that last qualification spot away. But again, that's Atlanta Juniors' that's their B entry, so we've yet to see their A entry. So that bodes well if the difference in speed is accurate there. That bodes well for their A entry. Their B entry just missing out, so their A entry will be looking to secure a spot for Atlanta Juniors in the A final. As we are underway for the second heat of the Women's Cox 4. In Lane 1, we have Bull C. Lane 2, Marion Mercy. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4, North Palm Beach. Lane 5, Newport. Lane 6, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 7, Sarasota Crew B. And Lane 8, Oars B. And that's Cape Coral across the line from the first heat. So, looking at the entry list here, Marion. Oh, there's another Newport boat in here. So, probably another repeat of the first heat. I would have to expect that. Newport's 2 4s aren't separated. They're both listed as A entries, so We'll see. We'll have to see the times come in to see which one is uh, the de facto A, or we'll have to wait for tomorrow because Newport tends to stretch out and not spend all of their energy at the end of these races. So we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see who gets the bragging rights out of those two Newport crews, assuming that this Lane 5 crew is going to qualify for the A final. It looks to be a closer race coming into the last 500 meters. Newport, I think, is out in front, but not by much. There's a big mix. There's about 4 crews involved trying to get that second place spot. So the trend in the first 2 heats of this women's 4, Newport out in front, and the dogfight for the last 2 qualifying spots behind. Again, this is a top 3 to the A final scenario. 4 boats trying to fight for 2 spots with Newport out in front, taking the last one. So as they enter the last 500, it's Newport. Looks like the boat on the outside, oars B, is in contention, as well as North Palm Beach, and next to them as well, Miami Rowing Club. So it looks like those 3 boats are in contention. Marion Mercy out of Philadelphia following just behind, fighting with Atlanta Juniors' A entry. But it looks like Newport have stretched out a little bit, but I'm not so sure that they'll be comfortable enough with this win. It looks like that lane outside, that boat outside, oars B, looks to be walking on this Newport boat. So have they stretched out too early? Are they getting a little bit too comfortable? This is the first time that Newport has been challenged at all at this regatta. So have they gotten a little bit too comfortable? Again, the coxswains are in the front of the boat. They can't really see behind. They're situated very low in these seats. So has that coxswain maybe misjudged how far ahead they were? And has that let oars B? Again, this is a B entry, so another surprise there for oars. But yeah, it looks like oars B has connection, and Newport's still not sprinting. They're still very low at around a 30 rate again. But oars B looks to be maybe have caught them napping, but as they come down to the line in the last 250 meters, Newport out in front just ahead of oars B. Oars B really turning it up now. Newport still keeping it long. Maybe they just taken it up a beat or 2 to try and hold off this charging 4. Some steering now from this oars B crew. Is that going to cost them the momentum enough to overtake this Newport boat? Now this Newport boat has started to put some energy in the legs. Looks a little bit more lively off the front end now. So this Newport boat turned it up just a little bit, just enough to secure an open water lead. So Newport's going to cross the line in first, but a rather surprising outcome towards the end of that. Oars B, a valiant effort to try and take the win there. They'll be proud with that. And Miami Rowing Club is going to take the last spot out of the A final across the line there. North Palm Beach coming out in 4th. Atlanta Juniors and Marion Mercy duking it out towards the line. It looks like it's going to be Atlanta Juniors just taking it ahead of Marion Mercy. And those are going to be your 3 boats into the B final. North Palm Beach, Atlanta Juniors, and Marion Mercy to the B final. Sarasota Crew finishing into 7th place, followed by Bulls C. So Sarasota Crew and Bulls C will be out of the running now for the women's Cox 4. So with that means Sarasota Crew unfortunately will not have a women's Cox 4 racing tomorrow. So a little bit of a shocking result there on that front, considering they had multiple boats in contention. As Bulls finishes up, coming across the line now. And that'll conclude the second heat. So we're on to the last heat of the women's Cox 4. Last 3 spots up for grabs for the A and B final. In lane 1, it's University School B. Lane 2, Aquinas B. Lane 3, Oars, A. Lane 4, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, A. Lane 5, Space Coast. Lane 6, Miami Beach. Lane 7, Team Tampa. And Lane 8, Bulls, B. Final 3 spots up for grabs in the A final. Final 3 spots up for grabs in the B final. And attention on the venue for those with cars. Again, if you are parked on the grassy lot in front of the circus tent, this is the last call before, this is your last warning before your car gets towed. Last warning before your car gets towed if it's parked on the grassy lot in front of the circus tent. If it's unauthorized, I don't care what you think, we'll be the judge of that. The tow company will have lots of fun taking your car on a little trip somewhere that's not here. So this is your last call if you're parked on the circus tent, grass lot. If you're parked there, this is your last warning. The tow trucks are coming. All right, we're going into the final heat of the women's Coxed 4. And it looks like this Oars A crew is going to be in control here. The last 3 spots up for grabs. It is Oars A firmly out ahead of Space Coast. And Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough are going to be the solid 3 boats into the A final here. So Oars taking a huge open water lead. They're going to sprint it out here and take the win in the 3rd heat of the women's Coxed 4. Space Coast following about 4 to 5 lengths of open water behind. So that's a dominant win for Oars. Space Coast coming in behind in 2nd. And Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough following a length of open water behind. Those are going to be your final 3 A finalists in the women's Coxed 4. They'll be racing tomorrow for medals. Aquinas, B, and Miami Beach, and also this close boat here, that's Bulls, B, all fighting it out for the last 3 B final spots. So they'll be seeing each other tomorrow as well. Aquinas is going to take it this one today over Miami Beach, over Bulls, B. So that'll be your order for the 3rd heat. Those 3 crews going to the B final. And finally, it is Team Tampa and University School B. That will round out the third heat. Team Tampa looks to have a slight advantage over University School. We'll see if they can finish it that way into the last few strokes. Yep, it looks like Team Tampa had just a little bit more in the tank to finish ahead of that University School boat. So that's the women's Coxed 4 done. The finals are set. Looking back at the times, Oars A looks to be the fastest out of the three heats. But again, both Newport 4s rowing at a lower stroke rate, which is quite a good thing, honestly, for them. They're showing that they have a lot more speed left to give, most likely conserving for the races tomorrow. I'm excited to see what they can go at full tilt tomorrow. They'll likely be well ahead of the field in the races tomorrow if they do decide to go full tilt, if these results stand. So the next event, it is the men's freshman U16-8. So we're back to the big boats here, but with an age restriction in place. So men's freshman under 16, the U.S. rowing definition of an under 16 is any athlete that is turning 16 through this calendar year, so 2025. Any athlete that turns 16 or younger is eligible for this event. So mostly 8th and 9th graders, most likely, will be featured in this event. So a younger division for some of these teams with novice and freshman squads to showcase their abilities relative to each other instead of the top varsity eights. So this event is also an event recently introduced at Youth Nationals. So a lot more competition going into the freshman events nationally in recent years. We've seen very, very competitive freshman squads at least within the state of Florida. The Freshman 8 is one of the most popular events at the Florida State Championships, very highly followed by their respective varsity teams. So these freshmen will pretty young, pretty limited in experience in terms of high quality racing experience, but they'll be attempting to showcase who is the best out of their age group in these two heats. So we got two heats for you in the men's 8 and the men's freshman 8. Top 5 are going to the A final, remaining to the B final in each of these two 8s. So that race is underway, 2 minutes in. It is Lane 1, Team Tampa, B. Lane 2, Bulls. Lane 3, Winter Park. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. Lane 5, Treasure Coast. Lane 6, St. Peter's. Lane 7, Sarasota Crew A. And Lane 8, Sarasota Crew D. So Sarasota Crew bringing 4 freshman 8s to this race this weekend. Pretty impressive, their freshman squad being of that size. Now, an interesting thing here about at least the A entry of this Sarasota Crew 8, a lot of the members of this 8 were actually coached by my former roommate, still teammate at the University of Florida, Connor Weiss, who may or may not be here, but he was a coach for the middle school program at Sarasota Crew for a few years, and a lot of these guys that are in this A entry for Sarasota Crew were coached by Connor and are now here competing today, which is really, really cool to see these athletes still continuing to pursue rowing at the elite level, as it looks like that very same entry, Sarasota Crew A, is in control coming into the last half of this run. Sarasota Crew A versus Belen A seems to be the two crews out in front. So again, these two teams battling it out in the heats at the American Youth Cup, and we'll continue to see them scrap here this weekend at following races like the state championships, Southeast Regionals, and Youth Nationals all throughout the year. So these two teams out of Florida will be scrapping along for the rest of the year as well. But the freshman eight, again, like I said, a lot of pride within the state of Florida at the state championships between the crews that compete there. So a lot of bragging rights at stake. Let's see which team will come out today on top. It's Sarasota Crew versus Belen in the top two spots. Again, top five will be progressing to the A final, so there's still 3 other spots up for grabs. It's pretty close between the remaining, looks like 4 boats. So that's 4 boats for 3 spots. So it's going to come down to 3 boats progressing and 1 boat being left out in the B final. So as we come into the last 500 meters here, it's Sarasota Crew with about a length lead over Belen Jesuit. Again, Belen known for their signature sprint. We'll see if they can cook anything up here in the last 500 meters, but it looks to be Sarasota Crew in control at the moment. That's their A entry. They have 4 in this event alone. So that's their top freshman 8 being deployed out in front. So maintaining a length lead for Sarasota Crew, followed by Belen Jesuit. Next, it looks to be that boat on the outside. I think that's Team Tampa. And Team Tampa, and looks like Winter Park are the next 2 boats falling behind. Treasure Coast looks to be in contention as well. So that's going to be your top 5, it looks like, barring anything catastrophic happening. It looks like Sarasota Crew. Belen did put up a little bit of a sprint here. They still have some room to make up. They're sitting only a half length down, so they've cut the lead down to half a length. Sarasota Crew trying to hold on as they come into the last few strokes here. Sarasota Crew sitting now down to a quarter of a length between Belen and Sarasota as they come down to the line here. Sarasota Crew, it looks like they're just going to hang on here to take the win in Heat 1 over Belen Jesuit by about half a length. So Sarasota Crew takes the win by half a length over Belen. Then Team Tampa follows behind in third, followed by Winter Park. And Treasure Coast is going to round out the A finalists out of Heat 1. St. Peter's Prep going to be left out of the A final, unfortunately, down to the B final for St. Peter's Prep, followed by Sarasota Crew D and Bulls A. So a strong performance by Sarasota Crew there. Belen leaving their sprint a little bit too late, so we'll see if they tweak their strategy for tomorrow to try and take Sarasota Crew and flip that result for tomorrow. But for today, Sarasota Crew is out on top for this first heat. Sarasota Crew D across the line there, just ahead of Bulls. So that was the first heat of the men's freshman 8. Again, freshmen and under 16 for this age category. And the second heat looks to be waiting to go ahead. Currently a 5-minute delay that may or may not grow. One thing I have to point out here from this most recent heat, Team Tampa taking it a third-place finish in that heat, not too far behind the top two teams there. So Sarasota Crew 6:28, a solid time for a freshman 8. Belen Jesuit 6:30, 2 seconds behind, and then 10 seconds behind them was Team Tampa, winning out against Winter Park. So I'm just seeing now, Team Tampa was a B entry. So it was their A boat? Okay, so it was their A boat. So that's a very promising result for Team Tampa, getting the win over a large school like Winter Park. So that's one boat to be looking out for the future, not just in future days, weeks, or months, but in future years. If that crew continues to stay together, they'll be in contention at the higher levels in the state, in the region, and possibly in the nation. So great result from Team Tampa there. As we're still awaiting the start for the second heat of the men's freshman eights. With these freshmen, they're a little bit less experienced at a high level, and especially with challenging conditions like these, tailwind's going to be blowing away from the start line, so they could be having some difficulties getting set and ready, getting locked onto the stake boats there. So at the start of these races, there's holders that hold the boats in place for the start. And the system here at Nathan Benderson Park prevents from any drifting or any drifting or crossing lanes or anything like that. But that also means that there's a pretty significant distance that the rowers have to back into. They have to push instead of pull with their oars back into the stake boats. So with the tailwind, that makes it all the more challenging for these less experienced athletes. But it's always a learning experience, especially at this young age. So hopefully the athletes get set here, and it looks like we do have a start. So about an 8-minute delay at the moment on the schedule. We'll be looking to make that up as quickly as possible, of course. But we do have a start here in the second heat of the men's freshman 8. It is Lane 1, Sarasota Crew C. Lane 2, St. Peter's Prep B. Lane 3, Team Tampa B. Lane 4, Vero Beach A. Lane 5, Plant High. Lane 6, Space Coast. Lane 7, Oars A. And Lane 8, Sarasota Crew B. As you see the times there again on the Jumbotron and on the live stream, Sarasota Crew taking the win in the first heat with a time of 6:28. Let's see if any of the 8s out of the second heat will be challenging that time and potentially be mixing in with the top 2 out of the first heat here in this second heat. It looks like Vero Beach has an A entry in this one. Space Coast, Oars A, all have A entries here. And you can never count out Sarasota's B and C entries as well, as we've seen in some of the earlier events. The depth, especially at the younger levels, are quite remarkable for Sarasota Crew. So you can never count them out as well, competing up against the A entries from other programs. So this, as you can see in the distance there, 8s coming down the course. This is the second heat of the men's freshman 8. Again, these rowers are 16 and under. The restriction is having turned 16 in this calendar year, no older than that. So mostly freshmen in high school, 8th grade in middle school, possibly younger as well. So these athletes gaining valuable experience against other teams within the same age group. So if they continue to row throughout high school, they'll be seeing a lot of the same faces at a lot of the same places. throughout the year. So I know I have a lot of relationships from people with other teams that I raced starting freshman year that carried over to when I became an upperclassman in high school, and that still continue to this day. A lot of those relationships forged as freshmen, duking it out at races like here at American Youth Cup in the freshman 8 category. As we're over 3.5 minutes in, looks like we are progressing through the middle stage, past halfway, and I can start to see that third boat from the shore, that is Space Coast A, sticking their nose out here in front of the pack. And Space Coast actually had a very, very promising showing at Youth Nationals last year in their younger age group boats. Their men's U16-8, so the same category as the event that's happening right now, actually finished second at Southeast Regionals, qualifying for Nationals. And at Youth Nationals, they were able to get second in the B final. So very, very promising result from Space Coast there. And they'll be looking to improve on that result this year with potentially a new crop of athletes coming through their program. But the legacy has been born for Space Coast in that U16-8. So that result from last year carrying over, it looks like, to this year. Space Coast out in front in the second heat of the men's freshman 8. As they come into the last 500 here, approaching the islands now, it looks like Space Coast followed by lane 8, Sarasota Crew B. You can see a lot of water splashing around the blades. That's the waves starting to grow here as the wind speeds continue to increase throughout the day. Tailwinds will destabilize the boat, actually. There's not a lot of weight kind of centering and balancing the boat for these athletes, so it's going to be very rocky. A lot of the top level boats that we've seen have even struggled with these winds, with these tailwinds, trying to balance the boat and get the blades in cleanly. So for these freshman 8s, it's even more of the challenge as they are less experienced than the top athletes here. As we get a good look at Space Coast here, that's Vero Beach in the background as well. Space Coast top 5 will be moving on to the A final here. So Space Coast is going to be taking the top spot here. It's going to be close between Sarasota Crew B and right next to them Oars A for that second spot. It looks like Sarasota Crew at the moment, but as we've seen time and time again, Oars has come out with very, very strong sprints, and they're not too far behind Sarasota Crew, maybe less than half a length at the moment. So will they have time to overcome that deficit here as Space Coast comes down the course, closing out the final few strokes? They're going to take the win here in the second heat of the men's freshman 8. And the final 4 boats all in a line here as Sarasota Crew B tries to hold off Oars here. It's going to be very close. It's going to be down to the line here. Vero Beach and Sarasota Crew C also very closely together, as it's going to be Sarasota Crew B by a deck over Oars, half a length, over Vero Beach and Sarasota Crew C very tightly. That is too close to call for my eye between Vero Beach and Sarasota Crew C for the 4th place spot. In this heat, we'll see what the timing shows, but that was a really, really tight finish. I think that's the closest I've seen today so far between that Vero Beach A freshman 8 and Sarasota Crew C. One thing we know for sure, though, is that Space Coast took a dominant win in that. As we see the time there, 6:48 is the winning time from Heat 2. There's St. Peter's Prep. That's their B entry coming across the line now. And it looks like Oars just... Yep, Oars got third. 2 seconds behind Sarasota Crew B. As Team Tampa and Plant High are going to round out the field here. And Vero Beach did overtake that Sarasota Crew C entry by 0.3 of a second. So Vero Beach did pip Sarasota Crew C for 4th. Sarasota Crew C will take the last spot in the A final for 5th, followed by St. Peter's Prep B, Team Tampa B, and Plant High are all going to the B final. Plant High taking their last few strokes here across the line as we prepare for the next event. It is the Women's Freshman 8. This one's going to be a race for lanes as Plant High crosses the line there. This one's going to be a race for lanes, so this is it. This is just the one heat that we'll be seeing. All boats are going to progress to the A final tomorrow. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be our first 10-boat race of the weekend. So all 10 boats will be moving on. We're going to be using all the lanes here, so get ready to watch 10 boats duke it out on the course for the first time here at Nathan Benderson Park this weekend. And they have just started. Times are up. So they are underway. In the women's freshman U16 race for lanes, it is Winter Park B in lane 0, Sarasota Crew C lane 1, Winter Park A lane 2, Plant High in 3, Space Coast in 4, Vero Beach in 5, Team Tampa in 6, Sarasota Crew A in 7, and Sarasota Crew B in lane 9. So it looks like we're missing a boat in lane 8. So apologies, I guess there aren't 10 boats. So there must have been a last-minute scratch from a possible entry there, leaving lane 8 blank. So 9 boats, not quite to 10 boats yet. And as we approach the halfway mark to this women's freshman 8, Same age category as the previous two heats. Under 16s, 16 and under for the calendar year 2025 for these girls. Mostly freshmen and younger in high school. So it looks like third boat from the far shore, which is Winter Park, looks to be in the lead, followed by Vero Beach, closely between Vero Beach and Sarasota Crew for the top three spots here in the Race for Lanes. Again, Race for Lanes, all of these boats are going to be progressing to tomorrow's A final. This is just for who gets the best lane in the case for uh, uneven winds that may or may not occur tomorrow. So they'll be seated accordingly based on the weather forecast for tomorrow at the end of today. And yep, as they come closer to picture, it looks like Winter Park and Sarasota Crew are going to be the two leaders here in the Women's Freshman 8. Again, this freshman event, a lot of fanfare here in the state of Florida. And yep, all the teams here in attendance entered into this freshman 8 are all from the state of Florida, so they'll be seeing each other at the state championships in this event. So this is a little preview of what we may or may not be able to see at the state championships. Again, state champs here in Florida are 1,500 meters, which is 500 meters shorter than the racing that's being done here today. And yep, it's still too close. Maybe Winter Park has a slight lead here as we zoom in. Maybe Winter Park, that far boat on the right of your screen. It looks like they may have a slight lead over Sarasota Crew coming into the last quarter of this race. Their women's program under Vertula has blossomed in the past few years. Again, their top varsity 8, 3 straight national championships in the Scholastic division. And their freshman program looked to be replicating that strength as well. So the future is bright for sure for Winter Park if it wasn't already bright already. The prospect of 4 in a row is quite the achievement for that program. As Winter Park looks to definitively be in the lead now into the last 250 meters, it's Winter Park over Sarasota Crew. Some wayward steering there from in the middle of the course. That looks like maybe Vero Beach. But it looks really strong. That's a really powerful front end coming in from that Winter Park crew. They're really able to step off of their feet and get the blades in moving quickly, very quickly, together as a unit. So high quality rowing from this freshman 8 out of Winter Park. They're definitely going to be in contention for the state championships coming up this year as they take a dominant win in the freshman 8 in the late race for lanes. They'll be looking to replicate that performance for tomorrow. Sarasota Crew coming in behind in second. That's their A entry. Followed by Vero Beach in third. Sarasota Crew B in fourth. And a close battle for the remaining boats. It looks like Space Coast is ahead right now by a half a length in fifth over... Looks like another Winter Park crew, a Team Tampa crew involved there as well. So Space Coast across the line. Sarasota Crew C, half length ahead of Winter Park B. And following behind is Plant High. As Team Tampa will be the last boat to cross the line there. And with that, that's the race for lanes for the women's freshman 8. A little preview of what we will see tomorrow as Winter Park secures a dominant victory, 20 seconds almost, over second place Sarasota Crew. Team Tampa across the line now. And next up, it is the men's youth pair. Another three-heat event for this one. So top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final. So they're actually very close to finishing now. Looks like we're making up ground on the scheduling. Last 500 now for the men's youth pair. This is probably one of, if not the hardest boat class to row for any division of rowing. Only 2 people, 1 oar per side. So you really have to trust your pair partner in their ability to keep the boat upright and afloat. A lot more risk of capsizing with these pairs. And it looks like everybody's afloat for now, so that's pretty good. Challenging conditions, to say the least, with these waves. Blades are going to get caught on the water a lot more consistently, which could lead to some crabs and potentially capsizes. So, very good job from this entire field for staying afloat in these tough conditions. Lane 1, we have Bowls B. Lane 2, Cape Coral. Lane 3, Belen Jesuit. Lane 4, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 5, Sarasota Crew. Lane 6, Treasure Coast. Lane 7, Team Tampa B. And Lane 8, Canisius D. As we come towards the finish here, it looks like that Belen Jesuit pair out of the middle of the course is going to be taking the win here. Top 3 to the A final, and the next 3 to the B. As Belen Jesuit, that looks like Canisius. Nope, that's Atlanta Juniors. Yep, Belen Jesuit taking a dominant open water lead over second place Atlanta Juniors. And it's going to be close for that final spot. It's between Treasure Coast and it looks like Cape Coral, or Bowls, sorry. Treasure Coast is going to take the final A spot over Bowls. So your top 3 moving on to the A final. It's Belen Jesuit, Atlanta Juniors, and Treasure Coast. Bowls just missing out. A little bit of frustration from the bow seat there. But that field well ahead, and a wayward Canisius boat coming towards the beach. Hopefully they can correct that before they get to the finish line. It looks like they're attempting to correct it now. Yeah, finishing, they're listed as lane 8, so they only drifted over 1 lane. That's not so bad. Again, these boats have no coxswain. It's up to the rowers themselves to steer as Canisius rights their way and finishes across the line there. They'll be in 5th place, joining the Bowls School in the B final. And it looks like that's Cape Coral across the line now, taking 6th. Sarasota Crew coming in 7th. And we had a Team Tampa boat that scratched there. So attention on the venue here, attention on the venue. We have a Tesla Model X parked at on top of the hill towards the tower gate that is currently blocking that gate, and it needs to be moved immediately. The license plate number is 30BMTY, a black Tesla Model X. 30BMTY, a black Tesla Model X parked at the tower gate on top of the hill leading into the island. This needs to be moved immediately. It is blocking the gate. So the next race on the course, it looks to be Heat 3. So Heat 2, something must have happened with one of the boats there that's preventing them from starting. So Heat 3 is progressing instead of Heat 2 at the moment. So they're already 2.5 minutes in to their race here. This is Heat 3 of the men's youth pair. Top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final. In lane 2, it's Cape Coral B. Lane 3, North Palm Beach. Lane 4, Oars. Lane 5, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 6, Team Tampa. Lane 7, Canisius B. And lane 8, the Bowl School C. So one crew to look out for out of all of these heats in the men's youth pair are going to be the Canisius boats. At Youth Nationals last year, they managed a remarkable 1-2 finish in the men's youth pair. This very event last year, first and second, they had two boats finishing top 2 in the country in this event. If you remember, there was a notable flip by, I believe it was Montclair, who were the top-seeded boat in that event. They flipped with about 500 meters or so left in the A final, which allowed Canisius to take the top 2 spots in the men's pair. So they're back here. I believe only one of their rowers that were on that podium, Isaiah Aljawani, is here as part of the Canisius cohort. He was in the pair that won Youth Nationals. So defending national champion racing for Canisius. I believe he's in the A entry that will be in Heat 2, which has not gone yet. Right now we are in Heat 3. So that will be most likely next up. So Heat 3 underway at the moment. So we're approaching the last quarter of this race. It looks like one crew out in front ahead of the rest of the pack. I think that's Miami Rowing Club out of lane 5. That is, well, yep, I see their signature blue, navy blue blades, so I do believe that is Miami Rowing Club out in front by a large margin. Second place looks to be between the lane 8 boat, that's the Bull C, and next to Miami Rowing Club, that's Oars A. So that looks to be the battle between second place there. Looks like a boat is... One of the far boats behind the pack are steering directly towards the island, so we'll hope they adjust accordingly. Again, these pairs without the coxswain and with only one person on each side controlling the direction of the boat, so very, very difficult to steer, especially if there's a power difference between the two people. But Miami Rowing Club, the boat in the lead here, looks to be in a very strong position. Their boat's going straight through. And it almost looks like they caught a wave there. I don't know if anybody else caught that, but it looks like their bow just rammed into a wave. It shows how windy these conditions are. I can see the waves have just started to whitecap. Just started noticing that now. So even more challenging coming into the final stretch here for these small boats. Almost akin to the beach sprint racing that's becoming more popular and will be in the program for Los Angeles 2028 Olympics. They're actually, U.S. Rowing is hosting a beach sprint national championships here in Sarasota, but not at Nathan Benderson, at Lido Key, a real beach, like in the ocean. But that will be the beach sprint national championships, the first ever time they'll be hosting that. But here we're doing flat water rowing, but the waves really do make it look like they're surfing along in the tailwind here. As Miami Rowing Club closing out their Heat 3, They're going to take the win here in the top spot out of the third heat. Miami Rowing Club well ahead of the pack. It's Oars and looks like the Bulls C that are very closely together competing for second place. As Miami crossed the line there. High five between the pair. And it looks like Oars is going to be taking second place. Bull C will be in third. Those are your three crews headed to the A final. Canisius B and another Cape Coral looks like to be going way off course there. And so is Canisius B, bro. They're both headed towards the island. So hopefully they correct there. As long as these boats don't interfere with each other, the wayward steering is deemed okay by the officials, as long as they're not interfering with any other crews and not risking the safety of others. I know most flip there from Canisius as they catch a buoy at the end of their race. Cape Coral across the line. Bow seat wasn't rowing, trying to correct their steering, but it gets them across the line nonetheless. Lane 6, Team Tampa following behind, and rounding out the field is North Palm Beach. And we do have confirmation that the second heat of the men's youth pair is underway. So that was the third heat. We skipped the second heat for some reason. Must have had some sort of malfunction off the start that prevented from the other crews from going. So they're underway now, though. So the second heat of the men's youth pair coming down the course now. In lane 2, it's Atlanta Juniors B. Lane 3, Wayland Weston. Lane 4, Vero Beach. Lane 5, Bulls A. Lane 6, Canisius A. Lane 7, Sarasota Crew B. And Lane 8, Canisius C. Getting the times for you as soon as possible here for the third heat. And as I mentioned previously, the defending national champions, Canisius, are in this event. Lane 6 is what we'll be looking for here. One of the rowers from that defending national champion crew, Aljawani, in bow seat of this event. So he's returning with this Canisius squad, and will be looking to defend his national title if that is the event that he will be put in for youth nationals. And it looks like that Canisius boat is battling with the Bowl School A and Canisius C. So those two boats, those three competing, duking it out for a qualification spot in the A final. Again, top 3 to the A final. So it looks like those three crews, barring a major mistake. And as I say that, it looks like Canisius just crabbed and had to stop and recover to prevent from capsizing. And has that opened the door for the other Canisius pair, Canisius C and Bulls A, to try and maybe take that win away from Canisius A. And Canisius trying to make up that ground. It looks like Bulls A has taken the lead as they come into the last 250 meters. Bulls A firmly in the lead now. Canisius A trying to take that lead back after a small crab stopped them in their tracks. And there's another boat on the far side there. Looks like Atlanta Juniors, if I'm not mistaken, that has entered the fray. So 4 boats looking for 3 spots in the qualification. Bulls A in the lead right now, but quickly being tracked down by Canisius A. Canisius C also in the mix. So it's going to be 4 boats for 3 spots. We're coming down to the line here. Whitecaps blowing these boats towards the line as it looks like Bulls A may just about hang on. Canisius A starting to look a little bit more sluggish and being overtaken now by Atlanta Juniors. Atlanta Juniors has come far down in fourth place at one point, has come back and taken that spot away from Canisius. So top three, it's going to be Bullseye, Atlanta Junior, and then Canisius A, just squeaking in, recovering after that small crab. Canisius C is going to join the B final, along with Sarasota Crew B. Wayland Weston, followed by them. And the last boat looks like Vero Beach is going to be left out from tomorrow. And we are underway with the next event. It's the women's youth pair. 2 heats, top 5 to progress. In the first heat here, it is Lane 1, Atlanta Juniors B. Lane 2, North Palm Beach. Lane 3, Parati. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew. Lane 5, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. Lane 6, Team Tampa. Lane 7, Newport A. And Lane 8, Oars B. So a new team joining us for this event. It's Parati out of the Woodlands in Texas. So our representative of the Central region out in Texas here at the American Youth Cup this year. Actually had a good friend who moved to Sarasota but previously rode for Parati. You may be familiar with him, Corey Rogers. He's now a prolific beach sprints rower. Maybe he will be representing the United States at Los Angeles 2028 in the beach sprints. So that's certainly what his aspirations are. So hopefully he will be representing the U.S. But a Parati and Sarasota Crew athlete alumni there. So that's where I was familiar with Parati. But they're coming in here with a small group of athletes out of the Woodlands, Texas. And they'll be in lane 3 here in this women's youth pair. And it looks like, to my eye, that boat in lane 3 is one of the contenders out in front, along with Newport in lane 7. So the pairs, as the wind starts to, it continues to speed up the wind, making the challenges even more challenging, making the conditions even more challenging, sorry. You can see down the course, whitecaps are pretty much all across the course now, which is not ideal for the flat water racing that we're doing here today, and even more challenging for these pairs with only one oar on each side of the boat. So really, really skilled. I haven't seen any flips still. Hopefully I don't jinx that. But very impressed by these athletes that are coming out, taking on the challenging conditions into the pair. I know mentally, if you're rowing in tough conditions like these, especially in such a already challenging event like the pair, that it can mess with your mental state a little bit. But these athletes powering through. As we come into the last 250 meters here, it's close between Parati and Newport here. If you've been with us throughout the day, you would know that Newport has been dominating pretty much every event that they've entered. So Parati coming in here now, fresh legs compared to Newport, who've raced in an 8 and possibly a 4 already. So they may be 2 races deep, these two girls in the Newport pair. But Parati, fresh legs, and it looks like they'll be ahead just slightly of this Newport pair as we come into the last few strokes across the line. Top 5 going to the A final here. That is the signature red oars of Parati coming down to the line here, a length ahead of Newport. North Palm Beach as well, poking their bows into the fray. And it looks like North Palm Beach put on a little bit of a sprint there. It's going to be close down to the finish. Parati takes the win, but down to the line, Newport has backed off just a little bit, and that has allowed, it's still very close of a finish between North Palm Beach and Newport. Let's see if North Palm was able to execute the sprint down to perfection. We'll see what the times there will say. Atlanta Junior crossed the line in 4th, and the final spot into the A final will be Bromfield Acton Boxborough out of Massachusetts. Oars a little bit off their lane, coming in 6th. They're to the B final. Sarasota Crew, followed by Team Tampa. And I can confirm that North Palm Beach did out-sprint that Newport 8. So North Palm Beach claiming that second place position by less than a second, about 7/10 of a second there between North Palm and Newport. I'm positioned not exactly on the finish line, just before, so anything less than a second will be tough for me to call on the spot. But North Palm did eventually overtake that Newport 8 or Newport pair. We'll see if they are going to have a similar race plan for tomorrow. Again, the top 5 boats moving on to the A final in contention for medals. And there's confirmation there. Parati taking the win, 7 seconds ahead in North Palm Beach. 0.8 of a second ahead of Newport. Atlanta Juniors and Bromfield Acton Boxborough joining those boats into the A final. Next heat, Heat 2 of the women's youth pair. Already on the course, already approaching the last quarter of the race. I'll quickly set the field. Lane 1, Sarasota Crew B. Lane 2, Newport B. Lane 3, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 4, Oars. Lane 5, Team Tampa. Lane 6, Treasure Coast. Lane 7, Miami Rowing Club. And Lane 8, North Palm Beach B. And unfortunately, that Miami Rowing Club is a scratch. So there are only 7 boats joining us for this A final. So top 5 to the A final. 2 boats will be going down to the B final. And it looks like it's one of the boats in the middle there. That looks like Oars, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, I believe that boat is Oars, followed by North Palm Beach out in lane 8. It is pretty close between those 2 boats. I can't quite tell by my eye at the moment who is out in front, but North Palm Beach and Oars, definitely the 2 boats contending for the win in this heat. Again, top 5 moving on. So the winner, the runner-up in this heat will have another shot at this pair tomorrow, barring anything catastrophic. But we're coming into the final sprints now. Top 5 moving on to the A final for a chance at the medals. Looks like Oars and North Palm Beach in control. North Palm Beach having to do a little bit of steering entering the final sprints. Let's see if that opens the door. Oars looks relatively straight to me, so less steering is less distance covered, which means a faster time. So Oars, let's see if Oars can take advantage of somewhat of a dodgy steering by North Palm, although they seem to have corrected it now and are starting their sprints. Still too close to call to my eye as they pass by the beach, North Palm Beach versus Oars for this for the heat win in Heat 2 of the women's pair. Newport following behind in 3. In third place there, they'll be qualifying for the A final. Looks like Treasure Coast in 4th, and a battle for the last qualifying spot between Team Tampa and Atlanta Juniors. And it looks like Oars have put in a sprint here to take some open water out on North Palm Beach. So they're going to take the heat win in the women's youth pair, setting them up well for tomorrow's A final. North Palm Beach coming across the line now, just ahead of holding off that Newport 8. Newport with a little bit of a charge, but North Palm Beach will hold on for second place. Newport across the line in third. And 2 more boats, 2 more spots up for grabs here in the A final. Looks like one of those is going to go to Treasure Coast, and the other going to Atlanta Juniors if they can hold on. Team Tampa moving on that Atlanta Junior crew. Treasure Coast is going to get 4th, and Team Tampa at the line, and I think they just made it up. They may have just made it up. They were down open water into the last 10 strokes, but Team Tampa surged in the last 10 strokes. It was too close to call to my eye between Team Tampa and Atlanta Juniors. That was for the last qualifying spot. Sarasota crew coming behind there, rounding out the field. So we'll wait for confirmation to see who nabbed that last qualifying spot between Team Tampa and Atlanta Juniors. A solid showing from that Team Tampa pair. Let's see if they time that sprint to perfection. And yes, Team Tampa did take that 5th spot away from Atlanta Juniors at the very last stroke. 0.3 seconds the gap between Team Tampa and Atlanta Juniors at the line. Team Tampa will be ecstatic about that when they find out. They probably don't know if they made it into the A final, but Team Tampa with that finish, with that last second sprint, relegates Atlanta Juniors unfortunately down to the B final. And that'll do it for the youth pairs. And we're coming into the last few events before the lunch break. It's middle school under 15 quads. So similar to the under 16 age category, this is under 15. So anyone who is turning 15 this calendar year is eligible or younger. So these are going to be 8th, 7th, and 6th graders, your young rowers starting out their rowing careers nice and early. We got 2 heats of just 1 race for lanes here for the men's middle school under 15 quad. It is Belen Jesuit in lane 4, Winter Park lane 5, Oars lane 6, Vero Beach 7, and Oars B in lane 8. So they actually combined the men's and women's middle school quads. So simultaneously along with the men's middle school quads, the women's middle school quads are also going. So lane 1 will be Oars, woman, Oars B. That's their women's middle school quad. Lane 2 will be Team Tampa's women's quad. And lane 3 will be Oars' middle school quad. Women's middle school quad. And then 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all men's middle school quads. So they're all racing simultaneously, although for different events. As they're approaching 2 minutes into the course, we have another announcement. A Patricia Gamayo. Texas license plate with an Audi. TMF 9047 is the number. Please move your car from this location that it is currently at. So Patricia Gamayo, please move your Audi from its location. So these middle school quads coming down the course at the moment. This is a combined event, men's and women's middle school quads. So the first three lanes, lanes 1, 2, and 3, on the far side of the course from the island. Those three will be your women's middle school quads. And then from lanes 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, closer to the island, closer to the cameras, those will be your men's middle school quads. These events are happening simultaneously, so we can get closer to being on schedule, just a little bit behind. Um, there will be one more event after this, the men's and women's middle school coxed quads, that will also be similarly combined, just like these events are. And just an announcement as another one as well. If your athlete is racing in the men's or women's middle school under 15 single, that race will not be broadcast through the live stream. That race will be held on the short course, which is not on the race course where the beach faces the 10-lane race course. That will be held on the other side where normally boats would be warming up. So if you're athlete, if you're trying to support somebody in those events, the men's or women's middle school under 15 singles, that will be held on the short course over 1,000 meters. On the, if you're looking down towards the start, that will be on the left side of that attenuator. That would not be held on the main race course and will not be shown on the live stream. That will be on the warm-up side, short course, over on that side. So that's just a PSA if you're looking for the men's or women's under 15 singles. But right now, coming down the course here as we enter the last quarter of this one, it is the men's U15 quads, followed closely by the women's U15 quads. It looks like lane 6, that is oars A. Looks like that's the quad that's out in front. I see a yellow boat. I have to assume that's Belen, and it is. Belen Jesuit also contending for a top 2 spot. Belen having a lot of success at this most recent youth nationals in the under 15 and under 16 quads, Cox quads, I should say, at the youth nationals. They are national championship. They were national champions in both, I believe. The U15 Cox quad and the U17 quad, Coxless quad, national champions for Belen last year. So this is an event they're very strong in. Their middle school program is one of the best in the state and in the country. So they'll be looking to show out here in the under 15 quad. But it looks like Oars is taking the control in this middle school quad. Further back in the pack, the women's quads, looks like the far lane of Oars are going to be taking the win in the women's middle school quads. That's happening simultaneously. But right now it's Oars about a full length up on Belen Jesuit, coming down into the final sprints. That is a very, very solid looking Oars crew. Middle school, obviously, younger athletes, less experienced athletes, but the blade work looks very clean, a lot cleaner than a lot of even the fours that we've seen in the past few races. Very clean blade work from this under 15 men's quad out of Oars. It's no wonder they're ahead of the pack right now. Some steering having to be made, but otherwise, pretty good form for a middle school quad with limited racing experience. They may be challenging for a national championship. Who knows? We'll see. But as they cross the line, they take the win here in the race for lanes. Belen Jesuit about a full length behind them. Also looking quite solid. So those top two boats will have the priority lanes for the racing tomorrow, and a large gap behind for the next few boats. Next up looks like Vero Beach. Vero Beach followed by maybe that's Winter Park. Oh, and a little bit of a crowd there by Vero Beach. They recovered quickly. Oh. And it looks like they're trying to get it back together. Final few strokes. And yeah, that 3-seat there has fully crabbed, but has recovered quite well. Took a few seconds, but they've recovered quite well. They haven't lost too much room on the boat behind them. So Vero Beach across the line in third after a few hiccups in the sprint, but they managed to hold on to that third place spot. Lane 5, that's Winter Park coming across the line in fourth. And next, that's Oars' middle school women's quad. That's next across the line. That's lane 1. That's actually their B entry. So solid performance from that girls' middle school quad. And the final two boats on the course now, that's another Oars men's middle school quad. And it looks like a second Oars women's middle school quad. So it looks like we lost. Yep, Team Tampa did scratch in the women's middle school quad. So it's just two boats from Oars that will be contesting that event. But this boat here across the line now, that's their men's B middle school quad across the line there, followed by the last women's middle school quad from Oars. And the last event before we head to lunch, it is the men's and women's middle school coxed quads. So the quads you just saw, no coxswain sitting in the bows. Now they will have a coxswain, and this event being contested, this is now an youth nationals event. Actually, I think they recently announced that it's no longer a youth nationals event. Yep, it was an announcement made this past week actually. For the past few years, the men's and women's under 15 coxed quads had been being contested at the youth national championships, but this past week, U.S. Rowing made the announcement that those events will no longer be contested. They cited some safety concerns regarding failure to yield, a lack of racing experience for those under 15. So unfortunate that they won't have their own event to contest at the youth national championships, but maybe we'll see some under 15s make the step up to the under 16 or under 17 events at the youth national championships. But here we do have the Cox quads being contested. Their race has just started, so similar fashion to what we saw just now with the men's and women's races being combined. The same situation coming at you here. First 3 lanes on the far side will be women's Cox quads, and then the following 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 lanes will be men's Cox quads. So in lanes 1, that's Winter Park's women's Cox quad. Lane 2, Elizabeth City Crew out of North Carolina. And in lane 3, Treasure Coast. Those are your 3 women's middle school Cox quads that are being contested. And In the men's middle school cock squad, lane 4, Cape Coral. Lane 5, North Palm Beach. Lane 6, Oars. Lane 7, Team Tampa. And lane 8, Treasure Coast. Again, those two events being held simultaneously. They're still just passing the 500-meter mark. So they'll be quite a ways away from where our positions are on the tower. And as we finish up the last event before the lunch break, again, if you have an athlete competing in the under 15 middle school men's or women's single, that will not be contested on the main 2K course, or will also not be covered by our live stream here today. That event will be contested on the short course in the what would normally be the warm up side of the lake here at Nathan Benderson Park, and will not be covered by our live stream today. As our under 15 coxed quads pass the halfway mark, it looks to me that the boat on the all the way on the left on the outside, that's Treasure Coast, I think is the leader from my eye. Sun fully shining out. It was pretty cloudy this morning, and now the sun has fully come out to play today. Now this morning, still in the morning. And a lot of these shells are white, which makes it pretty hard to see. I can just see the oars flashing against the water. But it does look like that Treasure Coast under 15 Cox Quad, the Treasure Coast men are out to a commanding lead. Looks like they're just passing the 500 now, and nowhere near the rest of the competition. So Treasure Coast making a statement here early for the races tomorrow. Again, these are races for lane. These are race for lanes. Well, we don't know if both of these events will be combined again for tomorrow. I would have to assume that they are. Yep, I can confirm that these events will be held together again tomorrow as well. So the race for lanes, Treasure Coast taking full command, trying to get that priority lane most protected from the wind. And if you've looked at our weather forecast for tomorrow, you think the winds are bad now, try double the speed. So races will go quick. Yep. Cleanly, I don't know. We'll have to see. If you were here last year, you would remember we had to cancel the second day of events here at the American Youth Cup due to inclement weather and unsafe conditions. So I think 20 miles an hour might be the cap, the cancel where events start to get canceled. Right now it's scheduled to be 18, so close but not quite. At some point the waves aren't going to get any bigger than they already are. If they're white capping, that's probably enough size that they're going to grow to. But In the event that events do start to get canceled, they'll start from the small boats first, small boats and the younger boats first, and then move their way up to the bigger boats at the higher levels. As we see this final Treasure Coast boat coming down the course, entering the sprint, a commanding lead, almost 100 meters, probably more, honestly, from my eye, as a dominant showing. This has probably been the biggest gap of the day, I think. Treasure Coast men's under 15 Cox quad storming down to the line. They're going to be happy with this and wanting to replicate their performance tomorrow. Yeah, that 2 seat has given it everything to get this large of a lead. They'll be proud with this effort. They've pushed all the way to the end of the line, and they cross the line now. A dominant performance. Coxon splashing the water there. So Treasure Coast across the line. Next across the line is that Cape Coral? No, I think that's Elizabeth City. That's one of the women's coxed quads, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that says bout 2, so yeah, I think that is a middle school quad, women's middle school quad coming in second overall. Yep, that's Elizabeth City out of North Carolina. Their first entry here at this edition of the American Youth Cup. A close finish coming in between Treasure Coast women and Cape Coral men. Photo finish at the line between those two boats. Obviously not racing each other on paper, but on the water physically. They were very, very close. We'll have to see who got the edge at the end. Another women's quad coming across the line now. Looks like Winter Park. Yep, that's Winter Park. Coming across the line now. And then it is North Palm Beach's men's middle school coxed quad. Treasure Coast woman did manage to eke out a little bit of an advantage on Cape Coral men at that tight finish there. Obviously, they're not racing each other on paper, but they were right next to each other in the lanes, so some friendly competition there. And North Palm Beach's men's coxed quad coming across the line, finishing in third in their event. And the final boat is going to be Oars, their men's middle school coxed quad. Team Tampa, unfortunately, was a scratch there. So with that takes us into the lunch break. So hopefully everybody has enjoyed their first few races of the weekend. Afternoon races coming up. We'll start with the men's youth quads. That's going to be a very, very competitive event. A high-level elite performance of sculling coming in for these quads. So that'll be our first event at 12:15. And again, one more reminder, if your athlete is competing in the men's or women's under 15 single in any of those heats starting at 12:30, those events will not be covered by the live stream, nor will they be contested on the 2K course. They will be contested in the warm-up loop on the left side of the attenuator if you are looking for that. As the last oars boat comes across the line. One more time. These vehicles that I addressed earlier, the Audi, with Patricia Gamayo as the listed owner. The Tesla that still needs to be moved on the tower. And there is now a Ram truck also parked in front of a gate that is blocking a gate. A white Ram truck. License plate KV701U. KV701U. A white Ram truck parked illegally in front of one of the gates. As well as a white Audi TMF 9047, a Texas plate that is also still illegally parked and in the way of our operations here at Nathan Benderson Park. So please move that immediately or else they will be removed. With that being said, that'll take us into the lunch break, so we'll come back at 12:15. Attention on the venue. Attention on the venue. If you are a high school rower, or any rower of any age for that matter, interested in rowing at the University of Florida, go Gators, I'll be hanging around the tower for the duration of the lunch break. until about 12 o'clock noon. So for about 20 minutes or so, if you want to come chat about rowing at the University of Florida, I'll be hanging around the tower wearing a very obnoxiously blue and orange T-shirt. So you'll be pretty easy to find. If you're interested in chatting, come stop by.
Attention in the venue. Attention in the venue. We have a white Ram truck that needs to be moved immediately. Again, that is a white Ram truck that needs to be moved immediately. You are blocking a fire lane and you will be towed. The license plate number is KV701U. Again, a white Dodge Ram, KV701U. You must move your vehicle immediately. For the others that are parked in the circus grass parking lot, those vehicles need to be moved as well. They will be towed at noon if you do not move your vehicle.
Attention on the venue, attention on the venue. The Dodge Ram still needs to be moved. That is blocking the one of the gates that leads to a road that needs to be traveled on. Please move this Dodge Ram. It is a white Dodge Ram truck with the license plate KV701U from license plate is from Fort Pierce, Florida. So if your white Ram truck from Fort Pierce, Florida, if you are the owner of that truck, please retrieve it. It is in the way and hindering our operations. Thank you. And good afternoon. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we have just begun the first race of the afternoon session. Again, if you're looking for results, they will be found on crewtimer.com. It's been an eventful first half day of racing so far. A lot of the big boats have gone underway. A lot of the heats are complete. And we have just started our next event. It's the Men's Youth Quad. In lane 1, we have Vero Beach B. Lane 2, Oars A. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4, North Palm Beach. Lane 5, Sora. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew. Lane 7, Sarasota Scullers. And lane 8, Belen Jesuit B. So this is the first event kicking off our afternoon scheduling for the day. This is a heat of the Men's Youth Quad. So there's going to be 3 heats in this event. As with the other events with 3 heats, it will be top 3 boats to the A final, next 3 to the B final, and the remaining crews are unfortunately eliminated for the weekend. If you're familiar, at least with the American Youth Cup and what we're doing here, you may have noticed that this is the first time we're running a live stream on YouTube, the first time we have multiple events with more than 2 heats. And in fact, that leads us to the point where this is the largest American Youth Cup in history by entries. So there was almost 100 more entries than the second largest running of the American Youth Cup. And if you're just joining us, again, first heat of the Men's Youth Quad underway, coming down the course now. If you're looking at the water, you can tell it's pretty windy. Got a strong tailwind that's slowly been developing throughout the morning. And that has culminated to what we see now. Pretty direct, straight-on tailwind, so a little bit more simple for these crews to navigate, but still challenging nonetheless. If your screen has high resolution, if you're on the venue, you can notice a large amount of white caps that are on the course at the moment. So these white caps will pose a big challenge for the crews out on the water from now until the wind subsides or until the end of the day comes, whichever comes first. White caps present a major challenge. It destabilizes the boat. Obviously, less water for the boats to run on. Presents a challenge for their oars. The blades might get caught in the water when they're trying to take it out in uneven water, so very difficult there. So for these Men's Youth Quads, these are going to be their top scullers, top sculling athletes. That means 2 oars per athlete. Each hand is carrying an oar on each side, so 8 oars total in these quads, 2 per person in comparison to the 4s and the 8s that we saw earlier this morning, where each person only had 1 oar. So the quads, more oars per person. The poses a little bit more of a challenge, but also has its efficiencies. So coming into this first heat here, it looks like the outside lane, Belen Jesuit B, in contention for the win here, along with, looks like that is Sarasota Crew as well. And Miami Rowing Club are the top 3 boats at the moment. So again, top 3 boats to the A final. These 3 out in front ahead of the rest of the field will be the boats to qualify for the A final tomorrow. Those are the boats that will be contending for medals. Again, 3 heats here, top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final, remaining boats eliminated. So as we enter the last few strokes here, coming into the sprints, Miami Rowing Club, the defending state champions in the varsity quad, looks like they have the lead over Sarasota Crew over Belen B. So it's going to be about a length victory for Miami Rowing Club. Those are the top four scullers in that program. They've been dominating the quad for the past few years in the sculling space. So they're going to be happy with this performance, and they're going to hope to build tomorrow, grab the win here at American Youth Cup. But it's the heat for Miami Rowing Club ahead of Sarasota Crew, who finish ahead of Belen Jesuit B. Those are your three qualifiers for the A final tomorrow. Next, three boats will be going to the B final. Right now, it's Sora coming up in fourth. Sora, South Orlando, very signature neon hats there as they come across the line. A length ahead of, that looks like Vero Beach. Yep, that's Vero Beach. So Sora across the line there. Length of open water between them and Vero Beach, followed by Oars. And those are going to be your three boats from this heat going to the B final tomorrow. And unfortunately, that leaves Sarasota Scullers and North Palm Beach that will be eliminated from the weekend. So a good showing from that Miami crew, defending, like I said before, defending state champions in the varsity quad. They love their quads here in the 1,500 meters at state. So that's a good step towards defending that title for Miami Rowing Club. And we will see if they will be able to repeat that result tomorrow in the A final. So time's rolling in now, 6:19 for that Miami Rowing Club. A very fast time for a quadruple scull, comparable to even some of the 8 times that we've seen from the men. So a solid showing from Miami. 6 seconds the gap to Sarasota Crew. And another 6 seconds to Belen. So evenly spread out there. But again, if you notice there, that's Belen's B quad. So if their A quad is as advertised, that quad may be also in contention for a medal and possibly a win. So North Palm Beach just crosses the line and finishing out that first heat, the men's youth quad. Miami, Sarasota Crew, and Belen Jesuit qualify for the A final. Sora, Vero Beach, and Oars progress to the B final for tomorrow's running. The next event up is the second heat of the men's youth quad. There are 3 heats in total, so we just witnessed the first heat. Interesting that the 2 Miami-based programs and Sarasota Crew, those were the top 3 boats at the Sculling State Championships last year. So interesting that they were put in the same heat. But again, that Belen crew is a B entry. It's not their top quad. So the fact that they were able to stay relatively competitive compared to Sarasota and Miami Rowing Club's top 4 scullers are a good bode well for their A quad if their A quad is as advertised faster than their B quad. But coming up now, it's the second heat of the men's youth quad. In lane 1, Sarasota Crew B. Lane 2, Oars A. Lane 3, Wayland Weston. Lane 4, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 5, Miami Beach. Lane 6, Team Tampa. Lane 7, Vero Beach. And Lane 8, Bowls B. So we're still waiting on them to start this race, scheduled for 12:22. Hopefully they'll be back on schedule. If you're just joining us now, the lane assignments are as follows. So if you're watching online, the lane farthest from the camera is lane 0, and they ascend in order coming closer towards the camera, which means lanes 8 and 9 are the ones closest to the camera, closest to the beach, closest to the island. So those are your lane assignments for this weekend. Another reminder here as we inch closer to that 12:30 start time for the under 15 singles. Those races, the men's and women's under 15 singles, will be run separate on the other side. Oh, well, I've just received word that the men's and women's under 15 singles have been canceled, and probably for good reason. I don't know how well those the middle school singles would handle the windy conditions. So, if you're looking for the men's and women's under 15 singles, we have received word that they are canceled for today. So those events will not be happening. And we are now underway with the second heat of the men's quad. Again, Sarasota Crew B in Lane 1, Lane 2 Oars, Lane 3 Wayland Weston, Lane 4 Atlanta Juniors, Lane 5 Miami Beach, Lane 6 Team Tampa, Lane 7 Vero Beach, and Lane 8 Bowls B. So as we continue to progress along with the entries here, you'll notice that most of these teams are Florida-based, based out of the state of Florida. Obviously, we are in Sarasota, Florida now, so a lot of these Florida-based teams will have been rowing all winter long, uninterrupted by any potential weather. Although we did have a pretty insane cold front, there was some snow. Where in Gainesville, where I'm based out of, where I'm studying for college, so some parts of Florida did get snow, although that didn't stop us from rowing, which was an interesting experience to say the least for a Floridian like me. But for the most part, these Florida-based teams have been racing uninterrupted all throughout the winter. That same can't be said for a program like Wayland Weston in Lane 3 here in this heat. They're a team based out of Massachusetts, so very cold. Although their body of water may not freeze over, it's still well below freezing in terms of the weather there, so unrowable. In my opinion, maybe they do take a few strokes out, venture out every now and then, but for the most part, I would just have to assume that they're confined to the erg. So Wayland Weston, one of the few teams from out of state, joining us here for the American Youth Cup. They're also one of the teams that will be staying an extra week to race at the Sarasota Invite that's happening next week. Right here at Nathan Benderson Park as well. So the second heat, 2 minutes underway. They're coming towards us in the course. If you are seeing them from the shoreline, you could see some blades flashing that can tell you that they're on the way down. And as you pass the halfway point, it looks like there's a boat on the outside that looks like to be Lane 1, Sarasota Crew B, with poking out of the field, along with some of the boats closer to shore. It looks like Lane 7, that's Vero Beach. Team Tampa and Miami Beach are also look to be in the mix. Team Tampa, one of the entries here in this heat, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I think one of their quads was pretty competitive at the youth nationals. So a quad starting to become an event of choice for Team Tampa. So nice to see them in contention for the win here in this heat. It Yep, it looks to be Team Tampa, Vero Beach, maybe Sarasota Crew B as well. Miami Beach, another one of those teams traditionally involved in the sculling and the smaller boats. So pretty elite program on that front from Miami Beach. So always expected them to be in the mix for contention here. They have a beautiful facility at Indian Creek out in Miami Beach. They host tons of college teams for their winter training trips and spring training trips and so on. And yeah, they're lucky to have such a nice facility, and it shows in a lot of their results. As we can see here, this Miami Beach quad challenging for the win, but Sarasota Crew B looks to have started a little bit of a push, and as I just say that tiny bit of crab there from Sarasota Crew B. Again, these challenging conditions proving to be difficult for a lot of these athletes, but at a high level such as this, that can be the difference. Who rows smoother, who rows cleaner, cutting through these waves, and able to minimize the reduction in efficiency per stroke, thanks to these tougher conditions. But it does look like Sarasota Crew B, that little bobble hasn't cost them too much yet. They have raised the rate, probably an adrenaline kick, telling them to go, 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 and take back that lead, because Sarasota Crew B has sprinted away to take the win in the second heat of this event. And yeah, Vero Beach and Team Tampa duking it out for the last two spots. Sarasota Crew takes the win in the second heat, followed by Vero Beach, half length over Team Tampa. Solid result for those two programs. Ahead of Miami Beach, who will be going to the B final. Again, top three to the A final, next three to the B final. So those are going to be your A final teams: Sarasota Crew B, Team Tampa, and Vero Beach. Then Miami Beach will be going to the B final, followed by Oars. And a battle for the final position between Bowles and Atlanta Juniors, it looks like. Coming down to the line, Bowles is just going to take it by half a length. So they're going to grab the last spot to the B final. And Atlanta Juniors rounds out the pack. Looks like we lost Waylon Weston in that race, but Sarasota Crew B, a strong showing. They take the win ahead of Vero Beach and Team Tampa. If you remember just a few minutes ago, Sarasota Crew's A quad finishing second to Miami Rowing Club's A quad as well. So a strong showing from that Sarasota Crew B. They'll be looking to contend with and perhaps even overtake that A crew with the win in the heat. Their time was 6:28, so only 3 seconds off. Only 3 seconds off that A crew. I will say, compared to that A crew, the B crew looked a lot more intentful in their sprint. They looked a lot more jumpy off the front end. So the sprint, it may come down to the sprint tomorrow between those two Sarasota Crew boats. We will see tomorrow. They will be racing each other along with the other top three crews. And there you can see the results there. 6:28 for Sarasota Crew. That's their B entry again. Vero Beach edging out Team Tampa. Those are going to be your three crews progressing to the A final. Miami Beach Oars and the Bowl School will be in the B final. And Atlanta Junior left out, unfortunately, eliminated for this weekend. And Waylon Weston did not start. Which brings us to the final heat of the men's youth quad. The last heat, Heat 3. Top three to the A final, next three to the B final. This is Vero Beach in lane 0. That's their C quad. Vero Beach C. Team Tampa B, lane 1. Belen Jesuit A, lane 2. Bowl School in lane 3. University School in lane 4. Space Coast, lane 5. Miami Beach lane 6, Plant High lane 7, and Miami Rowing Club B in lane 8. So the crew to watch here is going to be that Belen Jesuit crew in lane 2. If you look at the stroke sheet, that's Marcus Montacon stroking that quad. Very experienced sculler in his own right. Competed at Youth Nationals this past year. Competed at the Head of the Charles. And if I remember correctly, he was very competitive at the Head of the Charles. Yeah, he finished 7th in a very, very strong field of men's youth singles at the Head of the Charles. So a talented sculler in his own right. Let's see how he teams up with the other 3 members of Belen's A quad. And they have just started. As you can see, the clock is ticking now. So they're underway for the final heat of the men's youth quad. Again, top 3 progress to the A final, next 3 to the B final. And the remaining crews will be eliminated. And in the past few races, we've seen only 2 races into the afternoon session, and already a few bobbles here and there from even from the top performing crews that we've seen coming into the final few sprints here. That just shows you how challenging these conditions are with white capping tailwinds. But it does look to my eye that the wind has started to settle down just a little bit. I'm not seeing as many white caps, if at all, now. So hopefully we get to see some cleaner rowing from all crews. It'll be a little bit easier on the hands and on the bodies for sure for these rowers. So faster times, more efficient times. Get ready to see these crews drive all the way down the course here. The quads, quads are the fastest sculling event available. Again, sculling means 2 oars per person, 1 in each hand, compared to a sweep boat, which is 1 oar per person. So the third heat well underway now. You can see the zoomed in pictures there, the crews in the distance. If you're just joining us again, we unfortunately don't have any pictures available for the first half of the races for this weekend. If you are from the Florida area or probably have heard on the news nationally of the hurricanes that came through the Florida area and all of the southeast for that matter, especially hit hard in this area here in Sarasota. A lot of damage still yet to be repaired, as seen by the lack of footage from the first half. Unfortunately, the attenuator that normally connects the island all the way down to the start, fortunately not completely repaired yet, and that includes the electrical facilities that the cameras rely on from the start. So this is what we have. This is the best quality that we have available for you today. Hopefully the facilities are repaired in time for the state championships and for national championships this year. That would definitely be most ideal for the viewers and for the rowers alike. So as we approach the halfway mark for this third heat of the men's youth quad, can't tell you confidently yet which crews are out in front at the moment, so we'll wait for those to come clear in picture. And yeah, again, top 3 moving on to the A final. Next 3 going to the B final. So the A final is where the highest crews will be competing for medals. The B final will be for placement, and the remaining crews will be eliminated from the weekend. And as the crews start to come closer, it looks like that crew in lane 2. Yep, lane 2. That's Belen Jesuit A. As I predicted, the favorites in this heat, in my opinion. And it looks like they're out to a lead coming into the last 500. In second place will be, looks like Miami Beach A. So that's two Miami-based programs fighting for the heat victory here in this third heat. Again, top three teams are going to be moving on to the A final. So Belen Jesuit in control, followed closely by Miami Beach. And it looks like the third crew to me is from Plant. To my eye, it looks like Plant High is currently holding that final qualification spot, but they're being challenged by Miami Rowing Club B out of lane 8. So aside from Belen, these closer crews are also vying for a qualification spot to the A final. And again, if you can see those pictures here from Belen, top 4 athletes out of Belen, and they're winning, but still you can see a lot of water flying around. Just goes to show how tough it is to clear the water with these waves and the wind blowing these boats down the course. Still very tough conditions, even though they've sort of mellowed out from what they were about an hour ago. So still challenging these athletes and showing their class is Belen, as they have a substantial open water lead over that second place Miami Beach crew. And as we look down the course further, it looks like that Miami Rowing Club B entry, who was sitting in fourth up until about 500 meters to go, is challenging that Plant High School crew for that final qualification spot. It's going to come down to the sprint now. Belen Jesuit looking much cleaner with the blade work now up close to my eye. They're going to take the win comfortably here in this final heat of the men's youth quad. That's one qualification spot booked for Belen Jesuit. They're across the line now. They'll be challenging for a state championship, competing against Miami and Sarasota crew. So looking at these results, we can get a picture of what that may look like. Miami Beach comfortably in second place, all alone there. And here comes the battle for that last qualification spot. Miami Beach across the line, and it looks like Miami Rowing Club impeding into Plant's lane. This is really close racing here. Will the referees have to get involved? Plant High School still looking like they're in the lead, but across the line, Plant High School holds on to that third qualification spot versus Miami Rowing Club B. It looked like Miami Rowing Club veered into the Plant High School's lane. I would have to assume that if Miami did eventually overtake Plant, the referees may have had to get involved, because that did look like they were interfering and impeding Plant High School's water. But Plant managed to hold on despite that, and they'll be through to the A final. Bit of an upsetting Miami Rowing Club, whose A quad was so dominant in the first heat. So Plant High School, a good win for them despite the interference there. They still managed to get through, and Miami will be heading to the B final. Rounding out the positions there, leave Space Coast and University School will be joining Miami for the B final. Haven't got the official times yet, but in the meantime, the next event is underway. It's the men's under-17 quads, the first of the under-17 events. Similar definition to the other age-restricted events, as a hat goes flying by the tower. Similar to the age-restricted events, the under-17 events are restricted to age 17 and under. The definition by U.S. Rowing is if you turn 17 this calendar year, that is the oldest eligible athlete turning 17 this calendar year. So you may be 17 already. You may have already turned 17 this past year, in this calendar year, or will be turning 17 soon. this calendar year. So those athletes will be eligible for the U17 events. As we get confirmation here from the third heat of the men's youth quad, Belen Jesuit takes it in 6 minutes and 12 seconds, comfortably ahead of Miami Beach, and Plant High will be joining them in the A final. Into the B final, it's Miami Rowing Club B, University School, and Team Tampa. And the remaining crews will be eliminated. That's Vero Beach, the Bowl School, and Space Coast. Coming down the course now is the under-17 quad first heat. We got 2 heats for you. The first heat, top 5 to the A final, remaining to the B final. It is Miami Rowing Club B in lane 1, Team Tampa 2, Sarasota Crew 3, Bowl School 4, Belen Jesuit 5, Cape Coral 6, North Palm Beach in 7, and Sarasota Crew C in lane 8. As they come into the last quarter of this one, it looks like Belen Jesuit A is in control ahead. Yeah, I believe that is Belen Jesuit out in front, if my eyes are serving me right. In second place looks to be lane 3, which is Sarasota Crew A. So this is a flipped result from the freshman 8s we saw earlier. Some of the same members of those crews, Belen Jesuit having lost out to Sarasota Crew in the heat of the men's freshman 8, now having flipped it in the U17 quad. So Belen Jesuit leading out Sarasota Crew, being closely challenged by, looks like North Palm Beach for that third position. So the top 5 this time are moving on. So in fourth place, it looks to be, to my eye, Sarasota Crew C, which is an impressive showing from that crew. Between Sarasota Crew C and lane 1, which is Miami Rowing Club B. That's the fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sitting just outside the qualifying spots is Team Tampa. As we come down to the last few strokes, it's Belen Jesuit opening up an open water lead, about a length and a half, 2 lengths of open water, over the freshman from Sarasota Crew. Flipping the result that we saw earlier today in the U16-8, that's going to be a confidence-boosting result for Belen. As they cross the line, Belen Jesuit takes the win. Sarasota Crew coming across in second. Well ahead of the remaining field. Looks like a battle between Miami Rowing Club B and North Palm Beach. I believe Miami Rowing Club B, has overtaken a few of the boats here in the final sprints to take the third place qualifying spot. North Palm Beach takes the 4th, and Sarasota Crew C squeaks into the A final just ahead of Team Tampa. So a good result for that C entry there. Looks like the Bowl School and Cape Coral will be the 2 quads heading down to the B final along with that final Team Tampa crew. So across the line they go. Bowls ahead of Cape Coral. And underway already is the second heat of the men's under-17 quad. Still waiting on the times for the first heat, but the second heat, in lane 1, we got Belen Jesuit B, lane 2, University School, lane 3, Treasure Coast, Lane 4, Miami Rowing Club A. Lane 5, Miami Beach. Lane 6, Sora. Lane 7, Vero Beach. And Lane 8, Sarasota Crew B. And the next heat is approaching, fast approaching. Looks like a pretty even field, honestly. A few crews have dropped off the pace, but for the most part, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews pretty close together here. So this is the first one in a while where I'm not able to make out a clear leader at the moment. Maybe it's that closest crew to the shore, Sarasota Crew B, that might be in control. And as they get closer, I think that is the case. Sarasota Crew B leading out this field as they approach the final quarter of this race. On the far, on the far side as well, Belen Jesuit B. So battle of the B crews here in the under 17 Heat 2. Two B crews leading out the rest of this field. That just shows you the quality of depth between both Belen and Sarasota. Their respective A quads finished 1-2 in, I believe, in the first heat. Their second heats in the second. And as I say that, Belen Jesuit has just caught a crab. Their stroke seat has stopped rowing. They're struggling to get going. Are they going to be able to recover Belen Jesuit? Their stroke seat, it looks like he stopped rowing altogether in one of his hands. So that may cost Belen Jesuit B a place in the A final. That is really unfortunate. They're in a commanding second place position, and yet they're really struggling to get going now. Sarasota Crew B staying clean all the way across the line. Hopefully they'll able to cross the line. Yep, Belen Jesuit, that's really heartbreaking to see. They were in a commanding second place position going into the final 200 meters, and unfortunately that stroke seat, something happened. He either caught a crab or an equipment failure or something that has prevented Belen. They are still hanging on Could they make it all the way? There's one boat left. They're in the 5th place position to qualify. Sarasota Crew B takes the win. Ahead, looks like that's University School, then Miami Beach, then Sora. Yep, that stroke seat has stopped rowing, but Belen Jesuit B is just going to crawl across the line, rowing by 3, and qualify for the A final miraculously. Yeah, that's a snapped oar. That is a, oh yeah, it's completely snapped. Bow seat is either frustrated or happy. Can't tell when smashing the water like that, but yeah, that's a fully snapped blade for the stroke seat at Belen B. Yeah, he's holding it up like that. That's kind of crazy how he was able to keep that. And another crab here for, looks like that's the University School. Vero Beach also catching crabs here as they crawl across the line, the last 2 boats. But pretty incredible to see that Belen Jesuit boat. They were in 2nd place solidly, and stroke seat snapped his oar. That's one of the... I honestly was not expecting that with the calmer wind conditions, but yep, that is a possibility here with the winds catching the blades wrong. Just the right amount of pressure and the right amount of speed and the right angle can snap that oar completely in half, and that's exactly what happened to that Belen Jesuit stroke. Hopefully everyone's okay. Looks like everyone's sitting upright. The stroke seat was still able to keep moving up and down the slide, trying to contribute and stay out of the way of his teammates, but looks like everyone's okay. It's just a little broken equipment. So yeah, that's another possibility that I really haven't mentioned all that much as an equipment failure. There's been crews catching crabs because of the wind, getting their blades caught in the water, maybe stopping, maybe someone has some sort of internal equipment failure. But yeah, the oars snapping like that can also happen. Just if you have the right combination of things that happen. Hopefully everyone's okay again, but yeah, that is another possibility that could happen with these windy conditions. I remember one year, also here at Nathan Benderson Park, it was West Districts, so FSRA West Districts. And one year, we as a team alone for Sarasota Crew, we alone broke maybe 4 or 5 sculling oars in a single afternoon due to the wind conditions. It was unbelievable. So equipment failure, a dramatic equipment failure like that does happen, as we just saw, and looks like everyone is okay. Just one broken oar and maybe some hurt egos, but they did manage to survive a hard-charging Miami crew and were able to make it to the A final. So they have a second chance at redemption with some new equipment and hopefully a newfound motivation to prove their position wrong. So as we move on to the next event, it is the Women's Youth Quad, Heat 1. This is a top 5 to the A final, so there's 2 heats, but this is a 10-boat race here in the heat first heat. 10 boats across. So I believe this is the first of the 10 boats. First we've seen of 10 boats across, which we'll be having a lot of tomorrow on finals day. But this is the first of the heats that has had 10 boats. Lane, I'll quickly set the field. They're fast approaching now. Lane 0, Sarasota Crew C. Lane 1, Aquinas B. Lane 2, Treasure Coast. Lane 3, Miami Beach. Lane 4, Bowls. Lane 5, North Palm Beach. Lane 6, Wayland Weston. Lane 7, Team Tampa. Lane 8, University School. And Lane 9, Sarasota Crew B. And as they approach the final sprints here, it looks like it's going to be that North Palm Beach crew out of Lane 5, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that is indeed that North Palm Beach crew leading out the field ahead. Looks like Miami Beach Blades, maybe? Yep. Looks like Miami Beach in second place. That crew from North Palm Beach, they have a pretty remarkable combination. Their stern pair rode a double together, and they finished very, very highly at the Youth Nationals last year. So two very established scullers that work together, and they're going to help carry this North Palm Beach crew to a victory in the first heat. Second place, Miami Beach, coming across the line now. Again, this is top 5 to progress. In third place, battling it out, it looks like Team Tampa and University School. Hard charging towards the line. This is going to be Team Tampa a length ahead of University School. Two of the smaller programs that are here today, but very, very strong results from those two crews nonetheless. Across the line goes Team Tampa. University School following closely behind. Looks like Sarasota Crew C battling their Sarasota Crew B. This is for the last place in the A final. Will it be, which Sarasota Crew boat will it be? It looks to be the B entry coming across the line. C had it, and B takes it. So Sarasota Crew B able to pull it out at the end. It looked like Sarasota Crew C might have had the lead for at least a little bit towards the end of the sprint, but Sarasota Group B able to sprint and steal it across the line. So they're the last boat to progress to the A final. Sarasota Crew C will be advancing to the B final as Whalen Weston crosses the line, as well as Bowles and Aquinas. So Sarasota Crew C, Whalen Weston, Bowles, and Aquinas will be headed to the B final. Sarasota Crew B, a late sprint to nip their teammates from a spot in the A final. But again, a dominant showing from North Palm Beach. 2 of their 4 established rowers on the national stage. And their 2 teammates also helping them to a dominant victory there. A good combination from that North Palm Beach quad. We'll see what they have in store tomorrow. So that was the first heat. The next heat is coming down the course now. So another 10-boat race coming at you here. Again, top 5 to the A final, remaining to the B final as we're falling. We are unfortunately falling behind on the times here, so we'll try to update the crew timer as quickly as possible. Again, crewtimer.com is where you can find results. If they're not updating on the spot, which they are right now, once they are updated, you can find them on crewtimer.com for the official results and progressions for tomorrow's racing. So right now we're on the second heat of the women's youth quad. The top scullers from each of these programs. Another 10-boat heat coming at you here. So exactly 20 entries for this women's youth quad. Pretty perfect for some 10-boat racing here. In lane 0, we have Aquinas C. Lane 1, Treasure Coast B. Lane 2, Oars. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew A. Lane 4, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. Lane 5, Aquinas Rowing. Lane 6, Plant High. Lane 7, Cape Coral. Lane 8, Miami Rowing Club A. And Lane 9, Miami Beach B. Yeah, so Bromfield Acton Boxborough here out of lane 4, one of 2 out-of-state teams that entered a women's youth quad. Everyone else is from in-state here in Florida. Both teams actually that are out-of-state are both from Massachusetts, coincidentally. So I'm sure Whalen Weston and Bromfield will be seeing each other a lot more regularly up in the Northeast out in Massachusetts. But for now, they're competing here against the rest of Florida's best out of the sculling. So um, at the moment, also another pretty tightly spread out field here. Looks like 5 boats contending right now. And again, it's top 5 advancing to the finals that are being held tomorrow. So if these 5 boats hang on, they'll be able to progress. Looks like Sarasota Crew A is out in front right now as we enter the final 500 meters. I believe my younger sister is bowing that quad, so watching this race with intent for sure. And yeah, as we move, as the boats come closer, yeah, it does look like that Sarasota Crew A entry is well out in front from the rest of the field. There's another quad, I believe that's lane 5 Aquinas, that seems to be having some steering issues. They've zigzagged pretty dramatically in and out of their lane, so we'll hope to see if they can figure that out as they enter the last 400 meters. They do look like they're in a second or third place position along with the outside boat Miami Beach B. So let's see if their steering can be straightened out as they come towards the line. Again, steering can add a lot of distance to the row and be the difference between a result between many places and many seconds. So Sarasota Crew A, pretty high, pretty large gap there as they enter the last few strokes here. Comfortable win for them. They'll be progressing pretty clearly here. It's going to be a 3-way race for that second place spot between that Aquinas boat. Right next to them, it's Plant. And on the far side here, it's Miami Beach B. So 3-way race. It looks like Aquinas right now has the advantage, but we'll see as the angle gets closer and closer to the line. The last boat in contention is Miami Rowing Club A. They're the ones holding the last qualification spot as Sarasota Crew takes the win in the second heat of the women's quad. Aquinas recovering from that steering, half a length above Plant. Plant a full length ahead of Miami Beach. A little bit of a crab there across the line from Miami Beach, but they recover nicely to hold off Miami Rowing Club. And Oars just pipped from that last qualification spot ahead of Bronfield, Acton, Boxborough, and Treasure Coast finishing that pack. So top 5 boats moving on to the A final. Sarasota Crew, Aquinas, Plant, Miami Beach B, and Miami Rowing Club A squeaking out against Oars. Oars, Bromfield, and Treasure Coast. When I see a hand raised. I see a hand raised in that Treasure Coast 8, which is a sign, which could mean they have a protest. The protest procedure, if there's an on-water dispute, if there's a dispute during the race, 2 crew can dispute the result. And based on what the referees decide, either on the water on the moment or at a procedure done after the racing concludes, it looks like that Oars crew is counter-protesting. So the conflict seems to be between Treasure Coast and Oars. So we'll see what that develops into. as it looks like there seems to be a few more boats coming across the line. It looks like another Aquinas boat just crossed. And process of elimination, that must be Cape Coral, still on the course right now. Still trying to see whether they figured out this conflict between Treasure Coast and Oars. Yeah, the 2-seat immediately stuck her hand up as she crossed the line, objecting over an incident that must have happened either off the start or at the beginning of the race. Oars, about pair, they realized what was going on. They stuck their hands up to counter protest. So perhaps they figured it out. They seem to be rowing in. We'll see what the progression is like tonight and tomorrow. Put a note in my notes to investigate that later on. Doesn't look like seems to be any animosity, which is good. Always advocating for the enforcement of fair rules. As the next event on the course is the Women's U17 Quad. It's another 20 boat entry list, so 2 heats of 10 boats each. As Cape Coral finishes up their heat of the Women's Youth Quad, they'll be joining some of the other crews in the B final. So 4 minutes into the U17 Quad, first heat of the U17 Quad. Lane 0, there's Miami Beach B. Lane 1, Treasure Coast B. Lane 2, Elizabeth City. Lane 3, Aquinas. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew A. Lane 5, Bull School A. Lane 6, Vero Beach Rowing. Lane 7, Sora. Lane 8, Team Tampa B. And Lane 9, Sarasota Crew C. So these are the boats on the course now in the U17 Quad, the first heat of the Women's U17 Quad. So one crew to look out for here is Elizabeth City out of North Carolina. They didn't bring a large cohort to the American Youth Cup this year, but of the girls that they did bring came along. Some of the members of the crew that was in the second place U17 Quad at Youth Nationals this past year. So they are the defending silver medalists in this very event, coming here and trying their luck here at the American Youth Cup. That's the crew out of Lane 2, Elizabeth City. And as I'm looking down the lake, and it does look like that crew is one of the leaders, one of 2 leaders that I can see clearly from here. The other leader being, looks like Lane 6, Vero Beach. It's either Lane 6, I believe it is Lane 6, but some steering might have blurred the lines between the lanes. Can't quite tell who's Lane 6 and who's Lane 7. So it's either Vero Beach or Sora. I can't quite tell now. If you see some neon hats in second or first place, then that's going to be Sora. And if you don't, then it's Vero Beach. So I can't quite see from this angle, but what I can tell you is that boat from Elizabeth City, North Carolina, is firmly in the lead. So I believe that boat in second is Sora. Now that's coming clearer into the picture. Yeah, like I said before, Elizabeth City, defending silver medalists at Youth Nationals in this same event, the U17 Quad. So we're glad that they're here, bringing some of their top rowers in the country to Nathan Benderson Park in early February. Hopefully we'll see them back here again for Youth Nationals, trying to defend a podium place and maybe improve one better at Youth Nationals and claim a national championship. As Elizabeth City coming across the line now, a few more strokes to go. Looks like they have a lead over Miami Beach. Looks like from here, and yep, that's definitely the Sora crew with the neon green hats. And Miami Beach looks like they've overtaken Sora, at least from what my angle that looks like. And they might even be walking on that Elizabeth City crew. But Elizabeth City taking it pretty controlled down the course and finishing with a comfortable lead over second place Miami Beach B. Coming to across the line in third is Sora. Lane 9, Sarasota Crew C, being the first of the Sarasota Crew boats to cross the line. They're in fourth and taking the last qualification spot. It's the Bowles School out of lane 5. Next across the line, lane 8, that's Team Tampa B. They'll be the first of the boats to be heading to the B final. Tight finish coming in here between Sarasota Crew and Treasure Coast, it looks like. Looks like Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is going to take that spot there over Treasure Coast. Aquinas coming across the line as well. And Vero Beach rounding out the pack here. Those will be your crews headed to the B final. So a very, very strong performance from that Elizabeth City crew. Again, Youth Nationals defending silver medalists there. They'll be happy with that, looking to perform tomorrow at tomorrow's A final on their way to potentially another podium run at Youth Nationals. But a solid outing for that crew. As we have not begun the next heat of the U17 quad. That's Heat 2, another 10-boat heat. Still waiting on the start for the women's U17 quad, the second heat. Top 5 situation going to the A final, remaining 5 to the B final. We'll see another Elizabeth City crew here. There's a B entry, so that's lane 0, Elizabeth City B. Vero Beach B in lane 1. Miami Beach in 2. Sarasota Scullers in 3. North Palm Beach in 4. Treasure Coast in 5. Or 6. University School in 7. Team Tampa in 8. and Sarasota Crew B in lane 9. Again, for up-to-date results, please go to crewtimer.com. That's where you'll find all the live results from today and tomorrow. The live stream link can be accessed through Regatta Central. You can also find the results links to Crew Timer on that page as well. While we have some time, I'd like to bring your attention to many of the various signs that have been placed around Nathan Benderson Park today regarding the Rowing Camps of America, one of the a high performance summer camp for athletes looking to make the next step in their rowing careers, whether it's through the erg, through sculling, or through sweeping and racing experience. Rowing Camps of America provides it all through their many phases of their summer camps. So it's run in conjunction with Sarasota Crew and Bowls. You may have heard about the Summer Festival of Rowing, which is the Rowing Camps of America's summer race opportunity here at Nathan Benderson Park. If you're interested in improving any and all aspects of your rowing career, please consider looking into that Rowing Camps of America program. It's a very, very impressively run program. A lot of athletes from all over the country have come to attend that program, and many of these athletes eventually go on to row at Division I programs. So a very solid track record for a young camp like Rowing Camps of America, with access to the best facilities and some of the best coaching in the country. If you're interested in taking the next step towards a collegiate rowing career, I'd highly recommend you checking out Rowing Camps of America and considering that to be part of your summer plans this summer. Still experiencing some sort of delay at the start, unfortunately. Waiting for this second heat of the women's U17 quad to go underway. So we'll be back with you momentarily once the race comes underway. In the meantime, grab a snack, grab some food, maybe sit in the shade for a little bit. We don't want anyone overheating. Hydrate. Everyone. The Florida sun is no joke, even in February, even during this Valentine's Day, President's Day weekend. So hopefully everyone's hydrated, getting some shade, reapplying some sunscreen, getting some snacks, getting some food in their systems here for a otherwise very hot day here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. So hopefully everyone's getting the proper care in this very hot weather. And we are underway. After a slight delay, we are finally underway now with the second heat of the women's U17 quad. It's another 10-boat heat, just like the previous U17 quad. It is Elizabeth City in lane 0. That's their B crew. So Elizabeth City B, lane 0. Lane 1, Vero Beach B. Lane 2, Miami Beach A. Lane 3, Sarasota Scullers. Lane 4, North Palm Beach. Lane 5, Treasure Coast. Lane 6, Oars. Lane 7, University School. Lane 8, Team Tampa. And Lane 9, Sarasota Crew B. And I can see those crews off in the distance moving slowly towards us. And unfortunately, the water has started to get rougher back down here at the finish line end of the course. Starting to see some more white caps again. If you think this is rough, wait till tomorrow. The wind is supposed to be about 7 or 8 miles per hour faster in this same direction. So midday, we'll see how these midday crews attack some even rougher conditions. Haven't got any confirmation yet, but there is always a possibility that we may need to cancel some of the smaller boats, just in regards to safety. In the event that happens, the fastest 3 times out of the heats will be awarded the medals. So if you still have a race or 2 left to go, just keep in mind that if you're in a smaller boat, your time from today may count for a result tomorrow, even though the final may be canceled. As the U-17 quads pass the 500-meter mark, heading in our direction. Field looks to be decently spread out even early on in the race. I can already tell that there's 3 crews well out in front of the rest of the pack. We may or may not seem to be missing a few of these crews. I don't exactly see 10, but they're still very, very far away. I do need glasses. I am wearing them right now, but still could be wrong. Looks like the 3rd crew from possibly Sarasota Scullers in the mix. Or maybe that's Miami Beach, I think, is the only crew that has stuck itself out significantly to my angle. They still have about a little less than halfway of the race to go. So as they approach us, we'll get a clearer view of how this race is shaping up. Again, if you're not aware, unfortunately, we don't have any cameras available from the first half of the race. The only cameras we have available are from down here at the tower. So due to the damage sustained from Hurricanes Milton and Helene, fortunately, that has not been repaired in time for this race, for this event. So we're making do with what we got at the moment. But we do apologize for the inconvenience without the pictures from the start or from, honestly, the majority of the race. We do hope that these facilities are repaired soon so that we can have complete coverage for the state championships occurring in April and eventually the youth national championships occurring in June. But for now, we're here at the end of the finish tower watching. It looks like, I can't confirm it's that Miami Beach crew out in front. This is their A entry. Miami Beach with a traditionally strong under-17 program, especially in the sculling events. So we're seeing that dominance being shown now as they have opened up quite a significant lead, actually. They're all alone, way ahead of the pack. Looks like one of the biggest gaps I think it's developing to be of the day. So get your stopwatches ready. We'll see how big the gap is between this Miami Beach crew and the rest of the field. As they approach the island, the last 500 meters is Miami Beach comfortably out in front. Comfortable is an understatement in this scenario. Looks like it could be oars and either North Palm Beach or Sarasota Scullers. Can't quite tell from this angle. Are contending for second and third. But yeah, as this Miami Beach crew gets closer and closer, you can see they have pretty good power getting in from the legs, even despite the rough conditions. Very together, especially for an under 17 age group. Somewhat less experienced than their varsity members. But yeah, it's got to be at least 150 meters of gap. So get your stopwatches ready. We're going to see how big of a gap this is. I'm going to time it myself, actually. Here we go. As Miami Beach across the line. Man, a huge gap here between, yep, that looks like second place oars battling out with, could be North Palm Beach. I believe that is North Palm Beach. So North Palm Beach, it's back and forth between this oars boat and North Palm Beach. We'll see as they approach the line. It looks like North Palm Beach has the edge right now. And it's down to the wire. It looks like oars got it just over. I think that's actually Sarasota Scullers. So a very tight finish there. And almost a minute gap, by the way, between Miami Beach and the rest of the field. Fourth place coming. That's the North Palm Beach. So that was Sarasota Scullers battling for that second and third place spot. So congratulations to that crew. They're using the Masters blades, so couldn't really see their signature green and purple. NSU School coming across the line, taking the final spot just barely ahead of Vero Beach and Treasure Coast. So, and University School is going to take the final qualification spot to the A final. Treasure Coast and Vero Beach very close together. They will be together in the B final. Looks like Elizabeth City's B crew coming across the line now. There's a Sarasota crew boat. That's Sarasota crew B. A little bit outside of their lane, but not interfering with anyone, so it's all right. Sarasota Group B approaching the line now. They'll be headed to the B final. And the remaining boat, I believe it's Team Tampa. Yep, I think it's Team Tampa is the last boat that is yet to finish. In the meantime, though, next event coming across down the course is back to the eights. It's the men's Open 8. The men's Open 8. So anyone, it's unrestricted. Anybody can race in this event, whether you're the youngest 6th grader or the oldest super senior. Whatever, how old you are, how skilled you are, does not matter in the men's Open 8. It's anything is fair game. Anything is fair game in the men's Open 8. So it's going to be quite interesting to see some of the crews that may be mixed in here. Could be some very young athletes mixed in with some of the top varsity athletes at some of these programs. So anything is fair game. It's a free-for-all in terms of who's eligible and who's not. Well, nobody's not eligible, so it's free. It's all fair game there. So the men's youth Open 8, there's going to be 2 heats Top 5 to the A final, remaining to the B final. In lane 2, it's going to be Sarasota Crew B. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew A. Lane 4, Space Coast. Lane 5, Plant High. Lane 6, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 7, Chicago. And lane 8, Oars B. So Chicago, a team that this is one of their only events that they've entered. They've entered some Open 8s. They've entered some U17 8s as well, both on the men's and women's side. So Chicago coming out to display what they can do in the Open 8s category. One of the biggest clubs out of the Midwest, Chicago Rowing Foundation, obviously out of Chicago, Illinois. They usually take a winter or spring training trip down here to Sarasota, so it's nice to welcome their athletes and their families to sunny Sarasota, away from the chilly conditions in Chicago. And it looks like it is that Chicago 8 out of lane 7 that seems to be in front here, battling it out with, it looks like, could be Space Coast there. Yeah, I think I see Space Coast as their turquoise blades. Yeah, and these 8s, back again, their manpower at full display here. Fast times are likely to be incoming, as it actually is very close between the Chicago boat and Space Coast. As they come down to the line, it looks like Space Coast has the advantage now. Chicago, again, likely coming out of a winter training camp on the erg, likely not having raced on the water or rowed on the water at all. And Space Coast looking to take clear advantage of that as they cross the line a length up on Chicago. Followed by, looks like Sarasota Crew, looks like their A entry, coming across the line in third. Followed by Plant High School with the length of open water. Sarasota Crew across the line. Here comes Plant High, taking the 4th spot in this first heat. And finally, it is Miami Rowing Club going to take the final spot to qualify through to the A final. So Space Coast, a performance to be proud of there, defeating the A entry of one of the Midwest's biggest teams. Here comes Oars B across the line now. They'll be the first of the Open 8s headed to the B final. And finally, it is Sarasota Crew B that will be joining Oars in the B final. As they take their last few strokes here. And across the line they go. That is Sarasota Crew B, finishing up the first heat of the Men's Youth Open 8. And next, it's the second heat of the Men's Youth Open 8. Chicago B in lane 2. The Bowl School lane 3. Space Coast lane 4. Canisius in lane 5. Vero Beach in lane 6. Oars in lane 7. Oars A in lane 7. And Oars C will be in lane 8. Top 5 again, advancing to the A final, remaining to the B final. So it's going to be interesting to see a few out-of-state teams here. Chicago, like I previously mentioned, they got one of their second Open 8 in this entry here, as well as Canisius, the Scholastic program out of Buffalo, New York. And as they are underway, seeing a lot of familiar names out of this Canisius boat, particularly the coxswain Noah Rajecki. If you've been on rowing YouTube, you would you've probably stumbled upon a few of his recordings. I have. And he is a very, very aggressive coxswain. It's a style that is very particular. Only a few people I've heard, including myself, for the record, who cox in that sort of style. It's aggressive in that it emphasize the word demands, maximum performance from his rowers. So if you've seen Radjecki's coxswain recordings, I believe the ones he's posted are both from last summer, when he raced at the Rowfest National Championships as well as the Canadian Henley, both electric recordings. If you listen to them, you'll probably run through a brick wall if you've been told by him to do so. You probably would. That's how exciting and electric those recordings are, and that style is. So highly recommend if you are an aspiring coxswain to go watch some of his work. Hopefully we may be able to see some perspectives from this weekend posted up on YouTube, but yeah, I know that Noah will be demanding every single ounce of effort out of his guys. Canisius affiliated with the Row Buffalo program, also known as Buffalo Scholastic Rowing Association. A lot of their guys train with that program over the summer, and it shows how much effort they keep into training over the summer, as defined by their national championships at Rowfest, as well as their Canadian Henley Championship, one of the largest races in North America, held every summer at St. Catharines, Canada. So Noah, very, very experienced coxswain, lots of championships. I believe he's also won a U17 title to his name as well, so decorated to say the least. And he'll be in lane 5 of this event. And to my eye, it does look like that Canisius 8 is the one that's out in front, along with, looks like it's Oars' A entry out of lane 7. Those two 8s, along with Chicago B out of lane 2, controlling the field as they start to approach the island for the final parts of the race. Another familiar name to me out of Chicago, the Stroke C Theo Moss. I trained with him at what was formerly known as ODP, now is like the Pathways Development Camp or something like that. Yeah, a good friend of mine. Developed into a very, very fast, powerful rower, and he's stroking that Chicago B entry there out of lane 2. So him, Radjecki, and Canisius battling it out for the second heat of the men's Open 8 alongside Oars in lane 7. So this is another strong performance. I don't exactly know who comprises of this Oars A entry, but it's got to be high-level guys if they're able to keep up with some of the best from Canisius and Chicago. So I would have to assume that they're at a pretty high level in the Oars camp. So as they approach the last 250 on the island, you guys can clearly see down at the dock, which is a cool thing. That's new that they have the spectator dock open like that. So that's a neat little feature that they have here at Nathan Benderson Park, new for this year, for this event. But as they come across the island, it looks like to me Chicago has started to pull away from Canisius and Oars. Canisius still holding on to that second place, and Oars sitting in third place. But it's still pretty tight between Canisius and Chicago. Remember, that's Chicago's B entry too, so maybe they've mixed those two those two Open 8s, since these are their only races for the weekend. And it seems to me that Chicago has pulled out a little bit of a sprint here, starting to walk away from Canisius in the last few strokes. Looks very powerful. There's a dynamic swing coming off of that Chicago boat. You can see the boat almost sag into the water with how much power they're swinging into. So Chicago's going to take the win by open water, followed by Canisius, who has a bucket in their 8, 4-5 bucket. That's pretty cool. Canisius across the line in second. Here comes Orrs in third. The last two eights that will be qualifying are Vero Beach coming across the line in fourth, just ahead of, looks like the Bowles School. Yep, that's the Bowles School. So those will be your crews qualifying for the A final. And finishing it off, headed to the B final in the men's Open 8, it is Space Coast first, and then Orrs C out of lane 8, which will be headed to the B final for tomorrow's race. But again, a strong showing from Chicago. Both Chicago 8s pretty strong in their respective heats. Canisius also showed out in their bucket 8, which is a 2 rowers with the oars on the same side. Traditionally, there would be each rower is alternating sides when you're looking down the boat, but Canisius has 2 rowers back to back on the same side. Looks like that's port side. And that's what we call a bucket, a tandem if you're from New Zealand or the UK. But it is a strategic, purposefully strategic configuration. It could be for a variety of reasons. Now is the time to experiment with things like that. If you're thinking about using a bucket as a coach, you would use races like these here at the American Youth Cup and other early season races to kind of test out the effectiveness of the configuration and see if it's worth pursuing forward. There could be a variety of reasons a coach might want to switch to a bucket. There could be a power imbalance between their top 8 rowers that could cause a change in the rigging configuration. There could be there might be 2 people that work better sitting behind back to back from each other. Yeah, there's a variety of reasons why a coach might want to choose that configuration over a traditional alternating setup. Yeah, that's another big reason. It's been studied that a bucket in the 8, or a bucket in any boat for that matter, helps the boat go straighter. It kind of distributes the power a little bit more evenly across the both sides. So if they want less strain on the coxswain, less rudder movement, less rudder action going on, that's another reason to have a bucket. You can have a bucket anywhere, technically in the 8. You can have multiple in one boat. If you've ever watched New Zealand's junior rowing program, the Māori Cup is their nationals. The New Zealanders love to bucket their 8s. Oftentimes you'll see triple buckets in a few of their 8s, and they're fast 8s. They win national championships out of New Zealand. They go to Henley Royal Regatta and compete with the British teams, and with a unique triple bucket. So it's a sight to see for sure if you've ever watched New Zealand high school rowing. Probably just me, though, as a rowing nerd. As we are beginning to catch up on the results, so we haven't been available to show their live times like right after the race, but we've managed to catch up here in the tower. So hopefully we'll be able to start showing. You can see the times from the most recent heat on your screens now. We'll be able to catch up and show those results as they come in instead of having to check back later. So again, if you would like to catch up on a result from a past race that we missed, head to crewtimer.com. Those races should be available to look at and up to date. And we are back on track with the results. So again, crewtimer.com. You can find the link to the results page on Regatta Central, or you can just look it up yourself, whichever you prefer. Those results are up to date, and we'll be showing them live again on the screen as we move on to the first heat of the women's Open 8. A swath, I was seeing this in the entry lists earlier this week, a swath of Chicago boats and Winter Park boats. So as we go through this list here, it's lane 2, Chicago D, Sarasota Crew B in lane 3, Plant in lane 4, Winter Park A in lane 5, Chicago B in lane 6, and Winter Park C in lane 7. It looks like Winter Park A is the crew out in front coming across the island now. Winter Park A looks to have solidified their lead. They're starting to lengthen out. Slow down just a little bit, take it easy, coast through the line, save their energy for any future races later today or tomorrow. They've got this win in the books. They're all set, ready to go. They're looking ahead for sure. So a dominating performance. So if you see crews lengthening out like this, taking it easy across the line, that's how you know that they know they've won. They have it in the bag. The race is wrapped up. They're just ready to move on, trying to save as much energy as possible while keeping their length nice and strong. So across the line there, cheeky little hand letting it fly before they finished. A little flex from them. Chicago, that's their B entry across the line next. Then follows Chicago D out of lane 2. Again, it's the top 5 moving to the A final, so those are the top 3 crews out of Heat 1. Winter Park A, domination, coasting through the line as they have already wrapped up their work nice and early in the race, followed by the 2 Chicago boats using Sarasota Crew equipment. Next boat across the line in 4th place is going to be, looks like another Winter Park crew. It is lane 7, Winter Park C. So Winter Park going to have at least 2 boats in this A final, along with Chicago. Winter Park across the line. And the last boat to be qualifying for the A final is Plant High School coming down the middle of the course here. So again, these Open 8s, eligible to anyone. There's no restrictions as to in regards to age or experience or anything like that. It's just whoever wants to race it, stick them in a boat, send them out, and that's the Open 8. So no restrictions. And you can put as many rowers as you want out there. As you can see, Winter Park and Chicago having 4 boats each. Winter Park actually has 5 boats in this event. Anyone who wants to go out there or do another 8 race is welcome to in this division, the Open 8. Open to anyone. And finally, coming across the line, bringing up the rear is going to be Sarasota Crew B in 6th place outside of the A final, and they'll be going to the B final. And in progress is the next heat of the Women's Open 8, second heat. We have Winter Park D listed, but there's not a time for them at the moment, so they may have scratched. Out of the crews that do have times at the moment, we have Chicago C out of lane 3, Sarasota Crew A out of lane 4, Chicago A lane 5, Winter Park B lane 6, Winter Park E, lane 7. That's their 5th 8. And an exhibition crew from Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast throwing in a woman's quad just for fun. Yeah, so this getting some more information on this Treasure Coast quad that's been thrown in with some of the 8s here. This crew experienced breakage earlier in the day, so they'll be given the chance to race down the course at least one time, because breakage is if it occurs in the breakage zone, which is within the first 100 meters, it can be excused and fixed. So Treasure Coast given the chance to race down the course at least once today in this quad, but will be going up against some 8s, which on paper will not bode well for them, but we'll see if they'll be given a chance to progress to any of the races tomorrow. But for now, they'll just be going down the course, setting a time, and the officials will decide what happens with that crew in the event that they're originally scheduled for. But in the meantime, we have the other open 8s coming down the course. Looks like lane 6, Winter Park B, is the crew out in front, followed closely by their teammates in Winter Park E. Looks like they're slightly off in second place, but it looks like to be a clear lead for Winter Park B. As they approach the last quarter of this race, Winter Park B and Winter Park E holding the first 2 spots in this second heat of the Women's Open 8. Followed by, looks like that could be Sarasota Crew A in third. 4th place, Chicago A in the mix there as well. Chicago, one of the, like I said before, one of the biggest programs out of the Midwest, out of Chicago, Illinois. Mike Wallen's program won them a national championship a few years ago. Looking to return back to those heights this year. And this training trip down here to Sarasota is one step closer to achieving those heights again. So we're looking forward to see what they can do in the coming months. And we hope to welcome them back here in Sarasota for the Youth National Championships if they do qualify and compete. But yeah, a few years ago, Chicago, one of the more dominant women's rowing programs. In 2022, they had a very convincing final in the Youth National Championships that won them the national championship for that year. There are a few years where Chicago would be regularly amongst the top 5, top 6 at the Youth National Championships. So this crew, this team, making the trip down here are looking to make that step up as well and continue that legacy of success for Chicago's women. As across the line here come lane 5, that is Chicago's woman. So Chicago Women's A crew in the lead comfortably across the line. And that's Chicago A taking the win in the second heat of the Women's Open 8. Next up is lane 6, Winter Park B. Winter Park across the line in second. Followed by, looks like, could be Chicago C. It's lane 2, sorry, Winter Park D. So Winter Park D did have a entry there. Next on the course, it's Chicago C, lane 3. So they'll be the fourth crew to cross the line. And hey, there's that Treasure Coast quad, mixing it up with the 8s. So if they were an 8, they would be able to qualify for the A final. So good on them for holding off some of the bigger boats here. But unfortunately, an exhibition entry as they cross the line there. An exhibition entry due to a breakage in the breakage zone, first 100 meters in their proper event, which prevented them from competing. They're given a chance to go down the course. They're happy with that effort, beating some 8s on the way. We'll see what the officials decide to do with them if they're able to progress or not. And lane 7 now coming across the line. This will be the 5th crew to qualify for the A final, since that quad is not included in this event. Lane 7, it's Winter Park E, beating their teammates. Nope, that's Sarasota crew across the line. They'll be going to the B final. So pretty spread from both heats in the Women's Open 8. It's to be expected with the variety of skill levels and ages being combined in this event. So nothing too surprising about that. We did get to see a glimpse of what Chicago and Winter Park have to offer. Looks like they've brought out a lot of their top athletes to compete in this Open 8. So we'll be excited to see a lot of their athletes competing in the A final tomorrow, seeing which program gets the better of each other. As we return to some of the small boats now, next on the docket is the men's youth double. Back to sculling, back to the small boats here. So sculling again, 2 oars per person. And obviously with the double, that means there's 2 people. 4 oars in total for 2 people. Lane 1, this is Miami Rowing Club D. Lane 2, Miami Rowing Club C. Lane 4, because we have a scratch there. Lane 4, Sarasota Scullers. Lane 5, Palm River. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew. Lane 7, Treasure Coast. Lane 8, Miami Beach B. And Lane 9, Vero Beach B. So we must have had a scratch there. That's why Lane 3 is blank. This is for the first time in American Youth Cup history. This is the first time that there will be 4 heats in an event. So this means that only the top 2 doubles will progress to the A final. And then the next 2 will go into the B final. No C or D finals here. So only 4 boats per heat will progress to race at all in tomorrow's racing. And it looks like the crews out in front taking the top 2 spots are Miami Beach B out in lane 8 and Vero Beach B out of lane 9. Those look to be the top 2 boats that are going to progress to the A final as they enter the last 250 meters. Looks like Miami Beach B out in front of Vero Beach B. A little bit of a ways back is Treasure Coast, an RC Rowing Camps of America alum in that Treasure Coast entry, Lavelle. As they approach the line, it is going to be that Miami Beach crew. One of their double as always seems to be fast alongside their quads, so sculling seems to be the forte for the Miami Beach men and women. As this is still their B entry, so they still have a potentially faster entry in the A entry yet to come down the course. But Miami Beach taking the win with their B double in the first heat of the men's youth double. Vero Beach is going to take the final qualification spot for the A final. Treasure Coast going to hold off a fast-charging Miami Rowing Club C. They'll be seeing each other in the B final. And for the rest of these crews are unfortunately eliminated from progression to tomorrow. So the 2 crews off to the A final are Miami Beach and Vero Beach, followed by Miami Rowing Club and Treasure Coast off to the B final. Looks like Palm River about a nip. Palm River just getting the better of Miami Rowing Club D, and followed closely behind by Sarasota Crew. And Sarasota Scullers are going to round out the first heat of the men's youth double. So those last 4 crews unfortunately eliminated. For the top 4 crews, they'll be racing tomorrow. Coming up is the next heat, Heat 2 of the men's youth double. Again, top 2 to the A final, next 2 to the B final. Remaining boats eliminated from the weekend. It is Miami Beach C in lane 1, University School in lane 2. That's their B double. Lane 3, Team Tampa. Lane 4, Sora. Lane 5, Plant High. Lane 6, Oars. Lane 7, Sarasota Crew B. And lane 8, the Bowles School B. So it looks like this heat is also underway. Another team involved in this heat that's pretty well versed in sculling is that Sora squad. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they only have sculling entries here at the American Youth Cup this year. And yeah, I would be correct on that front. Only sculling events for SORA, that stands for South Orlando Rowing Association. They're pretty distinct in that they have a very bright green hat that all of their athletes wear. So as they come into the last 500 meters of this one, it looks like the far boat all the way out in lane 1, Miami Beach, again, one of their sculling entries, even though it's the C entry, still showing their quality in sculling. Again, tapping into that depth that we've been talking about, more related to the second and third eights, now being seen with Miami Beach's B and C doubles. So their sculling program really coming into form here for this weekend, as the C double looks to be leading the second heat. Again, only 2 spots up for grabs here in the A final and 2 more for the B final. So it looks like it's going to be a dogfight for the last spot of the A final and then the last 2 spots. There's 4 boats for 3 spots now. Miami Beach has looks to have secured their ticket to the A final. But between these last 4 crews, it's going to be close. Right now in pole position is going to be lane 6. Looks like Oars. That double looks to be in control. That's last remaining qualification spot. But Sora and the neon green hats are coming back strong, trying to pip Oars. They have the momentum at the moment. Will they have the room? It is really close. As they come towards me, my angle looks to have changed, and Sora taking the lead in the last few strokes. But Oars is surging again. Oars is surging again, coming down to the line for the last qualification spot. It's Oars, it's Sora. Oars has just inched out ahead, and it's going to be Oars coming back. Great response, and hands in the air for that stroke. See, that was a great response to what would otherwise be a very effective Sora sprint. Bowles coming in, taking the last B final spot. Sarasota Crew across the line, unfortunately eliminated. So Oars really fought back. Sora looked like Sora had the momentum, and we're going to be able to pull out a comeback win, or a comeback qualification spot against Oars, but Oars responded effectively. That's a good move by that double. They're going to be happy with that one. You could see the emotion from Stroke Seat there, with a well-executed defense of their qualification spot. So, and it's going to be Oars and Miami Beach C progressing to the A final. Sora and I believe it was Bowls. Yep, it was Bowls. Bowls B will be headed to the B final. Sarasota Crew B, University School B, and Team Tampa A are unfortunately eliminated from the weekend. But a great defense from Sora. And coming down the course now is the third of 4 heats in the men's youth double. We got Bowls C, lane 0. Vero Beach B, lane 1. University School in lane 2. Miami Rowing Club A in lane 3. Cape Coral in lane 4. North Palm Beach in lane 5. Wayland Weston B in 6. Team Tampa B in 7. And University School D in 8. So it looks like one of the middle crews, presumably one of the A crews that are involved in this heat, looks to be out in front by a decent margin. Believe that might be University School out of lane 2. Yeah. I do believe that's lane 2, University School out in front at the moment. Some water between them and the second place. Looks like right next to them. Either Vero Beach B in lane 1 or Miami Rowing Club in lane 3. And as we approach the last quarter of the third heat, it is University School with a decent-sized margin, a large margin, in fact, as they approach the finish line followed by, looks like Vero Beach in lane 1. So those two boats solidly in prime position to take the A final, or take the qualification spots to go to the A final. But behind them, it is a brawl for the last two positions in the B final. There's a boat all the way on the left, closest to shore. That's University School D. That looks to be in front of the pack, as well as a boat all the way on the other side. That could be Bowl C. That could be in position to take the two spots, but very closely behind are 4 other boats looking to try and take their weekend to another day. As we see this, oh, sorry, that boat that was so far ahead that I thought was a NSU boat, that's actually Miami Rowing Club. So Miami Rowing Club, a dominant victory here in the third heat.
They switched this Bulls boat and this Bulls boat between the two events, so you're gonna have 2 8s and 2 zeros, like 2 8s in this one, 2 zeros.
So Miami Rowing Club takes the win in the third heat by quite a margin. Coming across the line next is University School. They're going to be first and second. We apologize for mixing up the lanes there. And across the line there goes University School. So those are their two doubles that are headed to the A final. Next two positions up for grabs here. It looks like it's going to be on the far shore. Looks like number 1, lane 1, which is Vero Beach. So it looks like Vero Beach is going to take their qualification into the B final. And Sarasota Crew, University School D, closest to us. And that's actually lane 8 Bowls, who they mixed up some of the Bowls entries here in this 8. So Bowls is going to actually take a spot across the line. They're going to be qualifying for the B final. A little bit of confusion there with the entries, not exactly matching. There is the University School out of lane 8, so there were 2 number 8s in that entry. Cape Coral coming across the line next, followed by North Palm Beach and Wayland Weston in lane 6. And Team Tampa is going to be the last boat to cross the line there. So a little bit of confusion with the lanes getting changed up in that heat. We do apologize for that. It ends up being Miami Rowing Club taking a pretty dominant victory in the double in this heat, and University School are your 2 qualifiers into the A final. Vero Beach and Bowls are going to go into the B final, and the remaining boats, unfortunately, eliminated from the weekend. As we shift our focus to the final heat of the men's double, the biggest entry list by an event in American Youth Cup history, we can confidently say. The last heat, top 2 to the A, next 2 to the B, everyone else done for the weekend. It is lane 0, University School C, another University School entry in this. Sarasota Scholars B in lane 1, Bulls in lane 2, Miami Beach in lane 3, Wayland Weston in 4, Vero Beach in 5, Sora in 6, that's their B double, Miami Rowing Club B in 7, and Bulls D in 8. As this race is pretty close behind. That might be Miami Beach's A crew coming in to the picture in the lead. Again, another double with a comfortable lead. It seems like all 4 of our heats had one clear-cut winner, and then a second battle for the last few qualifying spots. So yeah, that's definitely a Miami Beach crew. I can see in the camera now coming through well in the lead. That's a very comfortable lead. Again, showing the depth that Miami Beach has in their sculling program. As this double from Miami Beach taking the top spot in this fourth and final heat of the men's youth double. They'll be on their way to the A final. And across the line is Miami Beach. Next up, it looks to be lane 5, Vero Beach, perhaps. Vero Beach holding off a charge from Bowles. Vero Beach holding off a charge from Bowles for the final qualification spot. Bowles will be headed to the B final alongside. Looks like that's Miami Rowing Club B. So Vero Beach a length ahead of Bowles for that final qualification spot to the A final. And then Bowles headed to the B final. And it's going to be close between Miami Rowing Club and NSU. That's University School on the far side. I didn't even see them. And that's a photo finish. Too close to call to my eye for the final. Too close to call to my eye. That's for the final spot in the B final. The one boat that loses out on that will not be racing again this weekend in that double. I didn't even see that University School boat all the way on the far side of the course. Their shell must have just blended in with the water. I had no idea they were there. I do apologize for that, but seemingly to my eye coming out of nowhere to maybe potentially take a spot away from Miami Rowing Club. We're still waiting for the official times now. This is Bowles across the line here. And one more double approaching as well. So we know the top three out of this heat for sure. Miami Beach and Vero Beach will be headed to the A final. The Bowles School will be in the B final. And it is officially the University School taking the final B final spot away from Miami Rowing Club. I completely missed their shell the entire race. And they managed to sneak in there and grab a spot for tomorrow. So Miami Rowing Club, they're going to be heartbroken losing out of an extra race by losing out of another racing opportunity by only less than 0.3 of a second. So a valiant effort there by University School to stay in it and pip a spot away from Miami Rowing Club. And next is the men's U17 double. So moving on from the youth doubles to the under 17 doubles. This is the first heat. Top 5 will move to the A final. There are only 5 boats in this heat, so all of these boats will be racing again tomorrow in the A final in contention for medals. They're approaching us quickly now, so I'll go through their entries. It's lane 3, Sora. Lane 4, Bowles. Lane 5, Treasure Coast. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew. And lane 7, Belen Jesuit. And it looks like Sarasota Crew is the boat that has taken the initiative to carve out a lead throughout the progression of this race. And it looks like Sarasota Crew is going to have another comfortable victory in the men's U17 double. And again, all of these crews, there must have been a scratch of some sort because
All these crews will be progressing through to the A final. Since it's top 5, there's 2 heats. Only 5 boats in this heat, so a progression to the A final for all 5 of these crews. But Sarasota crew taking the top seed out of Heat 1 by a comfortable margin. Here they come across the line, and Sarasota crew victorious in the first heat of the U17 double. Fist bumps there from the 2 men in that double. Next across the line, Treasure Coast in lane 5, followed by Sora in lane 3. A few boat lengths ahead of Belen Jesuit in lane 7. And rounding out the field will be the Bowl School in lane 4. Belen Jesuit across the line now. So it looks like we have actually caught up. We started the afternoon session a little bit delayed, but it looks like we've caught up. We've managed to catch up to being ahead of schedule, actually. The next race, the second heat of the men's under 17 double, is not underway yet because they are scheduled to start in 2 minutes' time. So the starter up at the starting line will probably ask if all crews are ready to start early, and it looks like that's what's happened here. 2 minutes ahead of schedule, we have a start for the second heat of the men's U17 double. Again, all 5 of the entries in this first heat will be progressing through to the A final. Must have had a last-minute scratch that decreased that field size to 5. So now coming in with the second heat, starting ahead of schedule. Lane 2, North Palm Beach. Lane 3, Winter Park. Lane 4, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 5, Oars. Lane 6, Team Tampa. And Lane 7, Sarasota Crew B. Just starting out now. And just received word for this second heat of the U17 double. We have 2 scratches. So Miami Rowing Club in lane 4 and Winter Park in lane 3 are both scratches from this event. So there will only be 4 boats contesting this heat of the men's U17 double. All 4, again, just like in the previous heat, all 4 of those boats will progress. Unfortunately, we lost Miami Rowing Club and Winter Park. Those crews were not able to make it to the start and will be scratched. So North Palm Beach, Oars, Team Tampa, and Sarasota Crew B left to pick up the remaining qualification spots. And the field, that pretty much sets the field for tomorrow's A final. We'll see in what order they'll be given priority, obviously. So that event underway, 2 minutes gone, just over 500 meters into this event. On their way down the course now. And we have attention on the venue, attention on the venue. If you are flying a personal drone on the premises, that is not allowed. This is a no drone zone unless permitted to do so by the live stream. So, and we don't have any drones, actually, for that matter. So no drones at all. So if you are flying a personal drone, please retrieve it and do not send that up again. Please refrain from flying any drones on the premises. Thank you. As we see the second heat of the men's U17 double coming into focus now. Looks like it's going to be these doubles are pretty spread out. Like I said before, two boats unfortunately had to scratch. That's Winter Park and Miami having to scratch, so they won't be in this one today. So all four boats in this heat will be progressing through to the A final. It looks like Oars in lane 5 is the lead boat coming into the picture now. And yep, that is Oars with their orange striped unis coming down the course in the lead, well ahead of the next boat, that is Sarasota Crew B in second place. Not too far behind them in third place is Team Tampa. And behind them is North Palm Beach out of lane 2. So, again, another pretty spread out field here. We'll see tomorrow when they mix in with the first heat, see if those gaps get any closer, but pretty standard proceedings here. Nothing too crazy. As Oars, a strong performance here in this double. They'll be stoked with that as they cross the line well ahead of the rest of the field. It's going to be Oars in the U17 double, taking the win in the second heat of the men's U17 double. Cross the line they go. And here's the picture from Sarasota Crew B. This is their second U17 double. There's Oars across the line now. Here comes Sarasota Crew B. Decent margin ahead of the third place boat. That's Team Tampa. And Team Tampa well ahead of the final boat in this heat, North Palm Beach. All of these crews advancing to the A final. And we'll be seeing them tomorrow. There's Sarasota Crew across the line. Followed by Team Tampa. Here comes Team Tampa. Finishing out their race. No need to sprint. Everyone is progressing through. Team Tampa across the line, which leaves one boat left. That's North Palm Beach with about 200 meters to go in their race. Next event is going to be the first heat of the women's youth double. 3 heats for you in this one. Top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final, remaining crews eliminated. So in lane 1, in the first heat of the women's youth double, it's going to be Sarasota Crew C. Lane 2, Miami Rowing Club B. Lane 3, Winter Park A. Lane 4, Miami Beach A. Lane 5, Elizabeth City. Lane 6, Oars. Lane 7, North Palm Beach. And Lane 8, that's the Bulls B. And coming into the last quarter of the first heat of the women's youth double, again, this is a 3-heat event. Top 3 boats going to the A final, next 3 to the B, and the final remaining crews unfortunately eliminated. So top, it looks like there's 3 boats in contention ahead of the rest of the field. That's going to be lane 6. Yep, lane 6. Oars alongside lane 4, Miami Beach. Yeah, those are the 2 crews that seem to be out ahead. Lane 2, Miami Rowing Club B, also seems to be in a good position. So those are top 3 from my angle right now. As we get to see that shot there. And it looks like lane 5, so that's going to be Elizabeth City. So yeah, a lot of these events shifting and changing due to scratches and rearranging the heats or whatnot. So I do apologize if the initial calls are wrong in terms of which team is who. But it does look clearer to me that Elizabeth City in lane 5 is the first boat looking to take the win in the first heat, followed closely by 2 boats flanking on either side. I believe that is North Palm Beach and Winter Park. Going to be your top 3 here, barring anything catastrophic. It's going to be a tight finish between Winter Park and North Palm Beach. Looks like North Palm Beach has the edge right now, but we've seen last-minute shifts in the final few strokes kind of change things here. But one thing for sure, Elizabeth City takes the win in the first heat. Here comes North Palm Beach, just ahead of Winter Park. And then following behind, the first of the crews to go to the B final looks like Miami Rowing Club. Close finish here for the final 2 spots of the B final. One of these crews, there's 3 crews dead even. One of these crews is going to be left out of the B final and eliminated from the weekend. It's lane 8 Bulls, lane 6 Oars, and lane 4 Miami Beach is going to be come down to the line. Bulls, then Oars, then Miami Beach. A little bit of separation there in the last few strokes confirms Bulls taking the B final qualification spot alongside Oars. Miami Beach unfortunately left out of that one, and lane 1 Sarasota crew not in lane 1, that is lane 9, so that's interesting there. There's some mischievous happenings at the start. Everyone's mixing numbers, so that's great to know that that's happening. So yeah, Sarasota crew kind of spawned out of nowhere, and but it is going to be the top 3 from Elizabeth City, North Palm Beach, and Winter Park that are progressed to the A final, followed by Miami Rowing Club, Bulls, and Oars. Those 3 boats will be going to the B final, and the last few boats are eliminated. Next heat of the women's youth double. It's top 3 to the A final again. The next 3, same deal. And then to the B final, and the remaining boats eliminated. 2 out-of-state teams joining us here today. In this heat, it is Braunfield, Acton, Boxborough, their B double in lane 2, University School lane 3, Cape Coral lane 4, Treasure Coast lane 5, Aquinas in 6, Wayland Weston in 7, and Sarasota Crew B in 8. So they're coming down the course now. Wayland Weston and Braunfield, Acton, Boxborough again. If you haven't heard, they're from Massachusetts. Both teams are. joining us down here for the American Youth Cup, and they'll also be staying for the Sarasota Invitational next weekend as well. Making the most out of their on-the-water time that they have left here in sunny Sarasota, Florida, as opposed to the gray climate, gray, cold, miserable climate that is Massachusetts and New England. So I'm sure they'll be getting the most out of their times here, but right now it seems to be the crews in the middle out in front. Looks like lanes 4 and 5 to my eye, Cape Coral and Treasure Coast, potentially. Nope, that's a Winter Park double. Ooh, some clouds. Now I can see color. Yep, that's definitely Winter Park. Sorry, I misidentified that as Treasure Coast. So that's Treasure Coast's double coming into the frame now in the lead. Well ahead of, it looks like that's an Aquinas boat. I can see their orange blades. Believe that's Aquinas coming in second. Yep, that's lane 5, Treasure Coast for sure. In control of this one. Decent margin ahead. Looks like Aquinas. And I can't exactly tell. Might be University School on the far side, taking the final qualification spot in the A final. That's definitely Aquinas. And, yep, I do believe that is the University School. Yep, that is the University School in third place at the moment. So, Treasure Coast, another dominant showing from the winning boat of the heats. Across the line there, taking the win in Heat 2 of the Women's Youth Double. Aquinas coming towards the line now in second place, followed closely behind by the University School. And then the next 3 boats coming close in succession here. All 3 of those boats will be headed to the B final. Looks like we had a few scratches here because it doesn't look like we have all 7 boats. There were supposed to be 7 boats, but I only see 6 on the course at the moment. Sarasota Crew B looks to be heading the field closely, very closely followed by Cape Coral. Yep, that's Cape Coral there. So it's going to be pretty close finish to see who is the lead finisher going to the B final. Now it's looking like Cape Coral has taken a shift and is moving out ahead. Sarasota Crew is getting walked through right now by, looks like Waylon Weston out of Massachusetts. So we are missing that Bromfield crew out of Massachusetts. Looks like Waylon Weston is going to run out of room just barely, half a length down on Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is going to hold on. That's a nice looking shell by Sarasota Crew. Cute pink and bow end. I've never seen that before, so pretty cool there. But they'll be heading to the B final, seeing that pinkish shell going to the B final there. So it is going to be Treasure Coast, University School, and Aquinas headed to the A final. Cape Coral, Sarasota Crew, and Waylon Weston will be headed to the B final. And Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, unfortunately, did not start. And we have one more heat to go in the Women's Youth Double. This is the third and final heat. In lane 1, we have University School C. Lane 2, North Palm Beach B. Lane 3, Team Tampa. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew. Lane 5, the Bowl School. Lane 6, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 7, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. And Lane 8, University School B. So hopefully this Bromfield crew made it to the start. I guess we'll find out in a few minutes. This is the women's youth double, not the U17 double. That's on screen right now. And they're coming down the course now. So this is the third heat of the women's youth double. The university school entry is a scratch I am seeing now on my screen. So there's only going to be 7 boats joining us here for this final heat of the women's youth double. From my eye, if the boat in lane 7 is correct on my sheet, then Bromfield has joined us, has managed to make the start for this one. So welcome back. Make sure to hydrate. The Florida heat is pretty unbearable, especially when you're pushing yourself to the physical limit. So everybody on the venue as well, make sure you are continuously hydrating and applying sun protection, keeping yourself out of the sun for as long as possible if you need to, so we can avoid any medical emergencies. The Florida heat is no joke. I'm sure many of you know coming from Florida, but if you are from out of state, never been to Florida before, you could probably feel it now if you haven't already. So make sure everybody is fueling up, staying safe out there in these hot summer-like conditions. As the final heat of the women's youth double comes down, looks like the middle 3 boats are the ones that are in control of this race. A combination of Team Tampa, Sarasota crew, the Bowl School. Sorry, Sarasota crew, Miami Rowing Club, and the Bowl School. These are 3 boats. Look to me like dead even. Maybe that middle boat of the Bowl School starting to push out just a little bit. 3 boats in contention to take this win in the heat, but all 3 boats will be progressing to the A final, barring anything catastrophic here. So that middle crew looks to my eye right now be in control. That is the Bowl School out of lane 5. Sarasota crew also in the picture there, lane 4 in the blue shell, and they have started to make a move in their sprint. Sarasota crew pulling out and taking over the lead from the Bowl School. And Miami Rowing Club is also taking a move. They're also looking to move on the Bowl School as well. So it's going to be a tight finish between these top 3 crews. All 3 will be seeing each other again in the A final. But it looks like Sarasota crew, that sprint really set them apart from the other 2 contenders, as they now have open water coming into the last few strokes. Sarasota crew ahead of now Miami Rowing Club in the process of passing that Bulls crew. Miami Rowing Club looking a lot more jumpy. Bulls must have spent a lot trying to stay ahead in the middle of the race because they were quite sluggish coming through the final few strokes. But Sarasota crew takes the win, open water over Miami Beach. Miami Rowing Club managed to get open water in the sprint over Bulls. So a strong sprint from Miami. They'll be looking to replicate that performance tomorrow in the A final. Next 3 boats are going to be going to the B final. Looks like the closest boat here is University School B is going to be the next boat across the line. They'll be headed to the B final. Little ways across the lake. Perhaps that is Team Tampa on the far side as we get a good shot of University School taking the last few strokes. And they'll cross the line now. Yep, that is Team Tampa following close behind University School. So lane 8, University School going to the B final, followed by Team Tampa. And finally joining them in the B final is Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough out of Massachusetts. And the final crew, North Palm Beach, unfortunately will not be taking part in the finals tomorrow. They will be eliminated from this weekend. Bromfield across the line there, and North Palm Beach to round it out. And that will do it for the women's youth doubles. Those finals are now set. Sarasota Crew, Miami Rowing Club, and Bowls, the top three, advancing to the A final. Followed by the University School, Team Tampa, and Bromfield. Next up, we have the Women's U17 double. 2 heats coming at you here. 9 boats in this heat and 10 boats in the next heat. Top 5 will be progressing to the A final. Everyone else down to the B final. In Lane 0, North Palm Beach B. Lane 1, Sora B. Lane 2, Team Tampa A. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club A. Lane 4, Miami Beach. In Lane 5, Treasure Coast A. Lane 6, University School A. Lane 7, Vero Beach. And Lane 8, Sarasota Crew B. That Team Tampa crew out of Lane 2 is a scratch for this event. So we're down to 8 boats for this heat. Top 5 will be heading to the A final. And coming into the last quarter of the first heat of the U17 double, looks like it's going to be Treasure Coast out of Lane 5 and Vero Beach out of Lane 7 that look to be in control of this one. I'd probably give the edge to Treasure Coast at the moment. From my angle, looks to be the boat in front, followed closely by Vero Beach. Across the lake to Miami Rowing Club. And followed by, looks like Sora. I believe those are your top 4 coming closer down to the shore. And yep, it looks like that Treasure Coast double is in control. A few lengths lead ahead of second place. They're battling between Vero Beach and Miami Rowing Club. I'm going to give the edge to Miami Rowing Club right now for that second place position. But anything could change in the last few hundred meters. We've seen multiple sprints shuffle the order of these heats. Last-ditch efforts to get into the finals that they want, have a chance to go for the medals tomorrow. But nobody's shuffling Treasure Coast down to any sort of B final or anything of the sort, as Treasure Coast open water on the field, followed closely by Miami Rowing Club, keeping them in check. In third place, it's going to be that double back and Sora, as this closer crew looks like that's Vero Beach having some steering issues as well. They look to be going into the next lane over, so that's going to cost them some distance. It may have cost them a third place spot here in this heat, as there's Treasure Coast across the line, followed by Miami Rowing Club. Then goes Sora. Pretty equal distances between the two. Vero Beach lane 7, but ending up in lane 8. Well, that's all right. They've qualified their way into the A final, and finally a solid sprint from looks like North Palm Beach, rounding out the boats going to the A final. In the B final, Miami Beach and the University School. And bringing up the rear is Sarasota Crew B. And the next race coming down the course, it is the second heat of the women's U17 double. This is the final heat of the women's U17 double. Top 5 moving on to the A final. And this is a 10-boat race. In lane 0, Vero Beach B. Lane 1, University School. Lane 2, North Palm Beach. Lane 3, Elizabeth City. Lane 4, Oars. Lane 5, Sarasota Crew. Lane 6, the Bowles School. Lane 7, Sora. Lane 8, Miami Rowing Club B. And lane 9, Plant High. And it looks like the two boats closest to shore, it's going to be Miami Rowing Club and Sora are going to be in control. And there's another boat on the far side as well. It looks like North Palm Beach. Or... Nope, that's a lie. It's probably Vero Beach, I think. But those 3 boats are going to be contesting for the victory here in this first heat. And it looks like it's the far boat. I believe that is Vero Beach coming towards the line. Nope, that's University School, sorry. University School. It is North Palm Beach. Yep, North Palm Beach. I can get confirmation there that it's well ahead, taking the win here in this second heat of the U17 double. North Palm Beach across the line, followed by Sora. Sora right ahead of lane 8, which is listed as Miami Rowing Club, but those are not Miami Oars. So I have to get confirmation of which squad that's from. Elizabeth City comes across in 4th, and the final spot is going to be going to, that looks like Bowles, so in lane 6. So Bowles making it into the A final. Sarasota Crew, the first boat to be going to the B final, coming across the line next. Followed by, looks like, Oars in lane 4. Plant High School coming down the course in lane 9, following behind Oars. And here comes Plant across the line, also heading to the B final. Yeah, that was interesting. It looked like it's listed as Miami Rowing Club for that 3rd place crew, but yellow blades and navy blue unis, so not too sure if that's accurate. There's still 2 boats remaining on the course, and as these boats make their way down the course, buckle up and get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Here come the big boats. U17-8s coming up next after the conclusion of these doubles. The U17-8, another very popular event, one of the most viewed events at the Youth Nationals and at Youth Regionals as well. One of the big stepping stones for any athlete looking to make his or her mark on their program's results. So as you see, Vero Beach looks to be finishing, coming across the line, approaching the line now. Got a boat stopped on the course as well. Must be University School. So Vero Beach has gone for a little bit of an adventure. They started all the way on the other side in lane 0, and they are now in lane 9, almost about to hit the island. So hopefully they can keep it off the sand as they take their final few strokes across the line. And there's Vero Beach. Across the line. And University School stopped on the course briefly just a few seconds ago, but now back underway. If I have to suspect, the heat may be getting to some of our athletes here. Make sure to hydrate and stay fueled up in this Florida heat. As this university school entry finishes up, next up, it is the men's youth U17-8. 2 heats coming at you for this event. Top 5 to the A final, remaining to the B final for both. This is going to be a great event. I can already see the crowds starting to line up. The popularity of this event is unmistakable. So, biggest crowds I've seen in some time. So, if you're supporting your programs, the big boats are coming back. So, let's head down to the beach and let these athletes know that they are supported. As we're about to get started with the U17-8 first heat, we got St. Peter's Prep, the Scholastic program out of New Jersey, their B entry in lane 0. University School, lane 1. Miami Rowing Club in lane 2. The Bowl School, lane 3. Sarasota Crew in lane 4. Cape Coral in lane 5. Chicago, welcome back, in lane 6. Sarasota Crew C, lane 7. And St. Peter's Prep D in lane 8. That's going to be the first heat of the men's U17-8. Awaiting the start now. We are scheduled to start at 3:10, so 2 minutes ago. So we're awaiting the start there. Again, one of the most popular events. It's been a staple in the Youth Nationals circuit for a few years now, and is very, very competitive with the younger athletes looking to make the step up, looking to make an impression on their varsity squads, as with given the opportunity, with a little bit less experience. So, and now we are underway. We got times running for this men's youth U17-8. As Dave Wyatt used to say, blink and you'll miss them. Here they come. It's the big boats in the men's U17-8s. The last 8s events of the day outside of the middle school 8s. So a lot of these programs here are fielding underage 8s. U17 defined as turning 17 in the calendar year 2025 or younger. So if you turn 17 on December 31st, 2024, you are ineligible for this event. But if you turn 17 on January 1st, 2025, you are all set to compete as a U17 athlete here. So these athletes are going to be mainly freshmen, maybe some sophomores in high school. 8th graders, 9th graders, 10th graders are going to be mixing in. So some less experienced athletes compared to their senior team members, but still fierce racing. Enough experience to know what racing is like, how it feels to win, how it feels to lose, and how it feels to compete. So guarantee some fast, furious action here in the men's U17-8, as with most other 8s events here. So they're coming down the course now. You can see their blades flashing in the distance. The crowd's starting to build now for the final major 8s event of the day before we move on to singles. So we got the men's U17-8 heats, the women's U17-8 heats, then the men's singles, which is youth and U17, the women's singles, youth and U17, and then we're going to finish off the day with some middle school 8s. But back to the present here. Top 5 boats are going to be moving on to the A final as they make their way down the course. So it looks like, to my eye, lane 6 and lanes 4 look to be the early leaders out of this initial heat. Lane 6 is Chicago. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew. So these two programs, very well known in the 8s. Chicago out of the Midwest region in Chicago, Illinois. We previously saw them, their men's boats, just in the Open 8. And now we're seeing their U17 athletes here in the U17 8. These are their only events of the day. Sarasota Crew, we saw a few of these athletes racing in the U16 8s. I know stroke seed Lawrence Doniak stroked the freshman 8 that defeated Belen Jesuit, and he also had a under 17 quad race earlier, so likely that the rest of that lineup has also competed several times as well. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Chicago, with their fresher legs, can overcome Sarasota Crew, who will be mixing some of their freshmen with their sophomore varsity athletes here, and looking to make a statement going into this year. Sarasota Crew, believe they finished 5th, and it was either the U16 8 or the U17 8. I forget which one. I believe it was the U16. Yes, it was the U16 8 that they finished 5th in. A lot of those members returning for this race in the U17 8. So that is a crew that is nationals experience, that had a shot at the A final and finished 5th out of 8 boats. So 5th in the country, not too shabby for a young group of athletes being fielded here. And now they're making the step up 1 year, 1 age division higher, U17s this year. And it looks to me like Sarasota Crew has stretched out about a length over Chicago. That's going to be a strong performance from them if they hold on to this gap. Looks like Chicago just a little bit more scrappy at the moment compared to Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew keeping it nice and long and controlled, stroking at a 33 strokes per minute, so about where I would expect them to be at this stage in the race. But it's looking very stable. That boat is moving from Sarasota Crew as they take their final few strokes. The tailwind's helping them glide along the water. I haven't even noticed that the wind has mellowed out, but more than ideal conditions now for Sarasota Crew as they take the win in the first heat by 2.5 lengths of open water. Domination for this Sarasota Crew 8 in the U17-8. We'll be excited to see them tomorrow. Next up is Chicago coming across the line. This is Chicago's A entry. They'll be in second place, well ahead of the rest of the field. Next 3 boats coming quick at you. That is 2 and 1. That's Miami Rowing Club, a few seats ahead of the University School. That's a very strong showing from that University School entry. There's Miami Rowing Club ahead of University School, and the final qualifying spot will be going to Sarasota Crew C. A very strong showing for them as well. Sarasota Crew C taking that final qualifying spot ahead of, looks like, St. Peter's Prep. That's St. Peter's Prep's B's entry, ahead of Bowles, followed by Cape Coral, and St. Peter's Prep D are going to round out that heat of the men's U17-8. So a very strong showing by Sarasota Crew. They'll be pleased with that, and they'll be looking at the results from the next heat. Next heat will feature a lot of the in-state rivals that Sarasota Crew is normally used to racing, featuring Oars and Belen, amongst others. And that'll conclude the first heat. St. Peter's Prep across the line now. So Sarasota Crew, Chicago, Miami Rowing, University School, and Sarasota Crew C making up the A final. The remaining crews, St. Peter's Prep B, Bowles A, Cape Coral A, and St. Peter's Prep D will be headed to the B final tomorrow. 6:24, by the way, if you see Sarasota Crew's winning time, strong for a younger crew in these conditions. And I can confirm that the wind has mellowed out quite a bit, but it's actually shifting here. If you look down the course, you can see the wind is shifting towards, blowing towards the island. So there's going to be a little bit of a tail cross. The boats closer to the island may be getting slightly more of a push than the crews closer to the other side of the shore. So we'll see if that has any factors going into the second heat of the men's U17-8. Winds shift, and these heat sheets are pretty rock solid, not very flexible. So what could be perceived as fair conditions in one race, next race could be completely different. So hopefully that wind will limit the drifting and keep this blowing straight. As we're underway already with the second heat of the men's Youth U17-8, we got 9 boats in here as well. In lane 0, Sarasota Crew B. Lane 1, Oars A. Lane 2, Belen Jesuit A. Lane 3, St. Peter's Prep A. Lane 4, Space Coast A. Lane 5, Aquinas. Lane 6, Chicago B. Lane 7, St. Peter's Prep C. And Lane 8, Sarasota Crew D. So look out for that Belen, Oars, all the A entries involved here, along with the B entry from Sarasota Crew. They've shown that they have a deep freshman program that will be looking to keep that momentum going at the U17 age level. As they come down the course, already 2.5 minutes in, and they're approaching halfway. Should be well past halfway. Coming up on halfway, excuse me. And as the second heat comes barreling down the course, it looks like that third crew from the close shore, that's Chicago B, looks to be in the mix. There looks like there's 4 boats pretty evenly spread out that are heading this field. So Chicago B is one of them. So is Space Coast. Next to Space Coast is St. Peter's Prep, alongside Belen Jesuit. So those 4 boats look to be decidedly out in front, scrapping amongst themselves. And looks like the next crew, the 5th place crew that will join those 4 in the A final, is that boat from St. Peter's Prep C, or the angle might be deceiving. Any of those 3 second-tier boats could be in the mix for that 5th spot. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats for 5 spots in the A final. As they come down into the last 500, looks like Belen Jesuit, the 2 crews in the middle. Belen Jesuit and St. Peter's Prep slightly ahead of Space Coast. So Space Coast would be a strong contender for this one. Their U16-8s had a pretty decent showing at Youth Nationals last year as well. They'll likely be making the step up to U17, as demonstrated by their strong showing here, keeping up with Belen and St. Peter's, the Scholastic program. As now Chicago B looks to have made up some ground. A lot of water being thrown around by a lot of these 8s, especially Belen and Chicago. It's a sign of them not getting their blades in all the way. They could not be pulling all the way through the finish, which could limit their efficiency and maybe the difference going into the last few strokes. As they enter their final sprints here, it's 4 boats pretty evenly locked together. I can't call it right now between Belen, St. Peter's, Space Coast, and Chicago may be the only boat that's down, but I can't call that for sure. As they come down towards the line, I see a lot of folks at the finish line area. Let's hear some cheers as these boats come down to the line. It's going to be a 4-way race. I still can't call it as they come down to the line between Belen, Space Coast, St. Peter's, and Chicago. It's between Belen and St. Peter's for the top 2 spots now. Belen currently in the lead. They have that signature sprint in the bag, and it looks like that they have made that to good use. Half a length to Belen, half a length ahead of St. Peter's, half a length ahead of Space Coast, a full boat length ahead of Chicago. That was a cracking finish there by Belen. Yeah, hands in the air, celebrating that one. That was a well-executed sprint there from Belen Jesuit to pull out and be the difference maker. St. Peter's Prep, a strong result for that freshman program, getting the win, getting the second place ahead of Space Coast. And the final qualification spot down to the line. Very close there for the final 5th spot between Lane 7, St. Peter's Prep C, and Sarasota Crew B. So we'll have to go back to the photo to determine the winner of that, to claim the last A final spot. We do know Oars, unfortunately, will be headed to the B final along with Lane 8, Sarasota Crew D. But the top 4 are set, the bottom 2 are set, and now it's just the last 5th place boat that we're waiting on confirmation for. That was a very, very close finish. I was so focused on the top 4, I didn't even realize the race for the last 2 qualification spots that was on the line. That was a very, very close finish between Sarasota Crew B and St. Peter's Prep C. So yeah, St. Peter's Prep could have 2 of their 8s in the A final. They will be chuffed with that, I would assume. Especially being out in New Jersey where everything's cold and frozen. And one final boat coming across the line, that's Aquinas. So we're still waiting on times to come in for that heat. We still do not know who grabbed that last spot. Still waiting on confirmation. Just 1 second. We know that Belen Jesuit, and there's that result. There's the top. Well, Oars didn't get 3rd. As we have the first heat of the Women's Youth U17-8 coming down on the way. We'll bring that to you momentarily. Time's still rolling in. And there's the confirmation. St. Peter's Prep taking that final qualification spot. St. Peter's Prep C, a half a second ahead of Sarasota Crew B. That's going to solidify the 5 boats through to the A final. It's Belen Jesuit, St. Peter's Prep A, Space Coast A, Chicago B, and St. Peter's Prep C through to the A final. to the B final, Sarasota Crew B, Oars A, Sarasota Crew D, and Aquinas. If you look at the times between the two men's U17-8 heats, 1 second separating the winners, Belen Jesuit and Sarasota Crew. So we are set up to have a thrilling final tomorrow to determine the winner of the men's U17-8 here at the American Youth Cup. It's going to be an absolute thriller of a race between Belen and Sarasota for those top 2 spots. Now we're going to move on to the women's youth U17-8s. Heat 1, top 5 again to the A final, remaining to the B final. In lane 2, we have Chicago B. Lane 3, Team Tampa. Lane 4, Space Coast. Lane 5, Sarasota Crew. Lane 6, Miami Beach. And lane 7, Oars. So we're already well into this race here. It looks like the 3 boats to the left, so that's Oars, Miami Beach, and it looks to be Space Coast are the 3 boats out ahead. So one of these 8s in this heat are going to be left out of the A final. The top 3 look to be pretty secure at the moment between Space Coast, Miami Beach, and Oars. Followed by the next 2 8s, looks like Sarasota Crew and Team Tampa. And Chicago B looks to be the boat that's going to be on the outside looking in at the moment. With 500 meters left to go, another thrilling finish about to be set up here. Looks like 3 boats competing for the win here in the first heat of the women's U17-8. Too close to call to my eye between Oars, Miami Beach, and Space Coast. Space Coast, again, with a very strong U16 program last year. A lot of those athletes are making the step up to U17 this year, and they'll be looking to make their mark early here at the American Youth Cup and hopefully continue that performance throughout the year. But right now, it's Space Coast. It looks like as the angle gets closer to us, it looks like Space Coast is the one that has the lead over Miami Beach, followed by Oars. Space Coast ahead of Miami Beach, ahead of Oars, ahead of, looks like Team Tampa, ahead of Sarasota Crew, and followed back by Chicago B. Again, 5 of these crews qualifying for the A final. It looks to be like Chicago B, unfortunately, is the one boat on the outside looking in, going to the B finals. You got a good shot of that crew from Space Coast. They put on a demanding performance here. Dramatic increase in lead as they come into the last 500 meters. And it's going to help them claim the top seed out of Heat 1 for Space Coast. As you come down towards the line, a pretty significant gap. That boat is flying from Space Coast. It looks so efficient. They look like they're not even trying. That boat is floating through the water. Exceptional technique, exceptional length from that Space Coast crew. They're going to be eyes on them for a potential gold medal. A huge gap over Miami Beach. Look, this crew also looking very solid here. Blade work pretty well. Some splashing there. Happy with that result as they finish ahead of Oars. Oars comes into 3rd. In 4th place, it looks like it's going to be that Team Tampa crew. Solid performance from them. Again, Team Tampa not too traditionally involved in the top 8s, but in the mix here in this girls U17-8. They'll be proud of that one. And coming into 5th place, Sarasota Crew will be taking the last spot in the A final. as they're across the line there. And Chicago B is going to be the one crew heading into the A final. Have to say, somewhat surprised that Sarasota crew finished so far behind. Normally very strong in the 8s, especially with those U17 athletes, but somewhat out of the running in the top event. So they'll be looking to make a shift there as Chicago across the line. And that's the first heat of the U17-8 for the woman. A little bit of a break, it seems, as the second heat has not been started yet. As we receive confirmation, Space Coast at a time of 6:50 would have been good enough, by the way, to qualify into the A final of the men's U17-8. So just to give you an idea of how dominating that performance was from Space Coast, a very, very strong 8 that they have ready to go here this weekend. Yeah, that Space Coast girls U17-8 could have qualified into the A final of the men's U17-8. Very impressive performance from them again. As we await the start of the second heat of the women's U17-8. Another 6-boat heat. Five boats to progress, 1 boat to be left out. As we see the results from the previous race. Again, if you are looking for your results, that's going to be found on crewtimer.com. Results can be found through Regatta Central. There's a link there. Or you could search up Crew Timer on the internet to find live results coming at you as they go. As we await this second heat of the women's youth U17-8, if you haven't already noticed the variety of signs located across the venue, the American Youth Cup this year has been held in partnership with the Rowing Camps of America. The summer camp, high performance summer camp, held in collaboration between Sarasota Crew and the Bowl School. Working to develop athletes taking the next step, looking to compete in the college Division I ranks. So if you're an athlete looking to stand out from the crowd, looking to get your name on the map for college recruiters, Rowing Camps of America is a great way to help you stand out, improve all aspects of your rowing, from erging, from erg scores, your 2K scores, to sculling, singles, doubles, small boats, as well as the all-important sweep events, the big boats, the 8s. If you're looking to improve your performance as a rower, as an athlete, coxswains as well, looking to see what it's like to compete at a high elite level and train under some of the best coaches in the country at the best facilities in the country, check out Rowing Camps of America. We have many phases available throughout the summer that include also a racing option that will be hosted here at Nathan Benderson Park. So if you're interested in taking your rowing to the next level, please consider Rowing Camps of America as a training destination this summer. Applications are open. As we have a start now in the second heat of the women's youth under 17-8. This is the second heat. Team Tampa in lane 2, that's their B entry. So Team Tampa B in lane 2, Vero Beach A in lane 3, Aquinas in lane 4, Chicago A in lane 5, Elizabeth City in lane 6. and Sarasota Crew B in lane 7. So the favorites, looking at the lineups here, Chicago, obviously a very, very strong women's 8 program they're building there. Chicago B had a decently strong, Chicago B unfortunately was left out, but hopefully their A crew can make a stamp and bring Chicago back into the A finals. Another crew to be looking out for, Elizabeth City out of North Carolina. A lot of the members of this crew featured in that U17 quad that earned second place at Youth Nationals last year. And they recently, at this past year's Head of the Hooch, earned 7th out of a lot of the biggest teams in the Southeast, across the country really, earned 7th at the Head of the Hooch, which is a very, very impressive result for them. So look out for that crew as they come down the course. And from my eye right now, it looks to be Chicago out of lane 5 with a slim lead over Aquinas, formerly Hollywood Rowing Club, converted to a scholastic program affiliated with the St. Thomas Aquinas High School out of, I believe it's Fort Lauderdale. Nope, Hollywood, Florida. Right. So that's Chicago 8, currently leading St. Aquinas Rowing. And closely, there's 3 8s very closely packed together. It's that Elizabeth City 8 alongside Sarasota Crew B, also Vero Beach A involved in that. So similar to the most recent heat, 5 boats pretty close together and 1 boat solidly out of the mix. Unfortunately, that's going to be Team Tampa, their B entry out of lane 2. Looks like they're going to be the 1 crew left out of the A final. But it looks like now Chicago definitely with the lead. That's going to be a strong performance from them. It's going to be interesting to see how that 8 stacks up against the previous heat's winners, Space Coast. As they come down towards the line, Chicago about a length of open water up on Aquinas. That's going to be a solid performance from Aquinas as well, taking the in-state battle out of this heat. Holding off a charge from Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew looked to be down towards where Elizabeth currently is. Elizabeth City is now. But Sarasota Crew has taken a shift in the last 500, opened up water against Elizabeth City. They're walking up against Vero Beach now. Vero Beach is being overtaken by Sarasota Crew as Chicago, with well open water, looks like a length and a half to 2 lengths of open water. A fine margin for Chicago as they approach the finish line. And it's going to be very close between Vero Beach and Sarasota Crew for this 3rd place spot. Aquinas looks to have 2nd place all secured, We do know Chicago is going to cross the line in first as they go there now. Here comes Aquinas in second place, looking a little bit scrappy. Perhaps they pushed a little bit too hard in the middle half of this race. Their blade was starting to get a little bit messy, but they have enough speed in the tank to hold on to second place. And did something happen to that Sarasota crew boat there? Because they looks like to have lost a length to Vero Beach. I missed what happened there. That was quite strange. It looks like they're also down and out across the line. But Vero Beach is going to hold on to third place from a hard-charging Sarasota Crew B. That's going to be a great result for that boat, making the A final alongside their A boat. So here comes Elizabeth City. Looking a little bit spent as they cross the line there. Yeah, those girls are exhausted in that Elizabeth City 8. Maybe not quite used to the Florida heat. As Team Tampa, that's their B entry. A valiant effort trying to come back from that sixth place position, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough for that team. So they'll be headed down to the B final. And looking at these times, a very, very big gap between the first heat and the second heat. Chicago, with a time of 7:34, would have barely got them fourth in the first heat. So somewhat comforting for that Space Coast crew that was so powerful coming across the line in that first heat. Chicago having a relatively easier time taking the win. So we'll see how they stack up to the rest of the boats tomorrow. And again, that Sarasota Crew B boat, 8:07, they're only 10 seconds off that A crew, which is a reasonable gap, but also one that they may be able to overcome. So we'll see how that plays out. And coming down the course now, the men's youth single. The King's event, they call it in the UK. The single. The President's event. Looks like one single sculler. I'm going to have to assume it's Antonio Sevillano out of Miami Rowing Club, one of the fastest scullers in the state. He's I've heard he's gunning for a spot at the national team this summer, so he's been doing a lot of his training in the single. So that's where his intentions are. And he's showing how much he's improved as a sculler, as he has a very large gap. Tony Sevillano coming across the final 250 well ahead of the rest of the pack. Looks like there's a Sora sculler near him, Chirinos in lane 4. And Treasure Coast, Diapolis in lane 7 looks to also be in the mix for that third place spot. This is a top 2 situation. So men's youth single, there's going to be another 4 heat event. Top 2 to the A final, next 2 to the B final. Everyone else is eliminated. So Sevillano out of Miami securing a strong performance, a national team hopeful, and showing why he deserves to be in the mix for a national team seat right now as he glides towards the finish line here, well ahead of the rest of the pack, showing his class. As there goes Tony across the line from Miami, well ahead of the rest of the pack. He's going to be proud of that. And that second place spot looks like it's going to be going to Sora Chirinos out of lane 4. He's going to be the next and last guy out of this heat to progress to the A final. So Torino's going to have a chance at a medal tomorrow in the A final. Battle for the B final spots between two singles here. As we come down towards the line, that looks like to be lane 7, Diapolis Treasure Coast, finishing just ahead of Belen Jesuits Esteva in lane 2. Diapolis taking the B final spot there, as well as Esteva from Belen Jesuit. They'll be seeing each other tomorrow in the B final. And rounding out the heat, it's going to be, looks like Team Tampa's Ferraresso. Unfortunately, from here on, these boats will be eliminated from the weekend. Followed by, looks like Cape Coral, lane 3, Doll. Sarasota Crew in lane 8, taking it easy across the line. Probably knows that he'll be eliminated from this race. Not expending any more energy that he needs. So Sarasota Crew taking it across the line. Taking it easy across the line. And we got one more sculler on the course. It's going to be perhaps that's Arcos out of Team Tampa in lane 6. Finishing up his race. As we move on to the next heat of the men's single, second of 4. Again, top 2 to the A, next 2 to the B, and the rest will be eliminated. We got 2 scratches in this event, making things a little bit easier for our competitors. Miami Rowing Club's Pontonio and University Schools Gomez will not be joining us for this race. So we got Team Tampa in lane 2, Miami Beach in lane 4, Belen Jesuit in lane 5, lane 6 Plant High, lane 7 Wayland Weston, and Sarasota Crew C in lane 8. As there's the picture of Team Tampa's Arcos coming across the line now, finishing up his race. There he goes across the line. And that concludes the first heat of the men's single. Second heat coming up right behind. They have a little over 500 meters left to go. It looks like the leader is coming out of lane 4. That's Ebizade, out of Miami Beach. Followed closely by Diaz out of Belen Jesuit. Again, top 2 moving on to this A final. So the 2 Miami-based scullers looking to secure their spots in the A final. So if this result stands, 3 out of the 4 scullers in the A final of the men's youth single will be out of 3 different Miami-based teams. So some hometown rivalries at stake going into tomorrow if these results stand. So it looks like it's going to continue to be the sculler from Beach, stroking just about a length of open water ahead of Diaz and from Belen. Diaz and from Belen being challenged by the outside sculler from Sarasota Crew. So we'll see if this result stands. Maybe will Diaz be able to break out the Belen sprint? Or will this Sarasota Crew single overhaul him across the line? The Sarasota Crew single looks like to have a much more powerful back end of the stroke. He's really swinging with his body and accelerating the handle with his elbows. So if I'm gonna have to give the momentum to Sarasota Crew, but there goes Diaz again. Diaz just made a shift, and he looks a lot more lively with the legs now. And he may be countering this move effectively, and even walking on the Miami Beach sculler currently in first. It's going to be a close shot. There goes Sarasota Crew. He's starting to sprint now. He's looking a little bit more lively with the legs now as well. It currently looks like Diaz has the advantage at the moment, but Sarasota Crew still charging as we come down to the last few strokes. It's going to be Miami Beach. It's going to be Miami Beach across the line, taking the win. Diaz trying to sprint And I think he will hold off. Yep, the Sarasota Crew Sculler just backed off, knowing that he can't overcome that fast Belen sprint. So Miami Beach overcoming over Diaz of Belen. Sarasota Crew is going to go to the B final after a valiant effort trying to take the sprint, but unfortunately just not enough. Sarasota Crew crossed the line now, and the final sculler joining him in the B final is going to be, looks like, lane 2. That's Team Tampa. Lane 6 out of Plant. And attention on the venue. This is a message for the North Palm Beach team. North Palm Beach, we need a coach to head to the launch dock to recover a flipped single. North Palm Beach, please send some coaching staff over to the launch dock to recover a flipped single, please. Again, this is a message to North Palm Beach. Please head to the launch docks to recover a flipped single. Thank you. And with that message, I believe that is the first boat to capsize. No? A quad flipped? Wow. That's you don't see that too often. Oh, there's the Waylon Weston single coming across the line there. Yeah, you don't see that too often. I've heard a quad. Was that Treasure Coast? And coming up next is the third heat of the men's youth single. Team Tampa in lane 1. That's Sergio. North Palm Beach in lane 2, Pencala. Parati, lane 3, Kirk. Sarasota Crew in lane 4. Oars in lane 5, that's Tapia. Waylon Weston in 6. Miami in lane 7, Montero Johnson. And Treasure Coast in 8, that's Geyser. So a pretty impressive looking lineup here in this heat. That the Parati sculler Kirk, he was recently in the Youth Nationals pair race. He finished 5th in that race. That was the same race that Canisius, if you heard me earlier talking during the pair race, Canisius finished 1-2 at Youth Nationals last year. Jay Kirk, racing for Parati, was also in that race for Parati. He finished 5th in that race. Still a very, very solid accomplishment to be finishing 5th in the country in the pair. But now he's here in the single. One of the few Parati boats entered out of the Woodlands, Texas. And the other single that I'm pretty interested in is Montero Johnson out of lane 7, Miami Rowing Club. Him and Sevillano have been mainstays in the Miami Rowing Club's dominance in the men's quads recently. So there's no doubt that there's some fast scullers out of that Miami Rowing Club team. And as I say that, I'm looking down the course. It looks like lane 7, Montero Johnson out of Miami, is the lead single sculler at the moment, coming through 500 meters left in the race. It is Montero Johnson out of Miami, and it's very, very tightly packed between the next 4 boats. Again, top 2 headed to the A final, next 2 headed to the B final. So from what it stands right now, Montero Johnson's up ahead. He's got the first spot on lock, and now there's 4 boats for 1 spot in the A final and 2 spots in the B final. So one of these single scullers in contention for second are actually going to be left out entirely for the weekend, which would not be ideal for a sculler, an aspiring single sculler. So singles need as much racing experience as they can to perfect their craft, and to be left out of a 2-day racing event like here would be crucial time lost on the water for any aspiring singles. So it looks like Montero Johnson has this heat in the bag. He's coming into the last 250 meters now. Looks like he'll be taking the first spot, and the second spot is down to 3 scullers now. Looks like the sculler on the outside from Treasure Coast has fallen out of the running, so it's down to 3 boats in the middle of the course here. That is Oars, Sarasota Crew, and Parati, trying to duke it out for the final qualification spot. I have to give the advantage to Kirk out of Parati right now, but he's being challenged by the Sarasota Crew and the Oars boats here. But it looks like Parati has opened up the sprint. Kirk looks like to have some clear water between the other 2 scullers, so we'll see if he'll be able to hold on to this gap. But Montero Johnson, a little bit of a sprint here to consolidate his victory, and he has it there. A look up to the sky in relief as he takes the win here. Kirk holding off a huge charge from the Oars single sculler. They can move these boats fast. Oars surging, and he's going to take it on the line. Unbelievable final 5 strokes from that Oars sculler, and he's flexing. He knows he got that win. Kirk, frustrated, slam his oars on the water. He knows he should have had that, but in the final 5 strokes, unbelievable sprint by the Oars sculler there. That's Tapia out of Orlando area. Lane 8 is Treasure Coast, Team Tampa, then Waylon Weston. But what a sprint by that Oars boat in the last 5 strokes. It looked like he was out, down and out for the count. Kirk looked to have sewn this up at the final spot in the A final. So that's quite the shock. Someone who has A final experience at the Youth National Championships will be... Is that right? Is he completely left out? I think he may have... Sarasota Crew may have gotten him too. I don't know. It was a very close finish. I know for a fact, though, that he won't be in the A final. That Oars single Tapia will be joining Montero Johnson in the A final. What a sprint. Well deserved from that Oars sculler. He'll be really proud of that. I'm sure he'll be watching over that for a few weeks. But a great effort here. And Parati, Kirk did manage to stay in 3rd place. He'll be headed to the B final, but clearly disappointed with that result. Sarasota Crew barely out into 4th place, so he'll also join Kirk in the B final. Treasure Coast, Team Tampa, Waylon Weston, and North Palm Beach are unfortunately eliminated. So the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place boats separated by 1 second. Shows you even these small boats can come down to the wire. As we have the next race already on the course, this is the final heat of the men's youth single. Another Miami Rowing Club single, lane 0. McLaughlin. Miami Beach in lane 1. That's Beaton. Lane 2, Treasure Coast. Stewart. Lane 3, North Palm Beach, Kennedy. Lane 4, Space Coast. Lane 5, Plant High. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew B. And Lane 7, Pile, Team Tampa. So this race looks already to be coming down the course, approaching the finish line already. It looks to be the single sculler on the outside there. That's lane 0, sorry. McLaughlin, another Miami Rowing Club sculler, doing the business here in the top spot of this men's youth single heat. Followed closely behind. It's very close between the next 2 spots. Again, 2 boats for 1 spot in the A final between Miami Beach's Baton and it looks like North Palm Beach's Kennedy. It's going to be very close. Another finish down to the wire here. It looks like Miami Rowing Club's McLaughlin, he's going to have the edge and be able to take the win here in this heat of the men's single. He's got one A final spot, but it's going to be come down to the wire, and Beatone with a fantastic sprint moving away from that North Palm Beach sculler. He's going to take the second spot. So it's Miami and Miami Beach, two more Miami-based scullers into the A final of the men's youth single. North Palm Beach, a valiant effort for Kennedy. He's going to finish into the B final. Lane 6, Sarasota Crew will join him. I do apologize. I misidentified that sculler. The sculler who finished third was from Space Coast. North Palm Beach is now across the line. Some solid sprints being displayed here in the singles. The smaller boats are much easier to get moving if need be. So that's why we're seeing a lot more of these tight shifts making the difference here in the final few strokes. Very easy to accelerate these singles. It's just you controlling ideally like a 20-pound shell. So it's very easy to pick up the weight. As the final sculler approaches the line, sprinting his way all the way through. Looks like that's lane 7, Team Tampa. Powell finishing it strong. And across the line he goes. And that concludes the men's single. So if I have this right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 8 single scullers in the A final, all based out of Miami rowing teams. 6 of the 8. That is really quite impressive from all of the involved Miami teams. Belen, Miami Rowing Club, and Miami Beach. All showing the strength of their sculling programs here in the men's singles. So the next event is the men's U17 single. This is a 10-boat heat. 10-boat heat, top 5 to the A final. Everyone else to the B. In lane 0, we got Sarasota Crew, Begala. Lane 1, Treasure Coast, McManus. Lane 2, Oars, Weedman. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club, Ewell. Lane 4, North Palm Beach, Ratchiner. Lane 5, an unaffiliated sculler, Wilhite. Lane 6, Vero Beach, Stalls. Lane 7, Sarasota Crew, Crookshank. Lane 8, Team Tampa, Curran. And Lane 9, Pinecrest. 5 spots up for grabs in the A final. Looks like the scullers from Pinecrest and maybe Vero Beach look to be the 2 out in front. Again, this is top 5 going to the A final, unlike the previous event, the men's single. Definitely the single sculler all the way closest to the shore. That's the Pinecrest single. He's the only one representing Pinecrest here today. So welcome. And he looks like he's making his school proud as he comes into the last 500 in the lead of this U17 single heat. In second place, it does look like to be Stalls out of Vero Beach. And then there's 4 boats. 4 boats competing for 3 spots. Following closely behind. Looks like Team Tampa's Karan is in that mix. The unaffiliated sculler, Will Height, is also in there. North Palm Beach's Rationer. And on the far side of the course, looks like Treasure Coast's McManus. Those are the 4 scullers competing for the final 3 spots in the A final. And it's going to be a tight one for the victory here between the top 2, between Pinecrest and Vero Beach. Stalls look to have, Pinecrest looked to have a little bit of a lead, but Stalls has started to work it back into the final few strokes again. Talking about how easy it is to shift the speed and accelerate the boat here. Stalls putting in a big sprint here. Let's see if Pinecrest has the strength to respond. And it looks like he's just gone now. Much more aggressive with the swing. He's going for broke here. Pinecrest trying to hold off the charge from Stalls and Vero Beach, but Stalls moving very nicely as well. Does he have enough to hold on all the way to the end of the line? Starting to look a little bit heavy from Stalls. It's going to be tight, but I think he has just enough momentum to hold off that Pinecrest sculler. It's going to be by a deck. About a second gap. Stalls takes the win over the Pinecrest sculler in lane 9. 3 more spots up for grabs in the A final. Looks like McManus from Treasure Coast is going to be in 3rd, followed by the North Palm Beach sculler Rationer in 4th, and the final spot is going to go to Team Tampa. Karan is going to take the final spot towards the A final. The unaffiliated sculler Will Height will be the first boat into the B final, unfortunately. Coming across the line next, I believe that's Weedman of Oars. Yep, that's an Oars blade. So Weedman of Oars also gonna join Will Height into the B final. 3 more singles coming towards the line. I see Crookshank from Sarasota Crew in lane 7. I think the next boat across the line will be Begala. And that does look like to be Sarasota Crew blades on the far side there. So Begala will be headed to the B final, next boat across. Followed by Crookshank. And Yule out of Miami Rowing Club as well, joining the rest of the singles into the B final. Yule trying to create some sort of a sprint, trying to put pressure on Crookshank, but Crookshank looks to have the length to hold that charge off. And it's going to be Crookshank ahead of Yule. And there's Yule across the line. Next up, it is the second heat of the men's under 17 single. In lane 0, Sarasota Crew, Marcel. Lane 1, North Palm Beach, Ronert. Lane 2, Team Tampa, Jones. Lane 3, Cape Coral, Donahue. Lane 4, Miami Beach, Matos. Lane 5, Elizabeth City, Mayer. Lane 6, Treasure Coast, Ragland. Lane 7, Belen Jesuit, Diaz. And Lane 8, Sarasota Crew, Shaitanov. So a few familiar names to me in this field. Ragland from Treasure Coast, I recognized from Rowing Camps of America last year. He's here competing for Treasure Coast, and he actually looks to be out in the lead, I believe, or in contention for the lead. I believe Diaz is actually in the lead. Ragland right now is in second. So Ragland, a Rowing Camps of America alum, competing here for his home team of Treasure Coast. And on the far side there, lane 1, I believe that's Ronert out of North Palm Beach, also vying for a chance to take the win. But it looks like Diaz comfortably from Belen Jesuit. Raglan and Ronert are pretty close together, but I believe Raglan has the edge at the moment. Things could change, though, in the last 500, but like we've seen for out of these single skulls in the past few heats. So never ride out anyone if they're within an earshot of the lead. As Diaz still in control out of Belen Jesuit, followed by Ragland and Ronert closely. Another familiar name for me, Marcel out of lane 0, Sarasota Crew. He volunteered while I was coaching for a Sarasota Crew summer camp at one point. He was one of my most helpful volunteers, so glad to see him in a single. He was training a lot during the summer, so glad to see that he got the opportunity to race one here today. Looks like Diaz has started to pull away from Ragland in that Belen Jesuit shell. See if Ragland can try and mount a sprint to hold off a fast-charging Ronert on the other side of the course from North Palm Beach. Looks like Ragland has a decent enough gap right now, but Ronert still has plenty of room to mount a charge and overtake Ragland for that second place spot. Again, top 5 moving on to the final. Top 5 moving on to the final. Another sculler closer to shore. That's Shaitanov of Sarasota Crew, looks to be in the mix for a qualifying spot as well. But Diaz really opening it up here now. Looking solidly in contention for the win as we come towards the closing stages. Raglan very tight, and I can see Ronert trying to get after mounting a charge against Raglan. Let's see if he can defend. It seems to be Raglan with the advantage, but Ronert has the momentum as we come down to the last final strokes. It's going to be Diaz taking the win in the second heat. Looking really smooth, really loading up with the legs. Efficient rowing from Diaz from Belen. And Ronert, has he made the comeback? It's very close. I think he has the momentum, and yes, he's stretching out to about a bow ball lead, or has he? Raglan in the last second defending, and he's gonna claim that second place spot. It looked like Ronert was really had the momentum, but Raglan at the very, very last second able to do just enough to defend. That's 3 boats through to the A final, 2 more to go, and it's Shaitanov in lane 8 coming down to take one of the 2 remaining spots in the A final. And now it's a battle between Marcel, and maybe that's the Cape Coral sculler, Donahue. Nope, that's Jones from Team Tampa. Jones is going to claim the last spot. Good effort from Jones to hold off a fast-charging Marcel. So Marcel is going to be the first boat down to the B final. Miami Beach following him, Matos, down to the B final as well. So good job by Jones in that Team Tampa single to hold off a fast-charging Marcel and claim the last spot in the A final. Last few boats coming across the line. That's a Cape Coral Donahue, right ahead of the Elizabeth City sculler Mayer. And next up, the women's youth single. 3 heats. Top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final, remaining eliminated. So in the first heat here, coming down the course, it's Sarasota Crew out of lane 2. Elizabeth City, lane 3, Mayer. Lane 4, Parati, Andrews. Lane 5, Cape Coral, Mayes. Lane 6, Palm River. Lane 7, Sarasota Crew. And lane 8, North Palm Beach, Chance. Chance, one of the two of the North Palm Beach combo that has been doing very well in the youth doubles at youth nationals and on the national scale. Her and her partner Ekstrand are the North Palm Beach combo that have grown to become very competitive on the national stage. So expecting a chance to handle business here in the single, and it looks like that's maybe the case. It's very close between the three boats, maybe four. It's that sculler in the middle of the course there. That is Andrews, I believe, out of Parati, putting up a charge against Chance, and knowing that that North Palm Beach sculler has a few races already under her belt. Andrews, I believe, has less. So this may be a factor being played into here, but at the moment it looks pretty even between Andrews out of Parati and Chance out of North Palm Beach. The next two scullers looks to be solidly in third place. I believe it's Mayus out of Cape Coral. Looks to be holding on to that third place spot. And fourth looks to be Palm River, just on the outside looking in, unfortunately. Again, it's top 3 to the A final here in the women's youth single. And as we get closer to the finish here, it still looks pretty even between Parati's Andrews and Chance of North Palm Beach. It's going to come down to the wire here again. Another 2,000-meter singles race coming down to the wire. Who's going to edge their boat out in the final strokes? Who's going to have the acceleration to take their boat to the front? Still looks pretty even to me as they come down to the last few strokes here. Maybe the edge is going to Andrews at the moment, but Chance is sprinting at the moment. Yeah, she has a really strong back end at the moment. Is Andrews going to be able to hold her off as we come down to the last few strokes? This is for the win here in the first heat on the women's youth single. Both of these singles are already qualifying for the A final. It's just for pride now. And it looks like Andrews is taking out an open water lead over Chance. And she's going to hold on to that result as she is across the line. Open water for Parati over Chance of North Palm Beach. The last sculler joining them is going to be Mayus out of Cape Coral. So she's also on her way to the A final. To the B final now, it's the Palm River sculler out of lane 6 coming up next, followed by the Elizabeth City sculler Mayer. And the last sculler is going to be, looks like Sarasota Crew. So I think we are missing one of the Sarasota Crew entries here. So, in fact, all 6 of these boats will be racing tomorrow. 3 in the A final, 3 in the B final. So the Sarasota Crew sculler, with the absence of her teammate, will qualify directly to the B final. No boats eliminated in this heat. As we move on to the next heat of the women's youth singles. This is the second heat between lane 2, North Palm Beach, Person, lane 3, Parati Butts, lane 4, Miami Rowing Club, lane 5, Plant, lane 6, Aquinas, Longo, lane 7, Bromfield, Acton Boxborough, Maxwell, and lane 8, Sarasota Crew B. And unfortunately, Maxwell is a scratch out of Bromfield. So all crews, again, as long as they finish, they'll be involved in tomorrow's racing as well in the A and B final. Again, it's a top 3 situation, top 3 in the next 3. But with the scratch from the Bromfield sculler, all 6 crews will be racing tomorrow. Whether it's in the A final or the B final, to be decided now. So coming to the last 500, looks like it's going to be the Aquinas sculler, Longo, I believe. Looks like she is out in front alongside the other sculler from Parati. Sorry, North Palm Beach. That's Pearson. Yeah, Pearson from North Palm Beach and Sarasota Crew from Lane 8 looking very, very tight together for that second and third spot. I can tell that the Aquinas sculler, Longo, is out in front, but we'll see who's going to be able to take that second and third spot between that Sarasota Crew boat and Pearson out of North Palm Beach. Right behind those two are two other scullers battling it out between Parati's Butts and Miami Rowing Clubs in lane 4. Looks like Miami Rowing has the advantage at the moment, but as we've seen time and time again, these singles, very, very easy to accelerate and very hard to defend once you have momentum going. So it looks like it's going to be Longo continuing to carve out a gap between the rest of the field. Still too even for me to call between Sarasota Crew and North Palm Beach's Pearson. And it looks like those are going to be the three boats going to the A final. As they come into the last 250, again, there can be some monumental sprints that'll change the order of the current status quo. As Longo accelerates towards the line, about a length, slight open water lead ahead of Pearson and Sarasota Crew. And we've just received an update that due to inclement weather tomorrow, expected inclement weather tomorrow, all singles, doubles, and U15 events have been canceled. So this is for medals right now. The times that we'll see out of these scullers may determine who wins a medal. So between now Longo struggling to cross the line here, Pearson put up a valiant sprint now, but these are for medals, ladies and gentlemen. These are for medals. Longo is able to cross the line in first. Pearson in second. We're going to have to compare times between the winning crew. The top 3 times out of the heats will determine the medal winners. Sarasota Crew is going to take third in this heat. So these are for medals, ladies and gentlemen. These are for medals. Singles, doubles, and U15 events have been canceled for tomorrow due to expected inclement weather. So across the line are our 5 scullers. Here comes the last one. Looks like that's the plant sculler. So with that new development now, the schedule has been adjusted, by the way. If you go onto Crew Timer, you'll be able to see that those events have been canceled. Again, all singles, doubles, and U15 events have been canceled. Pairs are canceled as well. So all pairs, doubles, singles, and U15 events have been canceled for tomorrow. So if you look onto Crew Timer, you can probably figure out who your medalists are out of those events. I can tell you that unofficially, Vero Beach's Stalls from the men's U17 single is your gold medalist in the men's U17 single for Vero Beach. Pinecrest will be your silver medalist. And Belen Jesuits Diaz will be your bronze medalist in the men's U17 single. In the men's youth single, Tony Sevillano will be the gold medalist. Silver medalist will be Montero Johnson, also out of Miami. So 1-2 finish for Miami Rowing Club in the men's single. And Montero Johnson just edging out Ebizade of Miami Beach. Only by, look at that, 7/100ths of a second was the time difference between the Miami Beach men's sculler and the Miami Rowing Club Montero Johnson. So that's the difference, 7/100ths of a second between a silver and a bronze medal there. And those are going to be the official standings medalists for the men's youth single. Right now, looking at the women's youth single with one heat left to go, currently as it stands, Andrews out of Parati is the gold medalist. Chance, North Palm Beach, will earn the silver, and Cape Coral's Mayes is in bronze medal position. But there's still one more heat of the women's youth single left to go that's on the course now between North Palm Beach and Lane 1, Mittner, Lane 2, Cape Coral Bunch, Lane 3, Sarasota Crew, Lane 4, Team Tampa, Lane 5, Vero Beach, Bumgarner, Lane 6, Extra, North Palm Beach, and the Bromfield Sculler is a scratch. And also there's the Team Tampa Sculler is also a scratch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats in this one. Again, looking at that sculler from North Palm Beach, Extrand, one of the other half of the Chance Extrand combo that has performed well on the national stage. Again, the time of 8 minutes 31.548 seconds is the time to beat. That is the current lead time in the women's youth single set by Andrews of Parati. Chance with an 8:36 out of North Palm Beach is currently in silver position, and bronze is Cape Coral's Mayes with an 8:47. So we'll see if any of these girls in the final heat of the women's youth single will be able to set this order and steal a medal on day one here at the American Youth Cup. Again, this is now due to the recent decision to cancel all singles, doubles, pairs, and under 15 events for tomorrow's race due to expected inclement weather. So teams, make sure to let your athletes know, let families know. Our schedule has been updated accordingly on Crew Timer, so you'll be able to find that information there. Of course, we'll send out official results from the heats today based on the canceled events who will receive those medals. Everything that I'm currently saying is unofficial, but as we look down the course for the last heat of the women's youth single, it is Extrand out in front by a wide margin, but she likely does not know what the circumstances are. She's been out on the water before this announcement has been made. So will she have the motivation to push for time? Not uncommon to see single scullers lengthen out and kind of relax after building a huge gap. We've seen a lot of the other boats with huge margins kind of relax and take it easy across the line in the last few strokes, not going all out from a lot of the other dominant crews. So will this happen will Extrand make that decision, or will she keep powering through? She looks to be at a pretty high stroke rate still with about 250 meters to go. So if she wants a shot at a medal, She's going to have to keep this up all the way through the line. You won't know the official time until after most of these scullers have finished. In second place in this heat, looks like it's going to be Sarasota Crew. Yep, Sarasota Crew looks to be in second place. Third place is a battle between Vero Beach, Bumgarner, and Cape Coral Bunch. And, sorry, Mittner out of North Palm Beach. And Cape Coral's Bunch is trailing the latter two. But Ekstrom still looks like she's going full tilt to some degree. It's looking good right now for her to be, she may be in position to get this gold medal here, as she is still chugging along at a pretty high stroke rate here. And Ekstrom looks like she is going to be in prime position to take the gold medal here at the American Youth Cup. Still going full tilt. That's a good decision from Ekstrom. And it'll pay off for her. As across the line she goes. We'll wait for the official time to confirm, but as it stands, she may be the gold medal winner here at the American Youth Cup. Next across the line, it looks like it's going to be Sarasota Crew. Well behind. Will she be in contention for the medals? I don't quite know that for sure. We'll see as she crosses the line as the results update here. Sarasota Crew across the line. Next up, it's Bittner from North Palm Beach. These North Palm Beach women's single scullers have been pretty decent, pretty good across the board. Multiple scullers in very good positions here. And there is confirmation here. North Palm Beach, Ekstrom has won the gold medal at the American Youth Cup with a time of 8 minutes and 10 seconds. That Sarasota Crew sculler 1 second, unfortunately, off of what would be the former bronze medal time, so now 4th place. So Ekstrom, confirmation on the screen there. Victoria Ekstrom is the winner of the American Youth Cup Women's Youth Single overall for this year's edition. In second place, Parati Andrews. And in third place, it's Chance out of North Palm Beach. So North Palm Beach securing a 1-3 on the podium. Similarly, we saw earlier Miami Rowing Club securing a 1-2 in the men's youth single. So seeing a pattern amongst a few of these teams prioritizing their single scullers, dominating in these heats that have now become flights and turned into finals. So congratulations to Ekstrom out of North Palm Beach, the American Youth Cup champion, as well as Andrews and Chance, the other medalists. As we get ready for the penultimate event, it's the women's U17 single. You got 2 heats of these. Again, these are now 4 medals. The fastest 3 times out of the 2 heats will earn medals due to the cancellation of tomorrow's finals in these small boats. And the same applies for the men's and women's middle school 8s. All U15 events will be canceled as well tomorrow. So today, we have a race for lanes that will now turn into a straight final. So the top 3 boats in the men's and women's middle school 8s will be crowned the medalists of this year's American Youth Cup. But right now we have the women's U17 single first heat on the course at the moment. It is lane 3, Elizabeth City, McFadden. Lane 4, Ingalls, Treasure Coast. Lane 5, Sarasota Crew. Lane 6, Wilhelm, Sora. Lane 7, Team Tampa. And Lane 8, Cabrera out of Miami Rowing Club. So again, these are for medals. These scullers are racing for the fastest 3 times to earn a medal today that will not be contested tomorrow due to inclement weather. And as you come towards the finish line of the first heat of the women's U17 single, looks like to be Sora Wilhelm out of Sora looks to be in control here, in prime position to potentially medal here. Again, this is not going to be contested in a final tomorrow. All those finals are canceled, so these scullers will be racing for time. Wilhelm has, again, another healthy lead looking at this race unfolding, but Wilhelm doesn't look to be letting off at any point. Again, these scullers may or may not know that these heats will be treated like finals. So they don't know. They may or may not know that medals are on the line at the moment. They make that announcement pretty late, so it's a good sign to see Wilhelm going full tilt all the way across the line. It'll put her in prime position to claim a medal here in the U17 single at the American Youth Cup. She has a very large lead. A lot of Sora fans running across the pathway as Wilhelm may have secured a medal for Sora. Across the line she goes. Wilhelm across the line in first place, well ahead of the rest of the pack. It looks to be a battle between second, third, and fourth. Second place, it looks like maybe Treasure Coast. Ingalls, the sun is setting, so it's like right in my line of view. I can't really see anything. Sarah, across the line. In lane 4, that is the Miami rowing. That is the Sarasota Crew Sculler coming in second. So that's Ingalls coming in third. Followed closely behind by Cabrera from Miami Rowing Club. Two more scullers coming in this heat. We're going to wait for the time to come in for Willem and the two other scullers that finished second and third. They'll be in prime position to secure a medal here at the American Youth Cup based on whatever happens in the next heat. So finishing up now is lane 5. That is another Sarasota Crew sculler. So yeah, it was Treasure Coast that finished second. So Ingalls finished second, I believe. Still awaiting the times to be confirmed. So the last sculler, that must be the Team Tampa sculler out of lane 7. And the time coming in now, 8 minutes and 12 seconds. A stonking fast time for Willem in the single, winning by almost 30 seconds. So Sora in very good position here to potentially claim a gold medal. We'll see what happens in the next heat, though. That's nothing guaranteed at the moment. We have a few contenders here. The next half of this field, it is in lane 2, Elizabeth City, Rogers. Lane 3, North Palm Beach, Bowman. Lane 4, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 5, Elizabeth City, Brown. Lane 6, Wayland Weston, Zeng. And lane 7, Sarasota Crew. So again, these girls racing for time in the U17 single, trying to overcome at least Wilhelm in that gold medal, sitting in pole position with a time of 8 minutes and 12 seconds. Silver medal position is Ingalls from Treasure Coast, 8 minutes 40 seconds. And McFadden rounds out the current podium, Elizabeth City, 8 minutes and 50 seconds. So those are the times currently on the chopping block at stake right now as we start to see the next race come into view. Coming into the last 500, it looks like the farthest sculler from here should be Elizabeth City. That's Rogers in a close battle with Bauman out of North Palm Beach. So this here is an advantage potentially for these two scullers over the previous heat. When there's somebody rowing next to you, it makes that much of a difference and forces you to push even harder compared to what you would normally do when you're just by yourself. So could these two single scullers push their way into the podium just because they're competing side by side next to each other? We didn't see much of that in the previous heat. Again, Wilhelm won by almost 30 seconds, 28 seconds, and then there was 10 seconds to the next boat behind. So we'll see if Rogers and Bauman 1-2 at the moment can push each other to try and overcome the time set by the first three scullers. So they're coming down to the last 250 now, battling at the moment. Looks like that Elizabeth City sculler Rogers rowing at a pretty low stroke rate compared to Bauman. Bauman's really trucking along. Almost looks like she's rowing double the stroke rate compared to the Elizabeth City sculler. So will Rogers be able to open it up? Or is that just the strategy that she has in play? It looks like Rogers is carving out an advantage now, but will it be enough to overhaul the first three scullers in the previous heat? Bauman's starting to fall off the pace now. Rogers still chugging along. As we get close, we pass the 8-minute mark now. Medals are at stake, so I don't think the gold medal is in reach now for this heat. But silver and bronze are very much still up in the air. As Rogers comes toward the line here, still understroking somewhat unexpectedly now. Bauman has completely fallen off the pace now. She was holding well with Rogers, and looks like she unfortunately didn't have enough left in the tank to keep up. So Bauman looking still very strong, but still understroking. As she comes across the line, it's going to be very close with the times. I kind of glanced at an 8-minute 40-second time, which is around the same time as the silver medalist. So unofficially, unconfirmed, it looks like Wilhelm out of Sora will be the gold medalist in the women's U17 single. And there's the confirmation, 8 minutes and 41 seconds for Rogers. So that means Ingalls out of Treasure Coast is the silver medalist. Rogers is going to claim the bronze and push her teammate McFadden, actually. Her teammate McFadden, both out of Elizabeth City, off the podium. So Rogers claims the bronze. In this race, Bauman out of North Palm Beach. Then Brown, Elizabeth City. Followed by Zhang, Waylon Weston. And lastly, it looks like that's the Miami Rowing Club sculler across the line there. So unofficially, it's going to be Wilhelm, again, winning the gold medal here at the American Youth Cup by 28 seconds. An incredible gap for her. She'll be looking to contend in later championships. If this is the gap to her peers in the state of Florida, she'll be looking to contend against some of the region's and nation's best under-17 scullers. So I'm looking forward to see her progression as we progress through the season. So Wilhelm claims the gold for Sora. Treasure Coast hangs on Ingalls to a silver. And Rogers, out of the second heat, will claim bronze, just ahead of her Elizabeth City teammate McFadden in fourth overall. As we come across the line now, lane 7, that's Sarasota Crew finishing her race. And now we're down to the last two events of the day. Finishing up the day, how about some middle school 8s? This should be interesting. Middle school under 15 eights. Some big boats to close out the day. Again, due to inclement weather, expected inclement weather, we will be canceling the singles, doubles, pairs, and under 15 events. If you haven't heard yet, that is the new plan. We will be canceling the singles, doubles, pairs, and all under 15 events for tomorrow's racing due to expected inclement weather. So these last two events, these are straight finals, ladies and gentlemen. Your first real finals of the weekend. The men's middle school 8 first, the women's middle school 8 to follow. All of these boats, it's just one heat per event. Was scheduled to be a race for lanes, but now will act as the real final, the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. This will conclude Saturday here at the American Youth Cup. We hope you've had an enjoyable experience here at Nathan Benderson Park. The weather got a little bit hot, wind's been a little bit windy, but hopefully we've all had a lot of fun coming out and competing in the new year 2025. So as you get set for the middle school 8s, the last few events about to come down the course here. And I expect the little bit of a delay here, obviously. These middle school 8s, not a lot of experience racing 2,000 meters, not a lot of experience racing at all, for that matter. So I'm expecting there to be some struggles getting into the blocks, ready to go, getting pointed straight in a safe manner. So expect to be a little bit behind schedule here. It's currently 4:57, 2 minutes past the expected start time for the middle school 8. But, ladies and gentlemen, just noticed again, this is your first 10-boat final. 10 boats here in the middle school men's 8. So all 10 lanes here at Nathan Benderson Park being used for this straight final of the men's middle school 8s, giving you a little preview of what we're going to be seeing a lot tomorrow in the big boats and some of the quads and 4s. Again, no more pairs and doubles and singles and middle school events. And we've just updated the schedule to reflect the medalists from the events that will be canceled tomorrow. So let me run through those real quick while we're just sitting here waiting for the next events to start. The men's youth pair, the bronze medalists will be Atlanta Junior B with a time of 7 minutes and 28 seconds. Silver medalist, the Bowles School, 7 minutes and 26 seconds. And your gold medalist in the men's pair at the American Youth Cup, it's going to be Miami Rowing Club with a time of 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Next, we have the women's pair, bronze medalist, North Palm Beach with a time of 8 minutes and 19 seconds. Silver medalist, Parati, with a time of 8 minutes and 12 seconds. And the gold medalist, Oars, with a time of 8 minutes and 9 seconds. That's the gold medalist in the women's youth pair, Oars. Congratulations. Following that, the men's middle school U15 quad, bronze medalist, Vero Beach Rowing, 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Second place, silver medalist, Belen Jesuit, 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And your middle school quad champions, Oars, with a time of 7 minutes and 40 seconds. In the women's under 15 middle school quad, there were only 2 boats contested, both of them belonging to Oars. So Oars gets a 1-2 by virtue of being the only entrance into that event. Congratulations to Oars. In the men's middle school coxed quad, In the bronze medal position, North Palm Beach. Silver medal, Cape Coral. And gold medalist champions in the men's coxed quad, Treasure Coast. In the women's middle school coxed quad, 3 boats contested, so all 3 will be receiving medals, I believe. Winter Park in the bronze medal position, Treasure Coast, silver, and Elizabeth City winning the gold in the women's coxed quad. In the next event, it's the men's youth double, our largest event here at the American Youth Cup. And your medalists in bronze, Miami Beach Rowing Club with a time of 7 minutes and 4 seconds, stroked by Pereira. That's their C entry. In silver medal position, Miami Rowing Club with a time of 6 minutes and 53 seconds, stroked by Montero Johnson. And the gold medalist American Youth Cup champions in the men's youth double, Miami Beach Rowing Club. 6 minutes and 49 seconds, stroked by Paley, their A entry. That was our biggest event here at the American Youth Cup this year. In the men's under 17 double, bronze medalist Treasure Coast, silver medalist Oars, and gold medalist Sarasota Crew. In the women's youth double, bronze medalist North Palm Beach, silver medalist Elizabeth City, and gold medalist Treasure Coast. In the women's U17 double, in bronze medal Miami Rowing Club, in silver medals Sora, and gold medalists North Palm Beach. The men's youth single, bronze medalists Miami Beach Rowing Club, Ebizade. In silver medal position, Miami Rowing Club, Montero Johnson. And in gold medal position, Miami Rowing Club, Sevillano. In the men's under 17 single, bronze medalist to Belen Jesuit, Diaz. Silver medal to Pinecrest. Gold medal to Vero Beach, Stalls. In the women's youth single, North Palm Beach, Chance with the bronze. Silver medalist Parati, Andrews. And gold medalist Ekstrand, North Palm Beach. And finally, the women's under 17 single. In bronze medal, Elizabeth City, Rogers. Silver medal, Ingalls for Treasure Coast. And gold medalist from Sora, Wilhelm. And now with that, we are underway with the men's under 15 eights. Coming down the course now. Let's set the field here. This is a 10-boat straight final here in the men's under 15-8. It is Sarasota Crew B in lane 0, Belen Jesuit B in lane 1, Vero Beach in lane 2, Team Tampa lane 3, Oars lane 4, Sarasota Crew A lane 5, Belen Jesuit A lane 6, Winter Park lane 7, Oars B lane 8, and Sarasota Crew C lane 9. Again, this is 4 medals. These 8s will not be competing tomorrow. Their event will be canceled due to expected inclement weather. It looks like 2 boats in the middle here, towards maybe a little bit towards the shore. That looks like to me Winter Park and Belen Jesuit. Both of their A entries look to be out in front, also challenging for a medal. It looks like maybe Oars. Yep, I think that is Oars. So Winter Park, Belen Jesuit, and Oars, the early medal contenders here in the men's under 15-8. As they come past halfway, approaching last 500, it's going to be interesting to see how well these under 15 athletes finish. Obviously, very, very young athletes haven't really developed the muscle mass and therefore the endurance possibly for a 2,000-meter race. So we'll see if this might just come out to be a war of attrition between all of these eights. Who can make it to the end without blowing up? As it looks like pretty evenly spread between Winter Park, Belen, and Orrs now, approaching the last 500. Will we see some shuffling in the last few strokes like we've seen previously from a lot of our other events? It looks like these three medal contenders are out in front pretty solidly, leaving the rest of the pack behind them. But between the three of them, it is anyone's game. 3 medals to be decided here, the color of which we do not know. As coming down to the line, into the last 500 meters, it looks like maybe it is dead even. I can't tell from this angle. Orrs, Belen, and Winter Park. So the folks standing at the end of the island, you may be able to see who's in front as we start to wind up into the sprints here. Who's going to have the speed and the endurance to hold on? And it looks like Belen Jesuit has just gone. It looks like Belen Jesuit has just started to open up for the sprint. I just see them starting to gap Winter Park and leave Winter Park a little bit behind. And it looks like the same is happening to Orrs. Belen Jesuit starting to stretch out a lead over the other 2 eights. Winter Park looks to be now solidly in the bronze position. Yep, their blade work is starting to get erratic. And maybe that's the first boat out saying in the bronze position. It's still strong between Orrs and Belen. I still can't call it between Orrs and Belen right now. Orrs started to look a little bit shaky, but now has cleaned up and maybe now be even passing Belen. Did Belen go too early? It looks to be that way. Orrs are half length up on Belen as they approach the final 100 meters here. In the men's U15A, this is 4 medals. Here they go into the final strokes, and it is Orrs. They have had the sprint. Belen Jesuit has gone too early. Orrs getting open water now on Belen. It has been dead even between 3 boats for the last 1,500 meters. And again, the war of attrition is won by Orrs as they come across the line. Orrs with open water, winning the men's under 15.8. That's a gold medal for Orrs, ahead of Belen Jesuit for silver. Splash in the water, they're really excited. That was a great race, well executed by that Orlando area team. Belen coming across the line in second. Winter Park, a valiant effort, settling for the bronze here. What a race that was here. We did not know the outcome of that until the last 50 meters. Orrs really kicked it up into high gear and was able to hold on. Coming across in fourth is lane 2. That's Vero Beach, finishing off the podium in fourth. Next up is Orrs, another Orrs boat. That's Orrs B in lane 8. Let's cheer these crews all the way across the line here. The final under 15.8 race for the men as they come across the line here. Orrs coming into the last few strokes here. And on the far side as well, that's Sarasota Crew B, it looks like. Nope, that's Belen Jesuit B, sorry. And it looks like Belen Jesuit just overtook Orrs for 5th place there. Yep, Belen Jesuit's going to take 5th place over Orrs B. 6th place for Orrs B. Looks like this is Sarasota Crew now coming across the line. Sarasota Crew across the line now, followed by Sarasota Crew B in lane 0. Across the line they go. Team Tampa going to be finishing in 9th here out of lane 3. And finally, it is going to be Sarasota Crew C, rounding out the 10 entries here at the American Youth Cup in the men's under 15A. There's Sarasota Crew across the line. So congratulations to Orrs winning in a
cracker of a race. That's probably one of the more exciting ones of the day. I'm pretty impressed with Oars and their ability to hold onto their fitness and technique all the way across the line. Belen Jesuit had the early sprint, but burned out too early, weren't able to hold on. Oars took advantage and were able to win the gold. Belen Jesuit settling for silver, Winter Park the bronze. Congratulations to all those middle school crews. Congratulations to all those middle school crews. We hope you had a great experience racing this weekend. But we have one more event to go. It's the women's middle school under 15 eights. 4 boats. Oh, 3 boats. Plant High School scratched. So these are guaranteed medals at stake, and they are underway already for the women's middle school eights. Guaranteed medals on the line. We just have to find out which teams they are going to. Between Sarasota Crew in lane 3, Oars in lane 4, Sarasota Crew B in lane 6. So Sarasota Crew is going to be taking 2 out of the 3 medals on offer here in this event. They are underway at the moment. Oars has their lone entry in the middle school event. We'll see how they stack up. Man, what a race. See, that's what eights racing is all about. And it's so much fun to see these younger athletes being exposed to such high levels of competition. You could see how much it meant to that Oars 8 to pull out a win against a Belen crew, normally known for their very, very fast sprint. You could tell how much it meant to those Oars guys. Hopefully they'll remember that experience for the rest of their rowing careers. Have it be maybe that's the experience that makes them fall in love, like so many of us have done so before. It's experiences like those at a young age that forge champions in the future. And Oars certainly felt that today. That's a great feeling, splashing the water, celebrating a win. And they'll cherish that, I'm sure, for at least the rest of the weekend. So we'll see. In the final race of the day on the course, you can see the parade of launches in the distance following these middle school eights, all wanting to go home, praying for these middle school eights to get a little bit faster, a little bit quicker, so they can get home a little bit quicker as well. It's been a long day of racing here at Nathan Benderson Park. If you're still here, if you've been here since 6 in the morning, you're probably all caffeinated up and ready to go home with your families. But thanks for sticking it out with us on this initial day. I just want to take the time to thank all of our volunteers, all of our staff members, keeping this regatta running smoothly. You guys are what makes this event possible. So yes, thank you to all of our staff members. Thank you to Nathan Benderson Park for letting us utilize such a wonderful venue as this. Thank you to our EMS services down by the finish line, down by the launch dock. Thanks for keeping us safe here. And thank you to Sarasota Crew for giving me the opportunity to commentate here for you guys. I really appreciate it. I don't know if I mentioned this. This is my first time ever doing anything like this. As an announcer, yeah. So I hope you all have enjoyed the commentary so far. I will be here tomorrow to finish out the weekend, and I really appreciate all the love and the support as we
are, looks like almost halfway, a little bit over halfway, the final race. I see some orangish blades, so it looks like Oars is going to be solidly in the lead coming into the islands area, trailed by the two Sarasota crew boats behind. As the final race comes down towards the island, let's make some noise if you're on the beach. Cheer these last few eights across the line here. It's Oars with a dominating lead in front. A little bit less dramatic than our last race, but domination is a pretty sweet feeling. That's comparable to a close win. You know, you can never win by enough, is what my coach at the University of Florida always tells me. You can never win by enough. So let's cheer these Oars girls on as they stride out, start to sprint, and try to set a pretty comparable time to maybe some of these other eights that we've seen today. So as Oars goes into the last 250 meters, Sarasota crew out in lane 3, about 100 meters behind, and 100 meters behind them is the second Sarasota crew entry. So this Oars entry looking very well in time. Looks a little bit rushed, but that's to be expected with a under 15.8. The curse of the novices, I will say. But blade work, timing, looking great for this Oars 8 as they stretch it out, finish their last few strokes across the line. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your gold medalists in the women's under 15 middle school 8. It's Oars across the line, gold medalists at the American Youth Cup. And a little splash to cap it off. Why not? Here's the Sarasota crew entry approaching the finish line now. Cheer them on as we follow these boats all the way home. Last few strokes across the line for this for the first Sarasota crew 8. They're going to be bringing home a silver medal. The local team bringing home a silver medal. As they come across the line, it's Sarasota crew earning the silver medal in the women's under 15 middle school 8. And there's confirmation there. Silver medals for that Sarasota crew 8. And I commend Oars right now. They're sitting waiting for the rest of the boats to finish. That's great sportsmanship from these young athletes. I'm going to have to commend Oars for waiting for the rest of the competition to finish. That's great sportsmanship there displayed by the Oars under 15 middle school 8. I know Coach, head director of Oars, Kirsten Anderson, has developed a very strong culture of unity amongst all their programs. So very nice to see Oars display this sportsmanship here. And as the final Sarasota crew boat comes across the line here, final few strokes for the last boat on the course, the bronze medalists at the American Youth Cup in the women's under 15 middle school 8. And there it is. With that buzzer, that is it. That is all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here for day 1 of the American Youth Cup. Guess what? We get to run it back. Day 2 coming up tomorrow. Hopefully the weather cooperates. We've already had to cancel a few of our events, but hopefully we get to see the large boats out on the water again, going at full tilt. But if you're joining us tomorrow, thank you for joining us today. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And if anybody's interested in rowing at the University of Florida, I'm still here. Woo! Go Gators! Signing off, I'm Christian Yu. Thank you and goodbye.